Good evening. This Saturday evening. Another day, another stream. Let's see if there is someone who joined us. Oh, I forgot to mute the YouTube side, but now is that is done. Okay. 0 in the house. 1 in the house. I wonder who might that be. You're very welcome anyway, so whoever you are. So how are you doing? I hope everything is okay. 2 in the house. That's good. So, please put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are. Hey, Woman Outdoors. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. How are you doing? And how's the weather over there, my friend? I believe it's pretty hot where you are now. And actually, this is the first stream I do with my new laptop. And this one has a much better camera. And much faster too. I'm doing good. Except from I'm floating away over here. It's hot and humid. Really nasty. I can stand the humidity, but not the heat. So how are you doing, Woman Outdoors? Any Oh boy, off the cuff adventures with Jamie. Good evening here, my friend. And welcome to the stream. In his creations. Good evening. Good to see you too again, my friend. Okay, woman. What's your temperature over there? It's good to see you guys. I'm going to check my time, what we have here. Today, we have 13 degrees Celsius. Hot and humid. .62 Fahrenheit, that must be around 20 degrees Celsius or something. How are you, Off the Cuff Adventures with Jamie? How are you doing, buddy? Thank you, Off the Cuff Adventures with Jamie. I appreciate that. Okay, that's good, woman. It's nice when it's pleasant. Okay, are you marinating those steaks, Off the Cuff? Or you put them on the barbecue or something. Hi, fam moms. Good to see you again, my friend, and welcome. Yeah, and I guess you marinate those steaks too, so you get some flavor in it. I would put them in a nice marinade. What kind of marinade are you using off the cuff? I guess you have garlic in your marinade. The Daniel Channel 2022. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? Uh, that was something I was thinking of, but I forgot what it was now. Worcester sauce, soy sauce, garlic, pepper, vegetable seasoning. Yeah, that's a good mix off the cuff. Worcester. That's really good sauce. And I'm doing good here, Daniel. The only thing is that it's pretty hot here and humid, so I'm sweating like a pig here. But it is what it is. Yeah, you get a nice flavor on that one. Indeed. Um, if anybody are up for it, just click the link that I pinned in the top of the chat and join me up here. It's nice if you are up for it. Feel free to join me up here, my friends. Feel free. You need to get a nice flavor and the steaks. Thank you, Off the Cuff. Thank you for dropping in, my friend. And I'll see you later, my friend. Take care, stay safe, and God bless. And thanks for the super sticker, my friend. I appreciate it. And I will do my best. I always have fun on my live streams. I like to do them. Well, you need to take care of your steaks. Anybody who wanna join me up here? I pinned the StreamYard link on the top of the chat, so just click it, follow the instructions, and well, Join me. I had an idea for today's stream, actually. So I had in mind to discuss books today. And then we take it from there. Books for preppers. So I have a lot of them. Not on that side. On my shelf behind me. But we take that. Well, this is a good book, my friends. I did a video about this book a long time ago. 52 Prepper Projects. Contains a lot of good stuff to do. I believe it is 52 different projects. Hey Bang Romy channel, good to see you. I'm doing just fine, but I'm sweating because it's hot and humid over here. I can stand the humidity, but not the heat. So how are you doing, Bang? I hope everything is okay with you. Guys, for every prepper, this is a good book to have. I recommend it, definitely. It is basically a project a week to help you prepare for the unpredictable. Thank you. Thank you, Bang. I appreciate that. And it says, live a self-reliant life. This one. "52 Prepper Projects." Bang. Yeah. I read it. Very good book. 52 projects. A project a week. So that is enough of projects you can do. 52 of them. And it is basically an easy to understand introduction to the fundamentals of prepping. And the best of all is it's on English. So yeah, I think you can get this on Amazon. If I remember it correct. I think I got it there myself. But it's a good book to have. So I have a lot of other books too. I have another one. This one, Emergency Survival Program, a survival handbook every prepper needs. This is a good one too. I just got not half of it yet. Almost. I have read almost half of it. But it's a good book, good information. And it has not much pictures or photos in it, but it looks like this on the inside. Easy reading. Hey, Victoria May, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, Victoria. And how is the temperature where you are, Victoria? I hope it's not too hot for you. Or too chilly for you. Well, it depends on what you prefer. And here it's hot and humid. Hot and humid. This book, I think I bought this on Amazon too. Yeah, I bought this on Amazon. Another book I can recommend, by the way. It's good to have a good library of different books. And where did I have that book? Not there. Oh well, I find it. I had it here somewhere. No, I didn't find it. And another book. I also can recommend is The Practical Prepper. Also a good book, written by Colleen and Jonathan Jones. Very informative book. It contains a lot of information, easy to read, a lot of information. So very useful. And it has a sense of humor in it, which is nice. It says The Practical Prepper is an easy-to-use guide to timely preparations for an uncertain future without the doom and gloom. Yeah. Hey, Anne. Hey, Miss Worm. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm doing good here, my friend, except from I'm sweating, but it's hot here and humid. Uh, I don't like when it's hot. I don't feel that good when it's hot. The humidity I can stand, not the heat. Hey, Scott, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing, guys? I hope everything, one of you is in top shape, as good as you can be, I hope. Um, and I have two other books. Uh, this one, Bushcraft 101, A Field Guide to the Art of Wilderness Survival. Dave Canterbury. Awesome book, by the way. Um, a lot of good information here and some tips. I suggest you get this book. And there is another one, Advanced Bushcraft, an expert field guide to the art of wilderness survival. This is book 2, and this is the continue to this one. So, good books, good information, and he had done more books in this about traps and trapping, hunting, and things like that. But I don't have those books. I have only those two. So I have only those two. Good books, good information. 26, Miss Worm. That's hot, my friend. Yeah, I agree, Miss Worm. Far too hot. I have no idea, Miss Worm. Yeah, Victoria. I suggest you get them if you can and if you can afford them. I suggest you buy them. Very useful. Yeah, I recommend them. It's useful information. Hey, Nicole Ruiz. Sorry. And welcome, Nicole. Good to see you again. And sweet dream with Gosh. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Um, it's nice to have books like this in your library. And the best thing with these kind of books are you can go back to it and search for the information you want to. Now I don't know where I'm gonna put them. Oh, I put them there. What do I have more? Oh yes. Prepper Supplies and Survival Guide. Really nice book. Um, the prepping supplies, gear, and food you must have to survive. Well, when it comes to supplies, gear, and food, well, you need to adapt it and modify it for your likes and what your preferences is comes to gear. and supplies. Well, it has some nice pictures, um, easy reading. Fire and fuel is the chapter. Fire is a threat. Fire can help you, and it can be also a threat to you if you do it the wrong way. So, in the chapter 1 in this book says preparation basics. Walking the dog is after midnight now. She likes long walks, usually out till about 3 a.m. or later at the lake. You must be a night owl, Scott. I guess you're a night owl. And we have this one. This is a classic. SAS Survival Handbook. This one is the updated one. I have this one on Swedish and English. It's nice to have it on English, actually. I had among the first versions of this one. I got it when I was teenager. I think it was 14 or 15 years, when I was 14 or 15 years old. Yeah, I understand that, Scott. But this book is good to have. It contains a lot of information. It mentions seaweeds and algae. Really nice, actually. And then another books that are useful is Knots, the complete book of Knots. It has nice pictures in it. Yeah, like this. Nice, clean pictures. Really beautiful. Well, Miss Worm, sometimes I feel it's much easier to read English rather than speak it, but I guess that is a lot of matter of practice, how much you practice it or read it, by the way, or watch movies. I watch a lot of movies, and most of them are on English, so you learn that way too. But thank you, Ms. Worm, for the compliment. Well, you don't speak that bad either, Miss Worm. We have another book, What Not. It's another good book to have in your library. Nice, beautiful photos. That is good, Scott. People say that I speak good English, but when it comes to my own opinion, well, I speak good, but not that good. But I do my best. That's all you can do. This is a good book too. I recommend to get you a couple of books about knots and knot tying and different things. I have a classic. The Ashley Book of Knots, Clifford Ashley. I agree, Scott. We are always harder on ourselves. This book is a classic, the most famous book. It has nice, drawings of knots, different types. And this book contains over 4,000 knots. That's a lot of knots. Sorry about that, guys. Sure, if you...
Hi, everyone. I'm not a dog. Enjoy.
Yeah, Miss Worm, that is my wife. Miss Worm says hello and nice to meet you. She says thank you. Yeah, that is my wonderful wife. And that is not often she's on my cam, but it happens sometimes. What do I need more? We have another one, Jim Cobb. But this one is on Swedish. I know there is an English version too, which I know it is, but this one is on Swedish. Yeah, Prepper's Long-Term Survival Guide is the original title. Very good book. I have read it. Very good book. It's good to have a good library. There was something else. Of course you are, Nicole. And of course, you should have an updated version in mushrooms. This is the Swedish version. Um, it contains 414 different mushroom species in color. Um, if I can find something really nice. Here we are. We have this nice, beautiful pictures, photos. I like that. And Edmund Gone Widener. I never heard of that dude before. But 414 different mushroom types in color. That's awesome. But you need to get an updated version, and I believe this one is from I have no idea actually. It doesn't says. But the thing is, with this book is interesting. You have a ruler here in different pictures and how everything is built up. It describes the shapes, and you have it at the end of the book, the same thing. Really nice. There is something I need to get more of these, especially different types of books about mushrooms. Yeah, you should only pick those you are 110% sure. What's mushroom in Swedish? Svamp. Or, if there are many, svampar. Lovely Lisa, Warrior Queen. Good to see you, my friend. Long time no see. Hey, Second Star, why don't you join me up here? Okay, Nicole. Hey, McBean. Good to see you. It's good to see so many people joining me here. What more kind of books, other books you can have use for? This is the Herb Bible. It's a complete dictionary about herbs and spices. Votes. Good to see you, brother. Okay, so you get a lot of rain over there now. Yeah, you are always working overtime, my friend. Almost. And we have nice color on this book, in this book too. We're combined with photos, which is nice. This is a book you can have really useful for Herb Bible. If you can find something like that, a book like this, it would be awesome. Um, and it mention the parts of the plant, herb, and how you use it. And really nice, really nice. And it mentions also the herbs used from cosmetic, aromatic, cooking, decorations for household use, and medicine. So that is a really good thing. Very, very nice. This one is good to have. Very useful. I see it. This one has a nice place in my shelf. And we have also another book, The Wild Kitchen. It's about food, food from the nature year round. Well, that's good. 3 months is pretty good. You have a nice stock there, my friend. Not. Mm, this has muffin with wild raspberries. Nice, nice pictures on that muffins. For those of you who like that. What else I have? Another nice book. Um, um, uh, this book mentioned how you make blueberry jam here. Um, canned salmon. can't say I have found canned salmon here in the stores. Salmon in general, you can have rice, you can have potatoes, and you can have a nice sauce as well. Hey CR, why don't you join me up here, my friend? Good to see you, CR. It's always good to have you here. Oh, so you get one flower on the tomato plant. That's awesome. What kind of... I'm gonna check if this book has... Yeah. Another book that is useful to have is the Vitamin Bible. That's the original title, English title. And this one is written by Earl Mindell. This book contains everything, all you need to know about vitamins and what function they have in your body. Yeah, that works too, Boat. Yeah, that works too. This book I had some use for actually, and I'm happy to have it. Especially if you need the information on what kind, if you lack on a certain vitamin, it will, you can look at, you can find the information in this book. I hope you can find this one. It would be awesome if you could. I suggest you get it. Um, and it mentions also the need of vitamins depending on what kind of work you have. Um, it mentions about a person who work nights, what they need um, uh, to function. Uh, it depends on if you work day and then the next week you work night, working in shifts. It mentions what kind of vitamins you need for it. Um, let's say person who work night, okay, they need vitamin D, um, And there is a word I can't even pronounce. Tryptophan tablets. I have no idea what that is. And truck drivers. They mention what they need. Dancers, construction workers, salespeople, salesmen, saleswomen, actors, radio and TV employees, what they need, singers, doctors and nurses, and even disabled persons. Golf players, badminton players, tennis players, teachers, smokers. For you guys, if some of you smoke, well, you need vitamin C, 2000 milligram, 2 days, 2 times a day, and vitamin E daily, and psyllium 100 milligram a day, vitamin A 10,000. Well, that cannot be right. Well, vitamin A, 10,000. Okay, that seems to be a recommended dose. Well, it's a good book anyway. Okay, a little accident. My books fall to the floor. Always something should happen. On a live stream, it's always nice when things happen, but not flip over. And now we can probably get those books up. Yeah. I put this book here. And those here. So guys, what kind of books do you have? What books can you recommend about plants, herbs, gardening books? Well, I don't have any about that. I should have. Hey, Corner Clubhouse, good to see you. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, that was important. That's awesome. Yeah, Miss Worm, that is awesome. Can you recommend any older recipe books, and if they are possible to buy them or? Okay, Sierra, that sounds like an interesting book. A 50-year-old book on lightweight hiking camping from the 70s. That's awesome, Sierra. Do you want to join me up here, Sierra? Uh, do I have any more books? Um, well, I have another one. Survive in the Wilderness, the Practical Handbook by Hugh McManus. Very good book. And it has nice picture in it. But I don't know if you can get these anymore. I haven't found it. Now, I hope the title. Ah, the original title of this book is The Commando Survival Manual. Um yeah. And survival 10. And I believe there were. Uh, det är Överleva i vildmarken. Den engelska titeln är The Commando Survival Manual. Men jag vet inte om den finns att få tag på i engelsk version. Sorry about that, guys. Well, that's awesome, CR. And I have this one, the Preparedness Handbook, the Swedish one. Actually, this is only on Swedish, so that will be a problem for you guys. It's not translated to English. This book This is a really good book, but I hope they translate this one to English. Another Swedish book about prepping. This one is actually good. I read it, but this one is not translated to English. So the most books I have is on English, but I noticed that it comes a lot of books on Swedish now, so that's nice. I have another book, Prepping Survival Handbook. This is a chapter about orientation, navigate. One part about fishing. Oh, Guardian, welcome to the stream, my friend.
Hello. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, but I'm sweating like what? I'm floating away here.
Yeah.
Humid.
I don't know what's happening with my audio. My incoming audio sounds like strange. Give me a second. I'll fix it.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go. That's already sounding better. It's because I had my main speaker set up a bit too high.
Yeah.
So I'm joining now. Sorry if I didn't catch any introduction about how things have been on your side. How's your week been? All been well on your side?
Yeah, my week has been pretty good, but it has been hot and humid. I can stand the humidity, but not the heat.
Is it unusually warm? I don't mean to get into like tinfoil, like global warming type thing, but is it more warm than it has been previously? Have you been experiencing any
Well,
sort
we have
of
had around 20, 22 degrees, but that's just pretty normal for our country. But it's too hot for me.
Yeah, CR, don't lie, CR. You've had an hour and 5 minutes to come up and do the talking. So for you to wait, so that means I don't know how long can we think that you were going to be waiting, CR? Oh man, it's good to see you, by the way, CR. Hello to Miss Worm as well, and to everybody.
Yes, CR is always nice to have here on the chat. And
Yeah.
But it's much nicer if he joined me up here.
He will. I know he will soon. I'm sure of it. And then I won't do all the talking, CR. I'll gladly, I know that sometimes it's not that I talk and don't let other people talk, right? It's that if I get onto a topic that I'm passionate about, then I kind of just like end up rambling. And that's the thing that I've got to kind of guide, specifically when we're talking about prepping, like anything regarding survivalism, prepping, like bushcraft, outdoors, camping, hiking, anything like that. And you'll get me like talking forever.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, it is. And it's been quite an adventure. I was actually supposed to I'm busy working on my garden quite a lot right now. I've got a video coming soon for that, whatever. But like I've been working a video with content that I've been building for a long time. And I'm wanting to do basically redo my garden, and that's what I've done at the moment. So I'm starting kind of from scratch. I've kind of flattened everything I've taken down what I previously put up. And yeah, I'm 31 years old. Younger people now they're much older. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting coming up.
Hey, Native.
With that.
Good to see you. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Go ahead, Guardian. Another book I have is Wilderness Medicine, First Aid. It's when you are on a remote place where you can't find any doctors or anything like that.
Yeah, they were speaking. I think it was a night or two ago. They were speaking about a book. They were speaking about specific books like dentist books if you don't have a dentist. And they were speaking about
There is no dentist.
Yeah, there is
no doctor.
Yeah, there is no doctor and there is no dentist. Books like that.
Yeah, I heard about those two books, and I would like to get my hands on them.
Whose stream was I watching that was talking about?
Was it Apartment Prepper?
Yes, it was Van City and Apartment Prepper. They were busy speaking about those specific books. That was the last stream on VCP's channel, I think.
No, it was Apartment Prepper's channel.
Was it on Apartment Prepper's channel? Yes, VCP gave a link and said that she was over there. And Apartment Prepper is quite a nice channel. Nice bit of knowledge, quite a bit of knowledge as well, and somebody that's cheerful. It's always great to meet new preppers, to learn from people. We've all got so much knowledge to share, so it's great when you meet people in the prepping community. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. It's good to meet new people, and new prepper channels that can share their information and their opinions about things and their view.
I mean, I even like Creative Redundancy's opinions. Like
if you'd share them, with us.
Yeah, that's true. If you'd share them a bit more, we'd love that. If Creative Redundancy, not calling him out or asking him to come up, but it would be quite nice.
You come and tell us about that book that he has.
Yes, come and tell us. Join us, man. Come on. I know you're there, just sitting and like waiting for. I know you do.
Zombies going, join us, join us.
I know CR usually joins a bit later on in the evening, so I don't actually want to upset the dynamic either. Because then what happens if
natural flow?
Yes, I'll upset the natural rhythm if I ask CR too much.
Yeah. CR asks, which one?
Which one?
Is he talking about the books? He said there was a
Yeah.
lightweight camping book.
So Creative says, which one?
Yeah, the lightweight camping book. That one sounded interesting.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's really good. That's beneficial. What's up, Second
Hey,
Star?
Matt.
Hey, brothers.
Good to see you, brother.
Give me 1 second. Let me fix my.
Don't lie, CR. You don't want to hear from me. The problem is hearing from me is when you like most of the time people want to stop hearing from me. No, I'm kidding. I'm always poking fun at like how much I ramble, but I don't actually even ramble all that much.
Hey, folks.
What's up?
Good to see you, brother.
Nice to meet you, bro. It's GP over here. It's so. Do you have a channel that you can post that I can check out your channel as well? Hey, welcome to the stream. Yeah.
What's so funny, Scout?
It's Guardian. He's so funny.
Oh, how do you like my new apron?
That looks good. Is it leather?
It's really robust.
Yeah.
It's got heavy duty pockets, a heavy duty ring for my keys, and I can put my phone in here. And my phone is on the seat. I can keep things, and it's leather. I put this coconut oil on it to protect it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Coconut oil is the best oil you can use.
Yeah. So who is all on here?
It's nice to meet you. It's Guardian prepping this side. I actually love I'm a big fan of.
Located, Guardian?
Yes, South Africa.
Oh, South Africa! Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting place with.
Here, I've been a lot of places in the Navy, but I've never been to South Africa.
Yeah, we got a lot of natural beauty. We're quite blessed with the wilderness out here.
Yeah. We do in South Florida. I live in South Florida.
Nice. Yeah.
But we get the heavy storms.
Do you stay near the Ozarks at all? Like not near you, is it?
No, I'm near the Everglades of Florida.
Oh wow! All right,
Yeah,
that's really pretty.
I'm a swamp creature. Do you have people over there?
No.
They're really good. They're real fruit, and there are no calories, and they're kosher too.
Nice. Yeah, actually, I like that there's a lot of variety on your guys' side. Like that's one big thing that you guys have, where it's really awesome with the amount of variety that's available.
Yeah.
We usually are, fortunately, due to internet shopping and that type of thing, recently there have been a lot more things available to us because of that.
Okay.
So that's a great silver lining.
Yeah, I buy stuff up when I see it. Like I saw like this blueberry, wild blueberry jam. It's really good because there's nothing better than wild blueberries, right, Scout?
Yeah, I love wild blueberries.
Yes, and you put them in some power pancakes.
Be Savage, good morning and good evening.
Yeah, so you don't have the canned salmon?
No, not
I haven't seen canned salmon here.
Can you get the tuna-fish pizza?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I want to try it.
That sounds gross.
It sounds so good.
Tuna fish pizza are good.
Yeah. See, I always have nuts.
Yeah,
And mango.
Nuts are good, but the risk is you're going nuts.
Controversial opinion. A lot of people will say that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, and I personally love pineapple on pizza. I think fish doesn't belong on pizza, not anchovies and not tuna. Like, no fish belongs on pizza.
How about goldfish?
Absolutely not.
You know, I actually really like the taste of anchovies on a Sicilian pizza. There's a pizza that they make here called Sicilian, and it's
Sicilian pizza. I've been to Sicily. Sicilian pizza is the best pizza.
right, also with the anchovies, correct? And then the olives and feta and anchovy, and just very natural, you know, oven wood baked fire.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love that. Where it's cooked really hot, really fast.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
set it up on my patio.
I'm sorry,
That's-
Guardian, but I'm gonna have to believe. I'm gonna have to agree with your wife.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That wouldn't be a first time.
If I wrangle me an iguana, I'll put that on pizza.
I mean,
They're free range down here.
see, I can't do meat on a pizza. It makes it too greasy and nasty.
No, iguana is lean.
I don't know.
It's a reptile, so they don't tend to have a lot of body fat.
I don't know. The alligator I had in Louisiana, I mean, it was chewy and fatty.
No, these aren't like alligators. You can't get you try to catch one of these things with your hands. They're so fast, and they will scratch you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, aren't their claws venomous?
No. They'll just scratch you a lot.
But they have a lot of bacteria, don't they?
No.
Nuts.
Pretty clean.
What animal am I thinking of then?
Komodo dragon.
People
That's
have
the one. Yes.
misconceptions about animals.
Sorry, let's blame the pregnancy brain.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time here. I don't have my headphones. They're out in the camper.
Oh, no worries.
I guess you call it a caravan over there. I just got it, and the fan blade on the air conditioning dropped down, and now it's not turning, and now I'm not getting cold air in there, and it's all like 100 degrees in here or outside, not in my house.
That's awesome.
Gotcha.
But I like to have that as a backup so we can get out of here. If the AC quits and if it floods here, the hurricanes, we can get out. Do you see where I'm going, Scout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this thing is like ready to go anywhere. It's got big, rugged tires on it. It's an old
Yeah, that's awesome. That's such a good prep as well. As soon as somebody mentions caravan, I always think to myself, it's an amazing prep.
It's a bargain too at today's prices, and this thing is like a year and a half out of production. I found a half hour up the road from me a 2022 Airstream that somebody had in their yard for 6 months and then decided to turn it into Airstream, and then I bought it. And I was the first one to buy it, the first one to look at it.
That's
But
good.
Like people balk at the price of things today, but I tell you what, I looked at the same metal shed that I bought a year ago, and it's doubled, and it's from Australia. It's one of those Absco sheds through Home Depot, and it went from $400 and some to almost $900 in a year.
Yeah.
So it's better, you know, the Germans say it's better to have than to want, right?
Yep. I have 2 RVs.
Yeah. Swede Scout knows that I got Swede in me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come in. Okay.
57. I don't know.
Hey,
Hey,
CR, where you been hiding?
I know, now he's got FOMO.
I was working.
Now he's got FOMO.
Yeah.
Talking.
What's up, bro? How are you doing, CR?
I'm letting you guys do all the talking. I always do all the talking.
Oh, thank you, CR. You're so nice.
I even said that in the chat earlier. Out of respect, I'm letting you guys do all the talking.
No,
Yeah, I
you learn
noticed that.
the most. You learn the most when you keep quiet, though. That's the thing, right? So, like in most conversations, I was taught when I was younger. I don't really actually apply this rule, but I was taught when I was younger that, like, 80 to 90% of a conversation is supposed to be listening. So, like, I know that I actually kind of fail at that sometimes. But in truth, if you do keep quiet and just kind of listen to things, and you just kind of like put a little bit of a statement or two out there or whatever question, and you just let somebody talk, you'll be surprised what you learn sometimes. That is an adorable dog, by the way. You have a very, very cool dog right there.
That's my service buddy. He
Nice.
But yeah,
he helps me. I'm in a wheelchair. And I'm going in a caravan around America. I'm breaking myths.
That's a great thing to do. That's absolutely like being outdoors and getting
my
to see
mobility
things.
walker inside the camper.
That's so freaking cool. I love that.
Yeah, I agree. It's really
You also
cool.
you also obviously enjoy scenery and enjoy sights and that type of thing.
I've traveled Europe and where else? Gibraltar, Casablanca, Kiel, Germany, and that was my favorite. I had so much. The Germans were so welcoming to us, and I've been a lot of places in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and the list goes on. But never Sweden, though. I want to go to Sweden.
Well, you would like it here.
But it's cold.
You love the nature.
When is it warm there?
Summertime.
When is summer now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. What's the temperature it gets to in Celsius now?
Now we have 13 degrees Celsius, but we had 22 earlier this week.
I think what is 103 in Celsius?
Just under 40. 104 is 40.
That's what I think that we are in Bonita Springs, Florida. I'm down by the Everglades. But I'm in a very safe house. It's hurricane rated.
Well, that's good here.
Yeah. But there comes a time where the water comes up so high. There was 4.5 feet of water for 2 weeks after Irma here.
Okay.
I live by a river.
Mm.
And
have they started naming any yet?
River.
I haven't heard much about that yet. I know hurricane season started.
Yeah. Have you ever watched the video on YouTube of this guy in his apartment in Naples and the cyclone is just ramping up and he's videoing the whole thing and it's incredible. It's like
I don't think I've seen that.
The sky a wind and it's just ripping everything up. It's insane. And that could happen here. That's just down the road from me.
Actually, that could happen in a lot of places.
So,
yeah.
But we got to be ready to get out of here and head for high ground. We can get to Georgia in about 5 hours.
Yeah, but
That's a
isn't
long
that
trip.
under ideal conditions though?
Well, I'm gonna leave way before other people leave.
Well, hopefully you'll leave before other people want to leave.
Yeah. Well, I was in the Navy and I'm a retired federal employee, so I don't know. I can tell when people are getting excited and stuff. And the main thing is, don't get excited. You know, that's what kept a friend of mine through Vietnam. You know, who I worked with at the VA, a carpenter, and it's like that's the main thing. Don't never get excited, because then you're gonna screw up and you're gonna hurt yourself or hurt others. So it never pays to be in a hurry on the road. I saw a fatality accident going to get my camper the other day on I-75. It's insane. I've been cut off with my rig, my camper and my new truck, and somebody just turned right in front of me. You know,
That could
it's like,
turn bad.
have your wits, like, you know, because the phone zombies are out there.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
You
You have more weight behind you too, right? So you can't stop as fast.
I have a problem with stopping. It's a brand new Tundra.
Oh, okay.
It's the best truck ever built. I had a 2011 Tundra, and with a 5.7, and that 3.5 V6 twin turbo made me a believer. That thing gets in sport mode, and it has all the traction control stuff like the Tacoma that I can't fit in because they're too little for me. I'm just big bone. Well, I'm doing all the talking now.
That's because you're new here. I always do all the talking.
No, I'm not.
So I'm letting everyone else talk for once.
Scout knows me.
And now we know.
Yeah.
So do you think I have enough preps now?
Yeah.
So you're done come back next Saturday and talk with us? Well, I don't know. I don't know where I'll be. Well, see, here's my water supply.
How many liters or gallons is that? I can't tell.
I keep 25 gallons, and I have a NASA certified RV water system.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, so I'll have clean water to put in my camper. And then I have an extra cooler that's AC and DC, and I keep it on a wagon in my living room, and it makes a great living room refrigerator.
Nice. Multi-purpose.
What's that?
I said multi-purpose.
Well, yeah, and then I can put it in the bed of my truck. Yeah, I'm still trying to get my house wrapped up. I found this little cord reel deal at Costco. It's really heavy duty.
Nice tub. No.
You can't have enough things like that when you got to run on generator. Or I got my 3,000 watt Blue T solar setup over there. I'm set up for hunkering down.
I have two RVs. I have a
peeler.
Yeah.
Put a mango in there, peel her up, and here's the composter. I buy these kind of bottles because then I can reuse them for drinks that I make.
Yeah. And
they're the best bottles. And I found this really cool tree. It's like the same, make this. And like a glass bottle sprayer. These are way better than those plastic things.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. See, I got my water up here so I can water my dog.
I think we lost him.
Oh.
Never mind.
Who do we lost?
I don't hear him. If he's talking, I can't hear him.
I can't hear either.
We can see the picture, though.
You lost sound, brother, if you can hear us.
I think someone needs to type it, and you need to put it on the screen so maybe he can see it. I don't think he can tell. I think we need to do the ear thing with your hand. Can we do that?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Everyone come on the camera. Oh, I forgot I had it on the back. Never mind.
Good job, CR.
That was like epic fail. That was an epic fail. That was an epic fail.
I see a hatchet.
Okay, everyone, let's do the scripted video here, right? For real. Let's yeah. Let's try that again.
Who do we have lost sound?
We can't hear him. We're just like, you need to type it out and put it on the screen. And that's what I meant. Maybe
He's giving us the whole tour and we can't see or hear anything. I mean, we can't hear anything.
You should put it on solo so we can see more of it. Okay, it looks like tools. Oh, yeah, there's a tools. Oh, I think I see a screwdriver. Oh, there's a fan above him. Does anyone know how to read lips? I'm trying to.
Nope, but there's a walking stick.
Okay, that's a walking stick. I see a flag in the back. Looks sunny there. Oh, wait. Actually, I can tell why.
He's muted.
Himself. He's muted. He doesn't know this. Oh,
yeah, he's muted.
You're muted.
Yeah. You're muted.
Boats. Boats. SOS. You're muted.
He must have muted himself when he was doing something.
Yeah, and I can't unmute him, so.
Well, what power do you have there, Shadow?
Yeah, I thought I could unmute him, but I can't.
Oh, and we got.
Oh,
Always.
You're mute, Boats. Boats. If you can hear us, you are muted.
I was like, what is going on? I was just rambling about some stuff. And could you hear me?
No, because you were muted.
Oh my goodness. So this is my mattress for the new caravan.
Yeah.
Because you can't make up those cushions. And I'm trying to decide if I want to use this for everything to go along with camping in the camper and put it in the bed of my truck because it's part of that pack out thing. And it's really robust stuff. Here's that water filter. This Clear Source Premier. And see, I got it all set up in here. And I can make 100 gallons of water if I want. That bottled water is nonsense. Then I got almond milk, protein. Got some I forgot I had some of that. Some muesli, some tuna. This is like stuff for camping. Got some dish soap. I forgot I had dish soap and laundry soap in there. Fillet knife, barbecue stuff, and my grill.
Ooh.
And here's my 350 watt solar panel.
That one looks
Can't wait to get that
awesome.
hooked up.
It's a Blue Yeti.
Blue tea. That's the way it's supposed to be pronounced. Blue tea.
Okay.
See the blue tea? Blue tea? Blue tea. They talk kind of funny, the guys that were showing that like a podcast or something, or a promo video. And then I gotta do it. Just I got an ice machine. I can make
that's cool.
5 pounds of ice a day. I found it at Home Depot online for $1.
Is this?
Oh, somebody's calling.
Yeah, the video's
Okay.
breaking up. The video's
Yeah.
breaking up a bit.
Oh, I'm in a block house.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got a call. All right.
Oh.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
You're very welcome, buddy.
Take care, boat.
Cheers to America.
Yeah.
That's a nice exit.
You learn. All right, have a good one.
Take care.
Take care.
Take care, brother.
That's much better.
So, anyways,
That was a nice tour. A nice silent movie tour.
Yeah.
y'all ready for Second Star's doom and gloom?
Whoa. Let me have a coffee. Okay, now you can start.
Yeah. See, I need the coffee first, and then doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Then GP
I
will
love
come
y'all.
in and, brighten up our spirits.
But I do not advertise saving water. I mean, I just don't. It's too much upkeep and everything to have a lot of water in your back stock. And I know water is the essential to everything.
It is.
But
I can't garden without water, though. Don't worry about that. I can't garden or any of that without water, though. I need it here
But-
for that.
you can water with gray water, CR. So
Yeah, I know that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So you don't need...
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Guardian.
no,
Go ahead, brother.
I'm going to hold my thoughts. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say the best way, because a lot of us live in areas that have a lot of natural resources. Like CR is in Canada. There's an abundance of water in Canada.
Oh, there's lots of lakes and rivers here in Canada.
Right. Shadow, you
It
live in
rains here,
where
too.
an abundance of water is. Most people, unless you live in desert-esque states or desert-esque countries, that's the only time you really need to start worrying about water procurement, But
What about savannas?
yeah, I mean, well, savannas, they kind of have a heavy rain flow, but they have more underground water sources than they do above ground water sources. So pretty much the majority of the world needs just to utilize their money more on water purification abilities, filters, water purification tablets, being able to boil water, stuff like that. Like, there's no sense in carrying, having over 100 gallons of water in backstock that you continuously have to purify, that you continuously have to oxidize. Because if you don't oxidize and you don't purify that water that's in those buckets and everything, it will become putrid and it will become rank and it will make you sick. That's
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
That's all I wanted to say.
Purifying water is important.
Yeah, there's obviously, well, when it comes to boiling, being able to boil water and that type of thing, like we have water shortages here locally due to like the dams not filling up and
It's not
the
due
infrastructure.
to a little bit of rainfall, though. It's
Yeah.
due to mismanagement
Yes.
of our resources. So
Right.
they don't it's leaks and stuff.
And also because of the size of the infrastructure wasn't really designed, well, to be honest, the infrastructure wasn't designed for as many people that live on the infrastructure now. So because of that,
Yes.
there are major shortages which come up. And if there
Welcome,
are,
Nancy Deb.
if there are like certain toxins which come into the fray as well, like if certain water is, polluted across the board, if there are water bound diseases as well, which have occurred in certain areas and which can reoccur as well,
Yep.
then you kind of need to just look at like certain ways. But water storage to a degree, for the short to medium term, can be good. But I definitely hear what you're saying as well about having the ability to, filtrate. That's where, Brian was the original. When we were having the tour as well, you could see there that there was, still the ability to filtrate the water, and then still some water storage. So what I'm saying essentially is having multiple ways to do so is always a good thing. It's just
distilling, reverse osmosis.
Yeah.
All that.
Oh yeah, I mean, see, where I am, I'm lucky in two different ways. I have an underground water source that runs through my land, and I've already drilled into it, and I tap out from that water. And then probably about 4 miles down the road, the main river source of water that streams my underground source, the main water source is just about 2 or 3 miles from my house. So that's why I tell people that, yes, having backup water sources and everything, but like bottled waters and stuff like that, you cannot oxidate that water. You cannot keep that water from going putrid, but it does have a limited amount of air trapped inside of the bottle. But once that air becomes stale, it makes the water stale too. I just say the ability to take care of water and keep it drinkable and not make yourself sick. Yeah, keep it fresh is too much work, especially for long-term prepping. You know what I mean? It's nice having all your water bottles and your water containers and everything in storage, but when things start to go bad, that's when you start filling these up. Don't fill them up ahead of time, because if you fill them up ahead of time, you have to continuously take care of that water.
Look, there's definitely truth within that. That's absolutely right. And the thing about this is the big thing about it. Okay, so when it does come to preparedness in general, having the ability to be mobile too, because if you store a whole bunch of water, at least have the ability to move that water if you're required to do so. So it's another point to add basically to what you're saying, Second Star, because it's like it's you can have this abundance of storage, whether that be water or food or whatever the prep is. But if you don't have the ability to like move that with a vehicle, any vehicle of your choice, but if you don't have the ability to at least move that with a vehicle from one place to another, then you are kind of buggered. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be a big problem.
Well, yeah, because water is one of those things. It's heavy.
Yes.
Sorry, you cannot dehydrate water. Just want to point that out. But yeah,
just always having the ability to boil.
Preppers, your house is your castle. To store all your items and everything in one place is
all your
great.
eggs in one basket.
Right, but like what CR said, you have all your eggs in one basket. If something traumatic happens to your castle and you have to get out, say a wildfire is coming toward your house and
Fire, flooding, tornado, those kind of things will have to force you
to get out all your stuff, and you've been prepping for 20 plus years, you're never going to be able to do that. And it's the same thing with people that say, oh, I'm just going to buy a bug out location. Well, there you go again. You're still holding all your eggs in another location. What if something happens to that location and all your survival gear that you had for backstock is now gone, or somebody else during an SHTF situation finds or stumbles across your bug out location, and now they took over that area?
Well, any area can be compromised.
That's true as well. But that's something as well that you bring up quite often, CR, where CR speaks about, it's the ability where knowledge, and this is so true, where knowledge and skill sets are absolutely so much more superior compared to gear and items and that type of thing. And it's like and I know that like all four of us also stand on that strongly, where like, it's good to be able to have equipment, and it's good to be able to have certain items that you can use for a large amount of time, but just the ability to procure that, to procure what you require, and to understand what is edible within your region, to know how to locate water sources as well, like to realize how to do the things so that like to cover your basic essential requirements, right? To understand the best and most simple ways to do that. And that'll always go back to the way that our forefathers were and how they came across. And forefathers of every single culture in the world, there's so much to learn from in every culture. And it's like you should be open and try and look into some of the cultures that have gone through. Think about it mentally, right? For example, about which cultures have really struggled to live off the land in certain regions, and look at what they did, specifically areas and regions pertaining to education as well. Go ahead.
I said nomads. And I want to bring out a point here. That gear and your supplies should be a wheel to help you keep going, but not a crutch to heavily lean or rely on.
Absolutely, yes. And it's also, I always view it as a dampening. It's almost a dampening between the current lifestyle that you have compared to when things are really rough, like Teotihuacan type of situations. Like the gear and items will almost always become a dampening between those two lifestyles. And that's why it's so important to make sure that you have the utmost durable of things. And I'm not even joking about this, right? Like,
we know. I can tell by the tone of your voice now. He's getting serious, everyone. He's getting serious. He's getting serious, everyone. Okay.
No,
everyone listen.
No, what I'm going to say is look for the things that have lasted for a really long time and like, stock up on those items. Look for survival items that will last forever, and like invest as much as possible, even if they are going to cost you a bit more, like always, and sometimes much more, but because you do sometimes, unfortunately, pay for quality. And if you do look at some of the most amazing items that are out there right now, look, you can budget prep, don't get me wrong, and you can learn a lot, and you can be way more prepared than somebody that's got the most fanciest items by having a lot of knowledge and skill. Don't get me wrong, that's why I said what I said earlier. But the thing is, if you have that person that has an immense amount of knowledge and skill, and then you provide that person with the most like absolute, like hardcore, like durable, like long life items as well on top of that, you obviously have just, you know what I mean? Like you've got the perfect golden situation. So that's why I'm saying like items are extremely important, and knowledge and skill are more important than the items, but try to have good items.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah, I agree. Go ahead.
I was just gonna bring up a point that at certain times, you can recreate from the land, but that takes time, energy, right? Certain times it's nice to actually have that gear beforehand. Like, oh look, I don't have to spend the time boiling this water. So I have a filter that can help me immediately.
You don't need to make yourself a shovel out of wood because you actually have a proper compact shovel. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
remember, having gear also saves you the time to do this recreating of it, right? I mean, I don't want to recreate a knife edge by foot napping. That's something a little bit when I can just go get
I can reforge a knife edge for you, CR. Don't worry about that.
No.
I got you.
I meant to foot nap, right? In comparison to, let's say, a $15 Bora, right? So, or like a water container, right? You know, it's one of those things. It's most people can get that kind of thing. Thrift shops or secondhand metal containers. That's going to be really hard to recreate on the landscape.
I'm gonna go silent, guys. I got to go clock in and everything, but I'll still be on the panel and I'll chime in after I run my reports. Okay.
All right, come back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, come back if you can. Seconds.
I'll be back.
That means Guardian and me can start rambling. I mean, talking.
All right, brothers.
All right,
See you in a second.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I said the wrong word out loud. Okay.
No, you're
Yeah,
fine.
you mentioned rambling.
No. Before I had to bring this up quickly. Before you continue there, just hold that thought for a moment, because I just wanted to, after you finished up what you want to say now, I also just wanted to bring up like certain glamour preps. Like for me, I just wanted to bring up quickly those solar those solar showers that they're not going to last forever, but they're a prep that's such a convenience compared to not having it, that if you've gone like 3 or 4 days and you've you know what I mean, you'll try and rinse and wash as much as you possibly can, but sometimes having a hot and a warm shower compared to just like washing up with cold water from the ravine or from the river, wherever, do you hear what I'm saying? How nice it can be for those solar showers specifically. So I found out that the solar shower container itself, you can actually double pack them. So I've got double packed into that solar shower, and obviously I check it every now and again to make sure that the durability doesn't weigh down, because they're rubber, you know, and because they're like a rubber synthetic type of rubber material. I just check in on all my preps, as everybody should. Just check your preps every now and again. Don't leave them in a freaking cupboard at the back of the cupboard somewhere and think that they're going to be okay for doomsday. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, I talked about this in my last stream yesterday about Regenerator and checking on that and making sure that actually runs. You don't want to be like, oh, something happened and it's fire up the generator for the first time or for the first time this year, and it's like, oh, there's
And
a
you
leak,
have no
and all this stuff,
yeah.
and it just because it'll bring down your morale, right? Because now something's not working when you actually need it. That's gonna bring down your morale. I know that for sure.
100%, yeah. And it's just one thing leads to another, and if there's like 2 or 3 things
it's just,
go like that, yep.
It's just gonna bring down your morale. You're just gonna be like, oh, then you're gonna be uptight about everything. Then you're gonna be angry. Then you're gonna lash out at other people. Then the next thing you know, things are just firing down.
There you have your solar shower.
Yeah, this is exactly it. So these, and people can mock them if they like that type of thing, but if you've actually used them, because I know that some preps that are advertised are kind of just more gimmicky, right? I get that. But these are really, really, really good. And they'll last for an extremely long time. And it's surprising how durable some of these. I'm sure that this is also a very good quality one, but they make them as durable as they possibly can. So the material that they use is usually very it can last for an extremely long time.
And if you really need to, you can store water in it too.
Yes, you can store water in it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, can't you use it like a gravity feed into a filter?
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. You can adapt this to, inline filter, like a sort of mini air squeeze, etc., right?
And then you have
that
water
way you
for
get,
your camping group, for a
it's
while.
more multi-purpose.
Right.
So let's say in time that starts fading, it starts turning more and more bleached out, then maybe you can use it for that. That way you get a little bit more use out of it.
Yes. Well, that's the whole thing. Just making sure that all your preps, seeing things like that, like redundancy, obviously, right?
Oh, okay.
There's,
you guys like to say it more than I do.
No, do you know David Pearson? I'll mention him just quickly. He always speaks about redundancy and the importance of that as well. That's something that's crucial. And look there, you see in the advertisements there, like look at the size of that. Look how much water that is, right? So you're looking at about these are 20 liter. So
Yeah,
it's
20 liter.
Yeah, so storage of 20 liter, and it feels so damn good. Like just, you know what I mean? Like a shower.
Yeah, you just need a place to hang it.
Yes. And also, when you do that type of thing in place, that's obviously going to catch a lot of the sunlight through the hottest part of the day, through the midday at least, which can be a bit tricky because obviously that's when the sun's like right above you. So you've got to kind of angle it in a position sometimes where
you can lay it on the ground too, right? You don't have to actually hang it right away. You can hang it once it's actually warm, like the bag itself.
Yeah,
like
but
you just lay it flat. Well, because right now,
no, the thing is, you don't want to anything like that. You don't want to move it around too much. It'd be better if you were at a specific camp that you've made, and every time you move camp, for example, sure, then you can move it around. But the thing is, anything like that, when you move something around, you've got a chance of breaking it. You've got a chance of reducing its durability. You've got a chance of just like wear and tear. Like anything that you move consistently.
But you said it could last a long time, though. You told me it could last a long time, though, GP.
But that's why you want it to last as long as possible.
So this is the thing.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You know the patches that you can buy for bicycle tires?
Yeah, you can get those for tarps.
Having extra of those in order to fix things such as this.
Yeah, 100%. Because those are like a brilliant prep.
Like how convenient would that not be?
Like those puncture kits are amazing just because of not just for your own bicycles,
and
but
they're
for
so cheap.
Yeah, and compact. And they're light, compact. You can help other people if they're also like, if they're also traveling by bicycle.
If you find a bicycle, you've got a quiet method of transport.
Absolutely, I'm all about like bicycle prepping. Like it's something that's so good. It's brilliant. Having the ability to be mobile,
Well, yeah, because you can you'll use less energy, and if there's a tailwind, you're good.
Yes, not just that, but having people that are on, because obviously it always comes to the groups, like having a group, and you have people that are capable and enjoy riding bicycles. Not everybody's capable of riding a bicycle, which is perfectly fine. You don't need that. You know what I mean? Like when you have a group in like a SHTF type scenario, you always need a whole bunch of different people with different skills. So like you should have maybe one or two people that love, cycling, and while the other one or two people, you know what I mean? Like having people, I love speaking about this type of thing as well. Having people's common interests that they currently have and turning those into more SHTF type scenarios as well, as to like how that would adapt and how that plays out in terms of like a group's role, like each community member in a group and what they're specifically good at. And it's extremely surprising to people, like when they find out that all of these different people with different things and different, like, that come from different backgrounds, that have different people with disabilities, sometimes have abilities that other people would never dream to have. I'll give you a quick example. So my mom-in-law is actually somebody, and she doesn't watch the stream, don't worry. Like my mom-in-law is somebody that she's not somebody that's physically very capable of being very mobile, but the thing is she's extremely good at calming people down. She's extremely good at negotiating. She's very, very good as a chef. She's a nurse. She's a chef. This is what I'm saying, is that you can't always just like, there are preppers, unfortunately, out there and survivalists out there that have the belief that as soon as somebody is a weight to the group, you let the person go. It's such a stupid mentality to have, because the thing is, then what happens when you don't have that person that you left behind because they weren't able to keep up with the faster part of the group, but yet they have all of these amazing, because human beings all have value. And I know that it may sound cheesy, but I truly believe that. Is that we? Well,
you have a lot of value too, GP. Just saying.
Yeah, right now, ramble, yeah. Talking nonsense.
No. Whoa. I didn't say that. Here did not say that. He said that.
No, I love chatting to people, and I don't mind being that person that's obnoxiously talking too much sometimes. But I try not to be, though, because I try to monitor when I am talking too much.
Welcome, Halfwich. Good to see you again, brother.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Whoa. What happened to GP? I don't hear him.
Well, he
You-
always mute himself.
Do you see why I do what I do?
It all makes sense now.
Right? I knew you'd catch on.
Yeah, and this is the first time I stream on my new laptop, by the way. So
Yeah, because I could tell because I can see more of the shelf.
yeah, I have a 16-inch screen on this one.
Yeah, the
And the cam is much better on this one than my old one.
Yes, your camera quality has improved somewhat as well. It's looking good.
It was a little bit grainy on my old one.
Yeah, it wasn't bad though. It wasn't like I've seen much worse. It wasn't bad, but it definitely is.
It wasn't It wasn't blurry. Yeah, we just. I've seen worse.
Yeah.
Thanks,
No,
Miss Worm.
I didn't want to laugh there, CR, but I did smile. If it makes you feel better.
Are you sure it wasn't a grin?
No, I don't grin. I'm not malicious. Look, I'm too happy of a person to be malicious.
So what Shadow did, right? What he just did. Okay, I get it.
No, for real. I don't hold grudges. I'm too forgetful and too silly-minded to hold grudges against people and stuff like that. That's why I'm such a happy person in general, and I really am proud of being happy. I know that a lot of people that are depressed and angry at the moment think that my happiness sucks. But like, that's just the truth. But it's true, hey? Like, you should never also let your happiness make somebody else like feel worse or something. You know what I mean? I get that too. I know that right now there's a lot of people that are also going through things, but it's just like I've been through a lot of darker times throughout my life, type of thing, you know. So when I am at a stage now where I'm just so on top of the world when it does come to certain things and aspects in my life, then I should be able to be happy about it, you know, and I should try and let other people know that there is hope and that you can be extremely happy if you just apply yourself enough to what you want out there. I haven't even told you guys about, like, I won't tell you guys now, but we can speak about it a bit later. But I'll let you guys know how awesome last weekend was. I went to another city for a business meeting, and I just went to a whole bunch, like saw some nature reserves. I saw some birds of prey. I got to have like a bit of an ocean trip out on the water in the bay, and that was really fun. I had an awesome time, and yeah, like I'm just really grateful. And also, I have one of the most biggest and awesome things coming up within the next 7 days, or 5 days now. 4 days. Yeah, 4 days is when my second daughter's being born. So I'm like so freaking happy at the moment with life in general.
Well, it's good to have a positive mindset, especially these days.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I know that there's a lot of people with depression out there. There's a lot of people that are going through hard times, you know. It's not always easy. And
yeah, and the times are not getting easier.
Yep, I agree.
It was getting worse.
Multiple fronts. I've been saying this because we are. You think about it now. When you think about it, it's these things that are adding to that one side and just leaning us down and down like a seesaw on the other side. It's like, yeah.
And Miss Worm says, congratulations on your upcoming happy event. Woo!
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Like we're so freaking happy. And my daughter, who is 9 at the moment, my daughter is so happy that she's having a little sister. So that's really awesome. And we're extremely
Yay! Congrats.
Yeah, like I don't speak about family and personal stuff. Like even this topic is one that I don't speak about, like my kids on the internet for specific reasons. Obviously, you guys know how dangerous the internet can be. So it's not, I don't speak about family too much and that type of thing.
Yeah, we just say it on this stream all the time. We always talk about our stuff on ShadowScoutSwede that we never talk on our own channel. What's with that? I just noticed that. I do that too.
I know. I've even like I've had a little bit of liquor on ShadowScoutSwede before even and that type of thing. So,
yeah, and you never do it on your own channel.
No way would I do it on my own channel.
I know, right? All right, we're so comfortable over here. It's like, oh yeah, this is
because I've been live here more than I've been on my own channel. That's also why. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel more at home here than I do on my own channel, which is so weird, right? Like, so
yeah,
it's a big compliment.
Oh yeah, GP, just make yourself at home here, right?
Well, that's what Shadow said. He said that this is like the living room as well as, and then we come up to the elevator and we're in his lounge. And then when we're in his lounge, after being up in the elevator, we must make ourselves feel at home. So then I do, and then so you can't judge me for doing that.
I'm just laying down on the couch here.
And by the way, Beat Savage has a good point. Yeah, but go through the hard time. Positive people see solutions, and negative people only see problems. And that's so true.
The thing is, so it also, like, I think that it's become so easy for us to also like get lost in our own kind of thoughts and stuff, and sometimes problems. There's always another problem. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that are going wrong in our lives as well, but it's also important for us to see silver linings. And I'm not somebody that's ever been, I've had horrible things that I've been through, but I've never been depressed, and I've never understood what depression is like. And I can say that because I know that depression exists, and there are people that experience depression. I think I'm too silly and I don't know, like, I'm too much of a clown in some ways, to be quite frank with you guys. Like, I'm very joyful a lot of the time. Like, I don't, the world is too sad and too like broken for me. If I start like actually focusing on things that will bring me down mentally, then I could end up being in a depressed state. But it's like, if I do, I don't know if I'd be able to pull myself out of that either. You know what I'm saying? So the only option for me to do is to try and be happy. And as I said earlier, I don't think I've got a good enough memory to remember the things that people have done against me for like a long term. You know what I mean? Like, I saw somebody in the shops today in the grocery store that has actually, we've got some beef type of thing. And just when I saw him, he's now got a management job at one of the local retail stores, and I was happy for him, you know. And he was almost like taken back by the fact that I didn't want to cause him any harm. I didn't want to, you know what I mean?
Water under the bridge, as they say.
Yes, absolutely, CR. And like, that's the thing. When I saw him today, I said congratulations on the job, and he was so taken back by the fact that instead of me being like aggressive in the situation or something like that, I was honestly just happy for him. You know, like, I don't want to try and hold on to things. And he tried to sabotage a previous job of mine, and now he's got a job there. And like, not in a million years would I do the same thing, because then it's just going to continue that cycle of karma. And I'm okay with
I know,
just
it just spirals down.
Yes, exactly. So I'm just leaving it as it is. I'm happy for him, and I wish him the best. And everyone is different, absolutely. That's what I always speak about. Everyone is absolutely different. And people also just, I don't know, people expect too much of others sometimes. People should just accept people for where they're at, and that's a big thing. And I don't think that that's always something that happens either.
I always expect GP to talk here. Just kidding. GP here is like a human pulley. He's always trying to pull us back up.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know that I've actually been absent for the last 2-3 weeks, and I'm sorry about that, Shadow.
No problem. I understand.
No, I was gone for that whole Saturday. I wasn't even in at all. But it was
Yeah. It's just usually I try to make it at least pop in the even if I'm doing other things that evening, pop in here for a little bit. But over the last 2-3 weeks, I've just been like so busy with stuff. Like it's just been one thing after the other.
We understand. We understand. Real world comes first.
Indeed.
Also, here's an idea, Shadow. I know that there's only at the moment we've got 4 people watching, right? If you wanted
Yeah.
to increase, like people watching, I would give you a recommendation. You can take it or leave it, type of thing. But what I would suggest, and that's what I'm going to be doing when I do have like my studio in the next month or two, when it's finally set up.
The studio that he keeps talking about, but we haven't seen any sign of light about. Oh, my lighting's not good, guys. That's why my
The
camera's
mystery
off.
studio.
Yeah. Excuses. Just
I
kidding.
know, it's bad. Like actually, I've got a bookshelf that I'm getting, and then I'm going to do a bit of a repaint, and I've got some lighting coming in. Like it's just.
Of course.
No, it's because I've been wanting to, but like a big.
Well,
event,
no, wanting to, it doesn't mean anything. You got to do.
No, wait. So my suggestion for you, Shadow, was to have a sort of
like a topic
for the Shadow. Like every Saturday when we do the Shadow,
That's what I ask him all the time. I'm like, oh, what's the topic for this Saturday? And
Yeah,
he's
but
like,
I have
"Today,
problems to
books."
find their topic.
No,
We talk about summer
there are so
last
many
time.
different topics. Like there are so many different topics that you could. You should take like a couple of hours one day, a few hours, and just write down topics that you think would be like maybe for this evening. This is what I would do. You can absolutely copy it if you like. So
Yeah,
this,
where it's
for example,
focus.
yeah, like you would do. Is this a water prepping stream, or we speak more about shelters, or it can be one of those things where you get more about bug out bags, or you can speak about.
Just warn me if you're talking about food, so I can eat beforehand. Just saying. Just in case. I want to get that memo beforehand. That'd be nice.
Exactly, and then like what will happen is that certain people will be more attracted to certain stream topics, and if
well,
that's
you
the
see it as
topic
the title, right, or in the description that this,
Yes.
and you say it over and over again, so it's like this is the primary focus of it.
Yeah, you bring it back. If the topic does weigh a bit, that's perfectly fine. But you have a way of kind of every hour on the hour or something like that. You have just a recap or something, or you do a little bit of a, I don't know. I'm not going to say.
As people come in and out of the stream, people will add their opinions, so the conversation won't become stale.
Yeah.
Because that's the way Shadow Scouts look. That you guys had like a whole bunch of people in now, and then other people will join. Like that's how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, it's never stale when GP's here. It's always fresh.
Yeah, it's always fresh.
Yeah, fresh like the water, right?
Yeah, like this Burger King soda I'm drinking at the moment. I'm not even kidding.
Have it your way, as they say.
No, I was actually so Burger King isn't a franchise that's been around in South Africa for very long, right? So I've had it before and it was okay, and then the other day GP had Burger King and he was like,
"Is it that cold there?"
Burger.
He's wearing a hat.
Yeah, it's really cold. No, it's super
how
cold.
Okay, how cold is it? What's the temperature there?
Baby, just Google it.
What's the temperature right now?
Yeah, but anyway.
No, I don't need to. It's 14 degrees.
Celsius. Yeah, you guys, you also use
That's
Celsius.
about 54
Oh boy,
Fahrenheit.
that's hot.
That's about 54, 55 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he said that the Burger King he had was really nice, and then my mom also had Burger King the other day, and my mom's not really one for like takeaways, and she said that it was really nice. So today when we were out in town because we were buying some stuff for the hospital, we got lunch at Burger King, and I was like so disappointed because everybody had been building up this freaking burger, and it was just so bland and average.
No, it's the type of cheese that they use. So they use like an artificial cheese, And I'm trying to lose weight at the moment. And I actually have been losing weight. I've been doing the intermittent fasting and doing a whole bunch of workouts since the beginning of the year till now, like a lot.
Oh yeah, the
And
tire.
yeah, no, not just the tire. That's the
Are you
tire.
getting tired
Like,
of it?
no, I have two here. No, the thing is, it's not. I do a whole bunch of variation of workouts as well, so that I can work out different parts of my body and stuff. But going back to the artificial cheese thing. So Burger King uses this very artificial tasting cheese, and it's actually really delicious. Like, I know I shouldn't.
It's like plastic.
It's so bad for you probably as well. I'm not saying something bad about Burger King.
You know, Forehaven Farm would actually say something. Probably he'd say something right here. I know he would.
It's still having around.
No, he's not around. He's not around.
No,
right now.
he's not around.
He's been busy. I know.
Yeah, I believe he
I know,
is.
and so is Man City. both of them been busy too.
He says he's been busy, yeah. He says.
Oh, by the way, GP, I actually have the same hat color as you. I swear it looks the exact same.
What's the same hat?
Yeah, like the color looks very similar.
It might be your one. It might be.
Does it say made in Canada? No.
Does it?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, this is I like browns. I like earthy colors and stuff like that. So, like, always try
I mean, I got a gray wool hat I like during the winter.
I've also got a grey wool hat. And then that's the hat that Kay, I'm being serious. That's the hat that Kay got for me.
Yes, I bought it for
Is
him.
she gonna make an appearance
where
here
it
again?
is, bro. Go ahead, ask him where it is right now.
Is she gonna wave at us or something?
No, man, I'll say hello. It's very cold, and I'm like very bloated because I'm very pregnant. So I will not be showing
Well,
my
at least we
face.
saw a hand. Okay, that's
Yes,
a good
you
gesture. That's a good gesture.
puffy hand.
works.
Oh, can I show you something really cool? Pass your mouse here for a second. So, sweater.
No, be careful
So,
with
like,
it.
You know what that is, CR?
A wheel.
No, what type of mouse that is?
A gaming mouse.
Yeah, but
Well, yes.
what type of mouse is this? That's actually like the best mouse for 2022. It's the Razer Ultimate.
Okay.
No,
Here we go.
It's the
Razer Ultimate Viper.
Razer Ultimate Viper.
Whoa.
It's
for this
very
year.
cool.
But it was
How many buttons are on it?
It was.
Oh no, that's the thing. It's only got the 7. It's the
Only has 7.
Yeah, it's
Only
like
7, everyone. Only 7.
No, there's some of the mouses that have like ridiculous amounts of.
Oh no, there was this one that looked insane, dude. There was one of them that was like that had like this whole like almost like a whole wheel
Okay, Miss Worm.
all around it on the side. It was insane.
Yeah, so it's very awesome. And it was
They're
a birthday
asking,
present.
is that Bluetooth?
Yes, yeah, it's wireless.
Yeah, wireless Bluetooth mouse. Yeah.
Well, not Bluetooth, but
And then I use a very simple one, I use a.
GP's got wired.
Yeah, I've got a wire.
Look, it's wired.
Also, I wanted to show you. So I got this in Plettenberg Bay. Like, I don't know if you'll see
My
it
mouse.
Like,
How come you never showed this on your channel?
how come?
Oh,
Where did Scott go?
We just lost him there. Oh my gosh, he disconnected. He
I'll
probably
show you
pushed the
that.
button.
Now we can do
Can you see it
anything
properly
we want
there?
on his channel, guys.
All right,
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
It's like that anchor, like a. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
The steering.
All right. There he is.
I just pushed the wrong button.
Whoopsie.
What did you mean to push?
Push the wrong mouse button. That happens sometimes. But I'm back.
Say that again?
Mm.
Oh.
Okay, Shadow, you do all the talking now. We did. Me and GP did the talking for the last 30, 45 minutes straight. Again.
Contributed.
Yeah, even Kate.
Even she did. Even she said a bunch of words.
I
She even
bet.
showed her mouse. Come on. And her hand. Come on.
And my hand. Yes.
I know she had a hand in this.
So, Shadow.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's clever.
Nice.
So, Shadow, do you hear what we're saying about having a generalized topic? No pressure to do it, but it's just a suggestion.
It's just something that helps people feel more comfortable when they come on.
Like
I've noticed once one person comes on, then other people feel more comfortable to come on because then there's something to talk about, because then
big
there's
conversation, right?
Yeah,
conversation starters and stuff like that.
And
whatever it is.
Don't mind joining, and then there's not that shy feeling, because I'm telling you, there's a very shy feeling. If it wasn't for GB, I would never join any live streams ever. But yeah, if you have a topic, then it makes it oh, that's something I know about or something I like.
There's a question from B Savage.
Oh, proper 9 months. I'm going in for my C-section on Wednesday. And my due date was the 30th of this month. So I'm right there.
Yeah, a few days away.
Super pregnant.
And all the best on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm scared, but I shouldn't be, but I am. But I know I don't need to be.
Well, it's a normal feeling, especially when you haven't done it before. So it's scary.
No, that's the thing is I have done it. That's why I'm scared, because this time I know what to expect. The first time around, I was just kind of well, I'll take it as it comes. And now I know that it's going to suck. The recovery is going to be terrible. I know it's going to hurt. I know all the bad stuff that's going to come along this time around. Yes, no, had to be packed.
Yeah, so this is the reason, because look, there's a lot of topics that I can speak about regarding prepping and regarding survivalism as well. There's topics that are
ramble about it day after day, night after night, week after week, whole year.
See? Give me something to talk towards, and oh boy, then
Yep.
Well, that's why I decided to come up with the books and for preppers.
Yes, the books
for today, but
yes, and then you can put that then you would be able to, just for an example for next stream, if the books were something that you wanted to do today, you could have chill and chat Saturday, open bracket books, close bracket, as simple, straightforward as that. But then it would be a guideline for that chat.
Yeah,
but
and you can bookmark it.
It's your channel.
Best books or something,
best survival books.
Catchy.
Yeah. Because I can tell you that there are some really, really good books out there, and also not just that, but
you'll be amazed the suggestions people come up with.
Having a library,
might be something you don't think about.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's different things from different people's opinions. Those books on so computers for dummies and woodwork for dummies, and those I'm not even joking. Those books, there's a whole that series. You might be familiar with it, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Computer for Dummies, CSS for Dummies, Java for Dummies.
Now, the reason why I say that those are such good prep books, right, is because they show you the introductory elements to different crafts that could absolutely benefit you in terms of SHTF scenarios, such as carpentry, such as gardening, a lot of things that people should have a basic grasp on already, as
and doing right now, right? And practicing and experiencing it right now.
I've got it. I can't tell you how much fun I've got. This whole. I told you earlier a little bit about the gardening, but I've got myself nice soil. I've got a good amount of.
He's getting third time ever. Nice.
I know. I've been doing a lot. That's why I said
I've got a little bit earlier.
What's that?
I was pruning earlier. My tomato actually started its first flower.
Awesome. Nice.
I know. I was expecting it in July, not this early.
Do you have something that it can latch on as it grows up? Are you going to be tying it up, or are you going to be hanging it?
I'm not have to think about it because it's not at the next level on the trellis yet. So
okay,
I'll have to. Well, because I know that the tomato, once it grows, once it fruits, it's gonna weigh it down more, right? Because obviously the fruit's not gonna start weighing it down. So there's
a method that you can use that you might want to look at, where they do the hanging method, where you are obviously you might have seen it a bit before, but it's very interesting, and they use these. It's like a clip, and you get them from Amazon for very cheap. Like super cheap, and then you use these clips and you tie them onto a piece of string, and you can move the clips as the tomato plant grows higher. You can shift up the clip like to a higher point as well. If you just look around on YouTube and research and stuff, and you'll find it eventually at some point. If you look up how to hang tomato plants.
I mean, I haven't got the mulch on the ground for it, even though it's been seasonal here. We're getting rains and sun. Actually, it rained last night, and I'm getting a little bit of sun this afternoon, which is good.
Thank you to Nicole and B Savage for for engaging as well in the conversations. Like it's always great.
I am reading the comments every so often.
Yeah, no, it's good. I've always got them open. Also, I read the B Savage's comments. Give me DR because
I
of
saw that comment. I saw it too.
When somebody's going through like that.
Oh yeah. No, I will be proper numb. I'm excited for just not having to feel much. It's very comforting to know that I won't be in pain.
Yeah, it's
at least not during the birth. The after parts will be, that's just healing.
Indeed.
Yeah. There's differences. Well, I don't even want to get into. I don't like speaking about gender these days, like specifically in public and stuff, because gender has become almost like religion and politics.
Like people get offended.
No, but I understand why. I understand that it is actually a topic where, you know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say about it. Like, I don't tread on that water very easily.
That's why I always say they, us, we.
Yes. It's better to. It's
yeah.
Avoid it altogether.
Yeah.
No, out of respect as well.
Exactly. People, us, those kind of words. Even when I'm talking in the chat or paraphrasing what people are saying, I say they a lot more.
Yeah.
No, I do understand it. I think that things just naturally change through the world, and sometimes, like, it's just, there's so many people kind of have the whole tribalism thing. And then a lot of people will always have different groups for different things and stuff like that. But I just try to, I love people enough to try and be understanding to people, so that I'm not going to be, I'm not going to ever say something that will make a specific person feel a certain way just because of who they are. Like, just be yourself. That's all I ever ask of people. I would a million times more chill with somebody of any sort of either demographic or culture or disability or whatever. I don't give a damn who they are. If they have the ability to, have a bit of a chat with me or that type of thing, that's all that matters. That's really all that matters. It's just communication and being able to talk.
And to answer your question, B Savage, it's another girl. So you had 2 boys and I have 2 girls.
And I'm actually 1 year older than your oldest son. So I'm 37 at the moment.
What? I almost thought I heard 77.
No, 37.
What do you think of me? Think I'd rob the grave?
I didn't imply that, by the way.
Well, I'm 51.
Well, you look extremely good, and 51 is still young if you think about it. If you look after yourself, you've only just gone past the halfway mark. You still have plenty of life still to live. You can live until you're 90 if you look after yourself and if you have a good diet, and so that's another 40 years. And by the time that you get to 40 years time, who knows where science and medical science will be. So life expectancy every single year it grows and gets more increased. So
maybe one day you can upload yourself.
You could potentially, by the time in the next 40 years, I wouldn't be too surprised if you were able to upload yourself, which is a whole different topic. That's definitely a topic for a stream, is technology, like in terms of prepping, some technology and how technology could also go wrong, but then also which technology can we use as preppers that would,
Why don't you do a stream on it then? A video on it then?
What do you mean? I could absolutely talk about this stuff. Do you know what I
don't
do?
You mean what? Oh,
there's so many channels that do this, right? CR. You know what the funny thing is, right? There's so many channels that are able to just do a video on them talking, and that's okay for them. And their channels keep growing, and they do well. And they literally just come on stream. They'll come on to not a stream, but they'll do a pre-made video, and they'll release it once every day or once every second day, and they just put themselves talking, and that's good enough, and that's okay. But I could never...
that would work for you too, right? That would work for you too. You like talking.
No, I couldn't. I don't like...
whatever. Oh, now he's saying he can't talk.
He's
doing it right now.
No, I don't know. I just don't think I'm important. And I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but I don't think I'm important enough. And I don't think that I'm more special than... I think that there's more people that have more interesting stuff to say than I do. And I'm not even joking about it. That's how
I thought you were Mr. VIP.
No, I joke about being egotistical and stuff like that, but I'm actually very shy and introverted person.
Oh, so a very introvert person. Okay, I got you.
I'm also introverted, so...
So you see, that's how Shadow and I get along, because we're both like introverts. So we're more the type that'll sit quietly in the corner, be mysterious,
Yeah. The quiet ones are the most dangerous ones.
You see, CR?
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, that's it.
Welcome, James. Good to have you here.
Good to see you, James.
Hi, James.
And thanks for the thumbs up.
Yay.
What is an ambivert? That's interesting. I've never come across that.
Ambivert it means that you are both extrovert and introvert. So,
like ambidextrous between introvert and extrovert, I guess. That would make sense, yeah. And the word would make sense. That's interesting. I think, yeah, maybe, you enjoy public and you enjoy that, socializing and chatting, but you also enjoy the times where you can be alone. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, it's very rare that I want those times to be alone, but I do enjoy them very little bit. So I definitely, as CEO was saying, unfortunately more on the side of being a chatterbox.
Time and time again. I thought I was muted. Never mind.
Oh, you were
I
thinking...
thought I muted myself. Oh, oops, my bad. I apologize.
See, but no, really, I don't know. I just whatever. The other day I went on a live stream, and I did get knocked down a bit in a way, because I was eating peanuts with my mouth closed though. But I was eating peanuts, and somebody didn't like that I was eating something on stream, and they actually said something in the chat, and it had been somebody that I'd interacted with plenty of times before, and they just came up and said, that it's not a...
No, but it was very weird the way they did it.
Yeah, very personal attack.
I wouldn't say personal attack, but I would say they were looking for something to say, something negative. The way it came across, I don't know, it was very strange.
You know, I can hear that mouse clicking, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. But I do hear it, though. So he mutes himself now.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
Do you see what
Sorry, it's because I'm not playing a game.
Oh, yeah. No, as long as I feel like, as long as it doesn't interfere in the conversation too much. Because it'd be like static or like people cutting in and out or talking over each other and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, now
Sorry, I saw that you were both going to say something there.
Oh, okay.
So instead of that, I'll talk. So, what I was going to say is that it is unfortunate that happens sometimes, and also the fact that everybody is almost so ready to be offended these days. Like everybody's already so like it's like they're waiting to be offended. Like people want to be offended. Like they want you to say something, and they'll be like, "Oh, you know what? You said this, and I don't like you because you said this or something." You know what I'm saying? It almost feels like that. Like people want a reason to feel, "Hey, that was unfair," or "That's injustice," or "How dare you say that?" Or you know what I mean? It feels that
rude. Oh, sorry.
It really
that was
does.
kind of rude of me to interrupt.
No, what did you say when you interrupt? I don't mind if you interrupt. Just speak more clearly so I can make
No.
sense.
I was being sarcastic about it.
What did you say?
I was saying and being rude and interrupting. I was being sarcastic. Hence, that's why I use a different tone of voice, so you get that idea.
Do you hear what I'm saying, though? Do you agree with me, CR, that people are like way more likely to be and Shadow? Do you guys agree with me that people are more likely to be upset these days? Like that people get offended pretty quickly, like across the world.
Yeah, I think so. If I compare now in 30, 40 years ago, it was a lot different compared to now. I think people get more offended these days than they did 30 or 40 years ago.
Well, that's because also the line of communication is more broad now, right? We're talking on here. It's not like times before we're talking in front of people. Maybe a phone, maybe in a freeway chat on a phone at best. Or at a get-together. Now we're getting together virtually and such and such.
Yeah, so it leaves more, that's the thing. So it leaves more room for people to be upset as well. Like Shadow, I think it's golden that you do this. You actually, when it comes to the way that you do your streams, I might be doing like one on a Friday evening or something when I do start doing like one a week.
About time.
I know, but I know I should.
One
right?
this year, and we were on there. I was like, oh yeah, GP's on live with us, and I'm like, oh, what? I haven't even seen one for like ever. I'm almost forgetting the last one.
I know. I don't know. Like, it takes. I feel that where my channel's at the moment, that people deserve better, and I'm being serious about that. I feel that because of the length of time that I've had my channel up, that people deserve to have a better experience when I do streams, and that I deserve to, and I feel that it would be fair to myself and to people that are subscribers of mine to.
Yeah, but people just do impromptu streams.
No,
I see it as titles, and this is an impromptu stream.
No, but I just feel like having a more professional outlook, having a professional style to it is something that I would just like to have. And it doesn't take much. It's not like I've got like a bad setup right now, right? Like, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
No,
So-
he's gonna talk about the lighting. It's like, oh, the lighting's bad here, guys, again.
No. No. If you look behind me, right? So the way that I want to do it is where I'm going to have like the wall's going to be dark, and then I'm going to have the bookshelf at the top, and I'll have my channel symbol behind me somewhere, and I'll have better lighting. Like right now, even the way that I'm sitting, if I have a mark as well, I want to get like a standing mark, and then I'll do more things like present more, updates, dated stuff, and that type of thing. But it's just like where my channel is at the moment. This is the same setup that I've had like for the longest time. So even though I've got a good cam and everything like that, whatever, like it's just I feel that I want to provide people with something better. And
Well, yeah, but I've seen people do audio only streams too, or a type of audio podcast. I know a few channels out there that do that.
Yeah, that's fun. And that can be that's perfect. That's all you need to do.
They
You
do
don't need
improv. They're allowed every
just-
Sunday.
Yeah, but details matter to me a lot. Details are
back to the details.
Yeah, no, I'm being serious. Details. So like having that type of thing, it's just I want to always provide to other people what I would like. I want to like I don't know. I just think that I
Hey,
want to
Thor.
try.
Good to see you.
Oh,
brother.
see, I was talking about Thor earlier. He's just like, oh
Look,
yeah,
We
here
talked
see him,
about
I'm coming
you,
in.
Thor.
Look at that though.
We thought you were
Just
busy.
before we introduce
He's not
the
MIA.
Mr. Handsome himself. Before we Look
It,
at right?
Oh,
I've been working outside hard and getting stuff done. Like, unfortunately, like weekends are just our go time now for getting stuff done and getting projects
well, it's
done.
summertime.
But it started pouring rain, so we're like, nah,
Well, that's it.
yeah, we'll call it for a day. So, how are you guys been doing?
All right.
That's great.
Oh, guess
I'm
what? Guess
I'm glad it's raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you getting some sun out there too this week?
Not much. It's been more rain than sun lately, so which is good for getting all the seeds germinated. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Is it soaking in the ground quite nicely? Are you getting like pouring rain too much?
It's been a lot of the gradual over.
That's better. That's better
Yeah,
over time.
yeah. Rather
That's
than
much better.
like,
yeah, because you get that runoff, and then it's going down the road, whatever, and
Yeah.
it washes the soil away much quicker.
exactly. Thankfully for us, we don't have any slopes on the property, and we're all sand. So even if we get huge downpours, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you don't see many puddles, or it's not
No,
puddling
no.
on top of your garden and stuff like that.
No,
Usually that's
exactly.
not a
So
good- yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you got like tomatoes and the leaves are touching the ground, and the next thing you know, it's just like, why do I got blight on this?
yeah, exactly.
That purple. Yeah.
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 How long does your whole rain season last for though? Like do you guys get like a couple of months, or is it not so bad?
We don't really have a rainy season. We have
a construction season though.
we just have construction season and winter.
You only have one season that's good for construction.
Yeah.
Is that really it?
But no, not really a rainy season. We get rain during the whole spring summer,
and
fall.
summer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, a little less in the fall. It's usually around this time of year we get a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
think
we
that
get-
that is? Do you think it's possibly a reason why Canadians are such happy people though? Is because of the fact that you have so much time to not have to be working in construction?
It would be nice. I like there's in Quebec here, there's one where it's like 2 weeks construction has to shut down and they go on vacation. So it's like if you want to travel, that's the time to do it during those 2 weeks when there's not as much construction.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I think that that's something where, like, for prepping, I know that that's something where you guys also have a whole different way of prepping, right? Because you have to for requirements. And it's not only that, but prepping is like passed down through like generations too, because of the climate. When you're in colder climates, like you learn the skills to adapt to those cold climates when you're in them too. So I know that there's like a whole different field of understanding.
Oh
that.
yeah,
learn
just like
about
the video
layering.
you put out, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I forget the name of the title. The 10 plants or garden things for colder climates. Yeah. Shameless
Yes, that-
plug
yeah.
for 4
Yeah.
here.
Yes, that is this week's video from Thor.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot different because we kind of get jealous sometimes watching everyone down south and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
where
grown
bananas and pineapples and
mangoes,
like oranges, and it's like
zone 9, zone 8.
Yeah, we are very lucky here in South Africa as well. Like we don't get, specifically where I'm at, we never see snow at all, and we hardly get any rain. And all year round, it's like a summer season. It's like a
there's
nice,
definitely some food growing somewhere.
yeah, all the time, like all year
right.
round. It's doing, and the thing is, I can't even imagine what you guys have to deal with when you have like snow come and destroy plants, because nothing like that happens here. If we look after our plants, for the most part, they'll be okay. You wanted to say it, Thor?
It's brutal too, though. I was just out today, and we had a strong wind yesterday and today, and I went out, and a couple more apple trees and pear trees, like they had some damage from the winter. So the snow, as it melts, it kind of latches onto branches and pulls it down with it. So as it
the wet
melts,
snow.
it breaks the branches. So we
Yeah, wet
had
snow's
some that
bad.
we didn't cover, and they were broken, and we tried to tape them up and see if, and they started doing okay. And then this wind came, and like all the branches are again. So it's like, son of
But
a.
that's part of gardening and that stuff, right? I
Yeah.
always expect that to happen. That's why they always say plant more, increase your quantity.
And
Yeah.
grow and greenhouses as well. That's why you have the greenhouse projects that you do, Thor. Like,
Yeah.
because then that's obviously an alternative for that, a way to
Oh,
combat
exactly. If I could get that heated through the winter, one of these years, that would be amazing. Because then, maybe we could start doing oranges or lemons or that kind of thing. So,
that.
yeah.
There's not much, obviously, just from being able to get other fresh fruit and vegetables as well. But there's nothing as awesome as just being able to go out and grab something that you grew yourself and go.
Well, yeah, like,
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's just it.
I feel like nibbling on some green onion now.
Is that what you? Yeah, that's what you got growing at the moment as well, Sia?
Well, I got some wild variety here. They're actually flowering right now, so you're seeing the purple grayish flower. Come on now. Okay, Ford, this is where you do all the talking. Me, GP, we done all the talking for the last hour. I might start losing my voice. I don't want to lose my voice here.
That's not good. You don't want to lose your voice.
I know. Then I can't stream.
No, that would be terrible if you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we've
that's
got most stuff coming up. So go ahead.
No, I was just mentioning about your backdrop being as awesome as it is. Like having a backdrop as well is something that I plan on having. But carry on, go for it now.
So that's what you want, right, GP? You want a backdrop like that?
Thor's style suits him perfectly for what he does as well, and it's got a lot of character. It's his personality that's portrayed there. And then I also just want to just want to do it in a way as well that isn't what it is now, because what it is now is just kind of like the lounge wall with the painting on it, and then like you see, and I've got my helmet there for that's
all good.
That's my decoration. It's like
It's your pretty face that counts, not what's behind you.
I appreciate you too, Thor. But the thing is that it's just like you'll see when it's ready in the next little while. And CR says like, oh, but you've been saying it for a while. The reason that I have been saying it for a while is because priorities right now, like you guys know my priorities. So obviously, like YouTube is important to me, but it's not like the main, priority. Like work, and absolutely first is family right now. So they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, not long, CR. I promise you. I'll be good and ready with my studio soon. And then
have you had time to work on it?
I have. You see, I've got these. The thing is that I keep wanting to do like just to essentially do like a paint, right? To repaint the wall itself into like a darker color, like a dark gray.
Yeah.
And then I'm wanting to get a bookshelf, but so I've been looking around online for bookshelves as well. like a nice bookshelf that I can hang. And I found one today at the farm that, fortunately, at the farm that we have, like the homestead, that's my wife's family. There's an awesome bookshelf there. So my wife's cousin's fiance is really good at carpentry as well. So he's going to be refurbishing that for me. So I'll have like a nice bookshelf. And I'll help him with that as a project, a bit of a project too, because I like doing like a bit of carpentry and handiwork and stuff like that.
That's cool.
So we'll be putting that up. And then I also want to get the symbol, which is my symbol like that, like the GP symbol. Like I want to get that like somewhere like where that painting is now. Like you can't even see what that painting is. That painting's a ship, a naval battle, like 2 ships fighting, but you cannot see that at all. Like I can do this maybe.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you.
Hi,
Oh, yeah.
Vanessa.
There you go.
Do you see what that is?
Yeah.
Like that it's 2 ships busy fighting. Like I love that painting, and it's a painting I've had for quite a long time. But
You should put him on solo so we can see him better.
No, don't do that.
he's like, I'm camera shy now. Never mind.
You see how great my icon looks, everybody?
No, but I want to see the picture. I can barely see the picture on the phone here.
Okay. All right. To be fair. All right. Wait. My big in the way. Do you see there? Like, it's one ship fighting another.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
you read,
Yeah, I
that's
can
what
see
I'm
that.
saying, like, that's what I'm saying, that I really need to improve it, and I will soon. I promise. And I mean,
It brings out your eyes.
2-3 months.
One ship ran out of rum, so
Indeed.
Yeah, I love pirates. I absolutely do. And coincidentally, my life, like in terms of I'm very much invested in the Sea Scouts. Like we actually look at like ways to survivalism and ways to like be able to survive and adapt to the ocean and the sea. Like it's amazing. Like how cool is that type of thing? So I love it. Like I still do plan on building a ship. I'd like to build a small, as people that have spoken to me.
You're making an ark? Sweet.
I'm not an ark. I'm not making an ark. I'm just making. Hello, Vanessa, by the way. Good to see you.
Hi, Vanessa.
Yeah, so that's a project for future. But I've been chatting enough. Go ahead, Thor. Thor
No,
and Shadow.
no. I want to keep hearing about this now.
You guys will see it. I don't want to talk too much about the project that I'm busy working on, but it's amazing, and I think that it's something that I've always wanted to do.
Sounds like it'll be very cool.
Yeah. And there's actually people that are starting to be more interested in it as well. That are also like, yeah, let's do it. Come on. So they're willing to help. They're
nice.
Like a good friend of mine that's got a perfect place for it as well. That's got a nice homestead, like a nice small holding, like a farm that's on the ocean as well. So it's right. I wish you could. You'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm very blessed.
So, question for you on that: you'll be building it out of wood, right?
Yes.
How are you guys for like a wood supply? Is it something that is, you can just go and get it or something, or is it like Iceland where very hard to come by?
The thing is, for the proper wood, for the wood that I actually would prefer to be using as well, you can't just like harvest the wood that's around here, because a lot of the wood that's around here is more pine.
Okay.
But I'm actually looking for wood that's extremely durable, and that's wood that is a little bit more costly too. But I'd rather, if I'm going to do something, I want to do it properly. That's why I say details are important, because I want to be able to do a ship that is going to last for an extraordinarily long time. And I've also been looking at methods and ways that people upkeep their ships, in terms of like docking it on like islands, on sand, on a bank, and then they like tip it, and then I forgot what it's called, but they've actually got a name for it. And then they take all the barnacles, because obviously that reduces the ship's speed in the water. So you've got to clean the bottom of the ship, and then that's where the whole ports, Tortuga, and that's where all of the islands and everything like that started to come about, was because they needed a place for their ships to kind of rest for a bit. Because obviously, if a pirate ship was lying on its side and one of the British Navy come along and see a pirate ship just lying there, you're wasted. You can do anything. But like so I found all of that extremely interesting, and all the different types of pirates. And I know it's like a very amateur thing, and I also love Marvel, which is also seen as like an amateur thing. But for me, like, I think it's really cool. And like I grew up on cartoons and on Marvel and DC and stuff like that. So I think you should strive to be a hero every day. You should strive to have those ideals and have those morals. And I really mean that. And you can try and achieve that.
This explains a lot. This explains a lot. I knew you were marvelous. And this explains so much. That shirt. Now we got 4 here. I'm like, oh, this all makes sense. It's like we're like a team.
So
maybe I
another question for you. You mentioned pine. You guys grow a lot of pine down there, or no?
Yeah, pine is a big one. Yeah.
Then you might have what we call malaise here. I believe it in English it would be larch.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say. And obviously, if I don't know, then I won't give a guesstimate, but I'll look it up quickly.
Yeah, if you write that down too, if you can get it. It's one that we use up here, and it's extremely good for. It's like cedar. It has no problem with the water, and it lasts a long time. So it might be a good one. I don't know if you already had wood picked out or not.
You said it's mallarch, right?
I believe it's called larch in English. We call it malaise.
Smiley.
Welcome.
Also, the nice thing about I see the larch, seeing as they are here as well. The thing, it's more northern hemisphere. The thing about that is that even when we're sharing ideas like this, the nice thing about the project that I'm working on is I wouldn't mind if other people also wanted to start building a ship. They're more, most welcome to. Like, it's something, you know what I mean? It's not something where it's like, oh, it's secret. You know what I'm saying? It's not like...
That's my idea.
It's not
that
like
everyone has had for centuries.
That's the cool thing
I'm
about it.
I'm going to build a floaty thing for the water. It's my idea.
Yeah, I think you see large Siberian. We've got a local, you see importers. No, I don't think we have large here.
No.
That's
one we try and use a lot for building.
Oh, look who we got in here. It's Ark Wildman. Look, he's in here. Ark, you should join us. I would love to have Ark come up here.
Okay.
Larch is ridiculously expensive. From the place where I buy wood from, like, you can see the price is ridiculous. Like, it's
up here it's pretty cheap because we have so much of it. So
yeah, I could imagine.
Yeah.
Like, it's supply and demand, That's the thing about it as well. And there's also transportation. I mean, transporting wood.
Yeah.
That's a whole different thing.
And that's the other thing that's funny too about ships. I don't love it, but it's funny watching any of those pirate movies, or like some of the old ones where like the Dutch Navy was taking on the Spanish or the French and all that, and they've got those ship battles, and the ship just sinks, like it gets hit and it goes. It's like it's made of wood. It doesn't do that. It like sits on the surface for a while. It doesn't just plunge to the bottom. It's not a metal ocean liner. It's a wooden vessel.
I know, but what, it starts puzzling me how they're able to keep battleships with all that weight.
Oh,
how they're able to float that, right? Like, I know that there's a lot of science behind it, and I just am super ignorant on how they get battleships to float. But I mean, even aircraft carriers, some of those extremely
carriers are epic. It's like
pointy.
It's amazing.
What always used to blow my mind when I was a kid was that this little pebble would sink, and this huge ship would float.
As long as you displace more water.
Yeah.
Then
it's just like a penny, right? You can actually make a penny float. You just have to displace more water.
Yeah.
The surface area.
Exactly.
There's no air gaps in between, whereas with wood there's lots. There's.
Okay, that's great, right? So I understand, kind of, right? But here's another one. Boeing, for example, like a huge airplane like that, a huge chunk of metal just shooting through the air on these jets that are underneath the wings, and somehow people have faith. I know.
It's gonna work, guys.
It's funny
why
too.
wouldn't it work?
When we were talking about the ships and that, and like the aircraft carriers, I forget what the movie was, but there was a movie where maybe it was like King Kong or one of those ones, and someone was doing a review on movies, and they're like an expert, naval expert or something like that, and they're like, okay, so how would that work if King Kong tried to sink an aircraft carrier? And the guy's like, yeah, maybe not. King Kong could probably stand on it and it wouldn't sink. It's like those things are so tough, it's crazy.
That's how much buoyancy control it has. That it just is.
It's just, yeah.
Well, they got watertight hulls and stuff like that too, right? So
they said like trying to sink an aircraft carrier would be one of the most difficult things to do.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I know.
Hey, Auslander, good to see you.
up?
brother.
What's up, boss? Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I wasn't born on a pirate ship.
Okay, you guys got all quiet here.
I'm just reading it.
Because I was doing what Auslander recommended, but I didn't want to do it.
Oh,
but you didn't do it out loud.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, you gotta
No,
show
we
it.
know.
Show
We
it.
know what it's gonna sound like now, so now we don't need to.
Yes, I've experimented. When I
We
saw
all
that
we all know
comment
what
come up,
happens. Ha ha.
Uh-huh.
I saw a comment come up from Auslander. It's good to see, by the way, Auslander. And
Yeah.
when I saw a comment come up from you, and it is a long one with like an explanation, as soon as I read "hold your tongue with your index finger," as soon as I read those five words, I was like, "Yep, that's going to be something that's like wrong." Yeah, man. You can pop up here as well if you want to, Auslander. It's always good to have a chat with you too, bro.
I want Art Wellman to come up here. I'd like to hear from him too.
I know there's been so many good people that have been in and out of the chat here this evening.
Well, for you, you always wanted to do a chat with us, so.
Yeah, he's the one with the new puppy that I showed you.
Puppy.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's how. That's so awkward, man. I don't know. I'm sure that you'd probably take that as a compliment. I'm sure you'd probably love the little one so much that that's a compliment as well. But yeah, it's the guy with the puppy. The art restoration school in Newport, Rhode Island is a fascinating place.
Oh, I bet.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that. That's really cool.
Yeah, that must be really cool.
Yeah.
Just some yachts that are out there, and like when people live on yachts, I think that's the coolest thing. Like when they're out there on the ocean for like a year at a time. I know YouTube takes me to strange places sometimes.
Oh, I so wanted to do that a number of years ago. I'd say it was like 6-7 years ago, basically, when I was in a different place in my life, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna buy a yacht, live on the yacht, and just do that. But it costs a lot to get that going.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And then also there's a certain amount of skill, like not like that. Like there's a deep level of skill to understand, to make sure how to like navigate at all times. I mean, there's technology that also compensates, but
no, I'm
there's
also
a lot.
sure that sometimes you really just want to be like on some land at home. Like I'm sure sometimes you'll really just miss like normalcy.
Maybe.
That's cool, Vanessa.
Absolutely. You'd get over it.
Sea legs, eventually you would prefer to. But I think it also depends on the person. I think some people are
I'm sure
more...
there are people who are passionate enough about it and love it. It's like,
and the thing with that is there's only places you can do it. Like if you want to live on a yacht year round in Canada, it's not possible. You gotta head down to like Florida, the Caribbean. You have to move to warmer locations to do that.
Or French Riviera.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
That's also a good place. I think. Do you know about rogue waves though?
Oh yeah, those are crazy.
Oh my gosh.
So that's like there's videos as well of like a rogue wave, and then it's just crazy how in some places in the ocean as well there can be just these giant, like the ocean's weird. It's got these some places where it's just almost like a whirlpool kind of effect. It's like almost like a sunken, like the ocean actually has almost an indenture in it. And you can look this up. Like it's like when I watched this, I was like, how is that possible? But then the rogue wave element, where you're out at sea and out of the blue, you can just experience
massive wave just comes
this.
out of nowhere.
Yeah. So.
Oh my god, I've had.
I can only imagine. Like, I used to do a ton of kayaking and did my level 2 kayak course. So we went out on different areas and different situations, and most of the time we were inland, waters, rivers. I went out on the St. Lawrence once, and then I went out into Lake Ontario once, down southern Ontario, Prince Edward County. And it's crazy because if you go from an inland lake or a river or something like that to suddenly you go to a Great Lake, Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, Lake Superior, that change is unreal. It's like suddenly you've gone from this ho-hum kind of thing to this living, breathing entity that allows you to be there. And if it doesn't want you to be there, you're not going to be there. So going from like a Great Lake to the ocean, I can just imagine the difference in the power and the energy that is there. Did I get too weird on that? I think I might have.
No.
No, well, when it comes to the ocean, I don't think you can get too weird. I think that when it comes to an element as powerful as that, like you like, so this is the perfect time to cue in what I was talking about. Also, so last weekend I went for a business trip to another area and I'll try and make this summarized. So I went to a trip for business to a really nice hotel. We had a nice function and stuff, and you might have seen pictures, whatever about it.
Couple, yeah.
It's just that experience as well, and being out in the ocean at that side and seeing like the dolphins like pretty close to us, and seeing and then being on the other side, and we were pretty close to like a whole bunch of seals there, and like a great white shark, which is extremely awesome to see, like very close in the water, up like right next to the boat, like this giant great white shadow like moving, and then later on in the same day we were up at the top, and then like we could see the great white like from the top, and it was just the way that it was like moving in the water, and the size of it and the magnitude and the way that it moves just so almost gracefully for something so like destructive at the same time. But yeah, it was amazing, and being out on the sea as well like that is definitely something that there's something to it. There's definitely something to that feeling of like freedom, just like when you're not landlocked, when there isn't land around you all the time, and you're out there. So yeah, building a ship is something that I definitely want to do, but I also understand that the ocean is something that needs to be respected greatly. If you mess with the ocean, I used to surf quite a lot, and like if you mess with the ocean badly, it can be there can be dire consequences for people that don't take the ocean seriously. And never turn your back on the ocean is another thing, but there's more to that too. But like, yeah, it's incredible, and I can't wait to start that project. But I've spoken enough now, so that's fine. I'm good.
I'm taking a break now. Rambling, Guardian.
Continuously rambling.
Yeah, well, Guardian always has good things to say.
Yeah, I can't wait till you start making progress on that, and I can't wait to see how that comes about. Same with the studio; that'll be great to have that done. Oh, that was one of the things I was going to mention too. The studio. I don't know if you've thought about it or you're set on your space, but I've seen a lot of people now using corners. So for example, they'll take a corner like this and make that their studio. So you can sit in the corner and come out like 3 feet on either side of the wall with some new painting, like paint the wall a certain color or put on some pine or wood. But basically their studio is this. And so you're able to use such a small amount of your house or a small amount of a room to make just a tiny little studio.
Yeah, you see that there are benefits to that, but the way that we've got it set up is that, like, my wife and I sit next to each other at the PCs, right? Because we both also do like online work as well. We also work for an international company. I won't give any specifics, obviously, but like it's you could say security to a degree.
Interpol.
No, it's not that level. Not like that. No way.
No, stop it. Stop it.
No, I'm not that smart. You know I'm not.
You work for the WEF, don't you? World Economic Forum?
Oh, wow. I know that guy's an arc villain, right?
Oh my God. He just needs his little white cat. Yeah,
no, really. Okay, listen, for real.
Yeah.
If you've seen that guy speak about things and the way that he speaks about things and
his
what he
outfits too. It's like, yes. Oh, like he just needs his white cat, and you know, I'm expecting Daniel Craig to show up any minute, and like, you know, something to happen.
Yeah. Well, I guess that is nice and sweet dreams to wish that he would drop it.
You know, start hearing black helicopters and stuff, and you know.
Yeah, black. Following the surfing for a while. He used to. I've never really.
I do know.
I'm sorry if I'm missing something there.
No, I know a little bit about it, but it's not like something where.
I remember surfing back when Kelly Slater was like surfing. And
yeah, that is
like,
long ago.
That was long ago. Like that's when I cared about it.
Yeah, that's. I definitely don't view like countries as factions and tribalism as you know what I mean? Like I would never
super about the rugby, hey.
You could in Australia. Like, this is just something quickly.
Australia,
so like,
New Zealand, and South Africa, and their rugby. Oh my gosh,
that's huge.
They will. The All Blacks. Everybody knows that the All Blacks are like, and All Black fans are like the aggressive ones.
Diehards. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and then also the English.
The South Africans, they will also start a fight about their rugby.
Oh, it's like going to the UK and watching. I'm trying to think.
The Green Street Hooligans. Are you speaking about the football there? Are you speaking about how passionate they are with the football?
I was going to say football, and then I was going to say soccer, and I'm going to say no. They call it football. No, it's soccer.
Rugby.
It's you know.
No, not rugby. Soccer.
Well,
football.
I mean, it's just like hockey here in Canada
rugby.
and the US.
Yeah, rugby.
See, I was right for once.
Yeah.
For once, I'm right. Yes.
But ice hockey, though, right? So.
Hey. You just watch yourself.
We do field hockey here.
We don't have ice, so we do field hockey.
And it's usually girls who play it.
We had also, yeah. So going back for a second, Oslander, I just wanted to say that like I would never be upset with you for another. I would never judge you on another Australian's actions, for example. You know what I mean? Like I hope that you don't see the same thing because South Africans have done interesting things.
Oh yeah, some South Africans are freaks.
Like Elon Musk. Like we've got like a lot of things. We've got a lot of people out there that are a bit strange, and the adverts and stuff like that. So like,
Hey, just look at our leader. Every country has strange.
you do remind me of your leader.
What?
I'm joking, man. That's,
No, I'm sorry.
Seriously,
Canada,
that like
Canada.
wow.
No, that's a massive insult. I know.
yeah.
I would.
I don't know how you guys ended up with that either.
But
Like,
I'm not wearing any sparkly socks at all.
Exactly.
Are there Canadians that actually support him? That's the
Unfortunately,
question.
yes.
So they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just seems like all the Canadians that like I have on Facebook, like they all seem to like hate him and think he's an idiot.
Look,
Yep.
I don't like politics much, right? I don't like politics much, and I do understand that it's all just basically, it's all just smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors. That's all it is.
I've seen like where he's on like a talk show and like there's these children that he's speaking to, and these children are like super indoctrinated about.
And he tells them which color to vote for.
Yeah, I think it's that clip. Yeah, that is insane. And I was like, wow, is that even legal? Like,
it's very unethical.
Yeah.
Putting it mildly. Yeah. I've never seen any other politician do that before.
Right?
Yeah. There's so many things that he's done where I'm like, wow. Like there's some other politicians I've hated in the past, but none have done the kind of unethical stuff that he has done.
Yeah, there's so much more to that. There's so much more to the things that are going on, and I think that like what's happening at the moment has to somehow be orchestrated, right? Like you'll hardly ever hear me talk about politics at all. But what I will say is that it's always the same tactics that both the left and the right use regarding like the US politics, the two-party politics as well. It's kind of like it's the far left and the far right are both crazy. Like it's extremists on both sides. That's why I think that having a moderate and being center and like understanding that there's good people on both sides.
No, there's benefits on both sides.
Yeah.
You can't just be like this cold arsehole, and you also can't just be like, well, it's everyone for themselves. You can't go.
It's funny. I could like deep dive into politics and left wing, right wing, and all that. Like I hate politics, but I love it so much. But for me, I take a look back at some of the other stuff that's been promoted kind of thing as right wing, left wing. Like for me, if someone says far right and someone says far left, well, what kind of ideals and what kind of ethics do they hold and what are they promoting? That sort of stuff. Where I'd look at it as more, if you take, for example, being far right and then far left, well, far right being anarchists, that sort of thing, and far left being communists. So on that scale from far right to far left, you have different levels of government control. So the more you go from no government to government would be kind of the political scale. Center us being, you want some stuff like police, you want the military, that kind of thing. But, you don't want government-owned businesses. So when someone says far right, far left, in the political sense of other things, it's weird because then you get into so many different ideals just in far left and far right. Whereas if you go on a scale of government control, then it's so much easier to follow. Probably lost everyone right there.
No, I haven't thought about it like that, but I get what you're saying. It's a very cool way to think about it.
Because if you go, let's say, far right, everyone kind of thinks of, the N-word that was dealt with Germany and World War II, that kind of stuff. Well, again, what kind of political following did they have? They were actually socialists. And the problem is socialism is a left-leaning thing. It's like right before communism. So to say that far right is that, it's like, okay, now you're getting into different political spectrums. You can't go from lots of government to less government, again to lots of government to full. So for me, I try and promote the right wing as no government, left wing as all government. It seems easier on a political spectrum.
You see, the thing is, no. You'll be surprised how much specifically my wife and I are invested in, and how we've been looking into, the Democrats, Republicans, like the way that the different parties are, like the difference between them, conservatives, like how the left and the right, what's basically happened
because
over
we
time.
don't have it the way you guys do in our country. Well, it's very different.
When we say you guys, we mean America. Like we don't
no, I mean like.
You mean Canada as well?
Yes, they
with
also
the
have they've also, well, not the two-party. I don't know if Canada has a two-party, but they also have like that distinct like left-right line.
Yeah,
we kind of do, not as distinct as the US, but we still do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have kind of 3 parties. You could say 4, but yeah.
Well, you see, the reason why we look at it as closely as we do is because the impact that it has, specifically the US, the impact that the US has on the rest of the world, you'd be foolish to think that it doesn't have like an enormous impact on everywhere else. And there are reasons for, if it wasn't for certain players on the world's kind of chessboard, there are countries in the world, I'm not saying my own, but there are absolutely countries in the world that could easily fall into places that have been overruled by authoritarian dictatorships and things like that. So for us, when we look at the US politics, it's not just that we're looking at the US politics from okay, let's see what's happening here. It's like, let's really understand exactly what the heck is going on, because the ripple effects will be absolutely consequential for everyone across the world.
It does.
So that's why we pay even more kind of attention to the politics in the US than we do even to our own, because of that. And I just wanted to say, CR, that that is really, really growing nicely. That's
awesome. Doing awesome. Those chives look yummy.
Yeah. No, that you can bring it up again, CR. Do you want to make it full for a while, Shadow? Just CR's camera there.
And the other thing, just to finish off,
that's a nice color.
Yeah, that's nice.
Beautiful. Look how bright that is.
Finish off a little statement, but you can say left wing and right wing, but there are left wing and right wing governments that will control you the exact same way. So again, it's like one wants to control you by limiting certain powers on one side and taking them. The other one wants to limit certain powers and take them in a different way. So it's, again, I see it all as a government control on a scale, less and more. Look at that. So nice to grow that stuff out west.
Yeah, nice color too.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't notice that I had that other one. I didn't take a look into it right now. I'm like, oh wait, it actually did flower.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
Auslander.
support the Green Party. I mean, yeah.
Green Party has some good stuff, but it's like, again, they're extreme
No, I meant
left-wing.
green as in nature. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted there for a second. Sorry, that is random. I was actually I was trying to show you something like with my heirloom, with the heirloom seeds at the moment.
Oh,
with
what you got?
The ones that I've got planted. So I've got a whole bunch of the beans, different herbs here specifically, like coriander, and like parsley. But what I'm actually trying to look for is, well, I just wanted to show you. So I'm going to be going through some of these. It's quite a lot of the packets as well. And they're all the heirloom variety because I try to only do the heirloom seeds for the most part. And there's, if you just give me 1 second, I'll try and find it quickly. But when you were showing those flowers last year, that's the reason why I just wanted to show through this as well. And then I'm also going to be trying to plant new beds. That's why I'm so excited about gardening.
Hey, Guardian, you mentioned parsley. I don't know if you can get salad burnet down there, but it's a good replacement for parsley. It's a perennial. You can eat it in place of parsley, so basically use it the exact same as parsley, but it is also a hemostatic agent as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
So it improves blood flow?
What's that?
So it improves blood flow?
No, it does not improve blood flow. So like if you have a wound or a cut, you basically crunch it up and throw it on that wound. So then it starts clotting.
That's awesome.
It's the opposite, yeah.
Yeah. We're growing it, a whole bunch of it here on the property. So not only can you eat it, you can use it as a hemostatic agent, but then the flowers come out and the pollinators love it too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear for. I wonder what GP's doing right now.
Why? Because I've gone quiet.
No, because I hear like packaging, like he's like digging out seeds. Like I gotta show them the seeds so they can see it.
I've got some nice sunflower seeds as well that I'm going through here that I might end up planting too. Like
I got one planted. Right. I showed it just a moment ago.
The sunflowers?
Oh yeah, you guys getting a sneak peek on that? I haven't even showed it on my own channel, really. We're showing all the stuff on Shadow's channel here. It's like, join ShadowScoutSwede on Saturday where you get to see a sneak peek on all the stuff that we don't show on our own channel. I'm waiting for Ford to show something that he hasn't even shown anyone yet. It's like, oh, wow, look, guys, I got this.
What can I got nothing.
Oh, he wasn't prepared.
No. Next time I'll be prepared.
Yeah. Next Saturday, we'll
I'll be like surprise! Ta-da! I'll bring my top hat and a rabbit.
Yeah, and don't forget your wand.
Exactly. Yeah, my little Harry Potter wand.
I wonder what his show was. Yeah, pun intended. Where are my other seeds?
And I usually have like, I'm not specifically even. Kay looks over at me and she's like, "What are you doing?" Like whispering that to me because she doesn't want me.
Relax.
Even she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm looking for flower seeds that I wanted to show C, or I'll put it on mute.
Are you talking about the echinacea flowers?
Yes.
I don't know where those are, but they are very pretty.
Yes, echinacea is amazing.
Echinacea is awesome. We love
Yeah.
that.
So many uses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like across the board. It would have
Yeah,
been
we
so
got a
much
whole bunch growing in our
Very
spiral herb garden.
Nice. Very cool. Like, is that, yeah, because obviously it's a decorative plant as well. You can just use it as such a nice.
That's what I don't get is like people who just plant decorative flowers or shrubs.
With no function. I know.
Yeah.
But
It's like, why don't you plant something that's dual purpose or multi-purpose or something like that where, you know?
No,
I get it if you plant something like, so we have a little town not far away from us. It used to be known as the flower, like the garden town, okay, because like that people used to have the most beautiful gardens, and then what it's kind of known for is, so it's got a lot of natural flowers that just are like pretty flowers that grow just all over the place. So that's how it got its like its reputation, and because of that, obviously there's lots of like bees and stuff, so now it's really known for its different like tastes of honey that you get, where the bees collect obviously from different types of plants, and then the honey gets a different flavor and all that. So now that's kind of what it's known for. So I understand if you're like growing like decorative plants that might be good for like bees and pollinators and stuff like that. But I don't get it if you're just gonna grow a plant that just looks pretty.
Well, the thing is, over here, our climate kind of also leans towards having more succulent plants as well.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunately, we've got such bad droughts.
Yeah, so even though we have nice weather all the time, we do have a problem when it does come to the water situation as well. So for us, like I absolutely love succulents and cacti because of, I just like the fact that they are so sharp and rugged on the outside, but on the inside, like it's an analogy for me.
And if someone tries to jump your wall, they're gonna fall in a cactus.
It's also defensive gardening. Like I also employ a lot of defensive gardening techniques. So like if somebody tries to burglar us or something like that, like I always try to have a lot of cacti in specific strategic points.
Can't hide.
Yeah, you can't hide anywhere in our property
because there's spiky plants.
And it's also very good cacti that I use too. So like over a long amount of time, I just love the fact I still like them because they're plants, and I'd rather have awesome plants and green there rather than no plants and just dirt on the ground or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, or a cement structure or something like that. So succulents and cacti can be beautiful. Like they've got their own special. So that's something where they're not providing anything back. They're not giving you any fruit, vegetables.
No, but you can like eat speckworm.
Yeah, but it's breaking up the soil too, right?
Yeah, some of it, yeah. Some of what I do grow with the succulents I can use.
You've got the aloe vera.
Yeah, but some of those cacti have absolutely no use. I don't. Maybe they do. Maybe I should actually look into some of those cacti.
Maybe.
Marigolds are amazing. Yeah, bee savage marigolds are not edible, but a natural pesticide can be rendered from it. And from it,
someone was telling me marigolds were like a little toxic, so don't put them in your vegetable garden. But I know tons of people who do. So I'm like, what? What's the right information on that?
Yeah,
I just know they look nice. They look really good. Like I know them as very pretty looking flowers. Like that's.
Hey, I got a question for you, I was gonna ask you.
Yeah.
I know you grow vegetables and all that stuff, like crops like that, but you grow some perennials too, right? Or, well, have them up.
We try to grow more perennials just because it's so much easier.
Because they come
just
back
a sec, hold that thought. Here's something for Auslander. No, I'm not that feminine looking, but kind of gives you that boxing ring girl sort of thing.
Hey, maybe Kay can do that. Bro.
There we go. Yeah.
There we go. He's just like, no, CR, no, I don't, no.
So anyway, yeah, the perennials, we try to plant more perennials, and we're trying to find more that are native to our area. So that way we don't have to plant as much like annual stuff to keep, like redo it every year. We want to try to do more and more in the food forest so that we have stuff coming out every year that is perennial, that not only we can harvest, but also supports the other stuff, like that whole biodiversity ecosystem, that sort of thing, where it's,
get the roots in there and, break up the soil naturally.
Exactly. Yeah. So, this last year we planted some Saint Anne shallots. So that's great because it's a perennial. We're going to move some out of the raised beds into the food forests, so then we can just let them go.
Propagate.
Rhubarb, again, we've put that in all through our food forest. So
I need that back here. Oh,
it's great.
I miss having it now.
Yeah,
because it also comes back all the time too.
Yeah,
just don't need to leave. Just stock up on the stock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, see, those ones I showed earlier, those are lily. I've shown them on the channel before. They're perennials. They will come back all the time now.
Nice.
Yeah. I just transplanted another one somewhere else, so and it looks like it's flowering. So that's a good. That's a good
Sweet.
Thing. Right, and propagate it out, right? So then, because then you get the roots in.
Guardian's back. I thought he got knocked out. Hold on.
Look at that. He's got rhubarb right there. Go figure.
The one that I actually have like some of the seeds from.
For Haven's just gonna be like, I'm just gonna keep this by the table, by the camera all the time now.
Yeah, the funny thing is, your wife's gonna come around and just see that you've got Guardian written in big caps, like very straightly, like you have some. You can use it as so many different things. While you have Guardian written down, it's not like you're being specific. Like my name.
It's funny because she sent me a message on Facebook. She's like, where is it? Are you hungry? I can bring you a piece of pizza. I'm like, no, I'm okay, good. And then I said, by any chance, do you have a marker handy? And she's like, Flua marker? Like, must be French something or other. I said, Sharpie. And she said, okay, yes. So she brought me like 4 Sharpies so I could make the sign.
It's very creative.
See, that's a different way of being prepared.
It is. It is actually. It's tactical.
What's that?
It's a different way of being prepared.
Yeah.
Just having those around all the time.
You got to have Sharpies. If you don't have Sharpies in an emergency bag, then you're doing something wrong.
Oh, I got them in the bags. I even
those.
find them. You know that? I actually find Sharpies too now.
You do? Because like they come in so handy for writing notes.
I got one with my canned goods, just so I can write the date out.
Notes. You can put directions for arrows, for medical stuff, for like tourniquets. You want to write basically the time on the person's forehead. There's so many different things like that where it's like you need a tourniquet. You don't. Well, you do need a tourniquet, but you need a Sharpie too.
That didn't turn out well.
Yeah, I need to
hopefully you do not need a tourniquet, but yeah. But Sharpies are so handy.
Yeah, I need to buy more of these.
Yeah. Well, and you can get them in silver, black, red, blue.
Oh, and you can put dates on food packages.
I actually like to do that with something like cans or something like that. Because sometimes they're really, really small or it fades away. Then it's like, it helps with the inventory. So,
yeah.
Because not all of us have that, Ausliner queuing that.
Wait. So you're forgetting something that you can do with the Sharpie as well, which is mark where you were. So if you're like busy looking through a building and you don't want to repeat looking at the same like rooms, for example, you can mark rooms, like mark where you were, and then you won't end up like repeating the same process and doubling back down all the time. And also for direction,
like right arrows on stuff, X's, all that kind of
If you want to know how to exit a building, and if it's a bit of lighting, then you can write on the ground where, like, just draw arrows to the exit. If you're not familiar with the building and if it's very complicated, you should absolutely do so. If you need to get out in a hurry, you can still do so just using Sharpies.
I'll use lipstick for that.
Did you just say that you'll use...
I mean, why wouldn't you have lipstick?
Did you say that you'll use
I've
your
shown
lipstick?
that in a video. I've shown that in a video, by the way. You can use lipstick to write even if it's underwater.
Yeah, but when you do that, you look like a serial killer.
Is that what you tell... Is that what you tell people, OCR? Is that why you tell people that you have the lipstick? Is it for that reason?
I mean, we're not judging.
Well, I got nail polish too. Clean nail polish. It's
I actually have clear nail polish, but I use it for matches because it's good to waterproof matches with.
CR, I have to know, please. I'm sorry, I have to know what color is your lipstick.
Should I go get it? I can go get it.
Yes,
I'll get this nail polish. I'll get this nail.
He's
Maybe
definitely.
I should do a stream. I'll do a video.
He's definitely a bright red, I think.
If it's not red, I'll be disappointed. I'll be honest.
I know.
I'm looking for a bright yellow or orange color now for me.
Like I'm thinking with the CR, you could even go crimson.
Yes.
I think you have to.
It's a given, right?
It's multi-purpose, that's what.
Yeah.
For anyone that doesn't know, I'm not very, gender specific on certain things.
I didn't think you were a ginger.
It doesn't matter to me. Really, it doesn't really matter to me. It's how you use it, all right? It's how you use it that matters. I'm not putting it on my lips. I'm using
That's
it
what I keep telling her.
Well, I am the one that wore pink gloves on stream in video before. So.
No, there's a whole like movement at the moment with some of the rock bands, like some of the rock that's up and coming, whatever. That where they use. I mean, it's always been that way. If you look at punk style and stuff like that. Oh my gosh,
Alice Cooper wore more makeup than Madonna. Like.
Oh man, you look at any metal band from when I grew up. They all wore makeup.
Bowie. All of them.
Yep. Even Manson.
It's like if you didn't have makeup and tights, forget it.
You weren't doing it right.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah. No, 100%. Well, let's just. I don't know. It's weird that I thought we'd moved past this as society already. That's the thing, right?
It's so funny because I think, if you go back to ancient times, I'm pretty sure all of them were okay with it. Like, okay with whatever you did. They were fine with it. And then suddenly coming into the more modern era, it was like, oh, no, that kind of stuff is bad. And then now we're finally like, yeah, okay, that is good. But there's still so much. Like, who cares? Whatever you do is your business, as long as you're not hurting someone else.
Exactly, and I don't know. I think it's just a strange, as CR mentioned it perfectly earlier. He said that just the vast array of knowledge and information that's out there. Like, you're more exposed to everything, even if it's not as relevant for the people and stuff like that. And like, if you just turn off the news and the media for a while and you just shut off everything, like. I try to actually do that, but then when I do that, it also is like cold shouldering the world, and it's like some of my closest friends are in the world, so I can't really just turn off all social media as much as I'd like. Like this week, I didn't use Instagram at all, for example, right? Like I just didn't feel like this week. I just didn't really. I wasn't, just didn't feel like it, and it's like that type of thing just going for whiles, like without having smartphones. Bjorn also speaks about it. Bjorn Bull Hansen
Yeah.
also speaks about
Yeah, he
how
mentioned
good
he got rid of his
phone, yeah,
yeah.
and how good that
Oh, I
is.
wasn't kidding. I
Okay.
wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding.
Look
When
at that.
I did, all right. When I have this. Oh, look! I even have this randomly.
No, that's
Oh,
a
yeah,
pink.
Stacy.
Go
Pink
back to
glove.
the darker one. The darker one's more like a crimson. That suits CR better.
Yes, I
That's
know.
not good, but
Yeah.
you should.
No, but
yeah.
clear nail polish. This is like, very useful.
It's handy
It's
for
like
waterproofing
clear
matches.
coat, right? It's like
Yeah.
a clear coat. That's what I see it as.
Yeah.
You know, I can use it for stuff, and I have. And yes, I'm still wearing this pink glove again. It brings out my eyes.
It's true.
Yeah.
Back
It
in
is
the
so
day,
true.
to be the boy color.
Yeah. No, bring it up again, Shadow. Bring that up. Bring that from Auslander up again, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to read it up. So, come on. The saddest part about it is that a person can't even crack a joke without somebody getting butthurt. It's like comedy and humor have been slaughtered in the name of a-holes. And it's so freaking true. And that's what I'm saying. It's like how the thing is, right? If you want honesty between friendships, the best way, like, you can't be so if people are being sensitive around each other all the time, you won't get people being honest with each other. And like, when you remove honesty, you remove friendship.
Yeah.
Like, you can't take things so seriously, and everybody's so ready to just like either be like offended or they're ready to like jump on somebody's throat, down somebody's throat. And we mentioned it briefly earlier, but it's just like, it's so nonsense. Like, how is that going to make any, and I'm sorry, but like, this is something that means, obviously being South African, this is something that I've seen that works extremely well. You know how to make sure that people stop seeing the BS stuff of like skin pigmentation and stuff, is you just don't talk about it. And like,
it's
in my
so funny you mentioned that, because who was it? I want to say it was Denzel Washington, but it wasn't. It was Morgan Freeman who mentioned that as well. It's like, why even discuss it if
it doesn't matter?
It's a non-subject.
Exactly.
Like, why are we even
make anybody feel better?
Why are we even bringing it into a conversation or a questioning or an interview or anything like that? Because it has no bearing on anything whatsoever.
Absolutely.
It's
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's silly. That's why. So anyway, so I think that people are awesome, and I think that people should like always just be willing to give anybody a chance, whoever they are in the beginning, and then like
except those communists, though.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole different. Yeah. Those guys are free game. Because in that situation,
you have a system that's been proven to fail every time, and you still want to back that. I'm sorry.
But also, it's not something where, I live my life, and you're welcome to do whatever you want to do in your life, as long as you're not harming another innocent person.
Exactly.
Communism is something where it's like, no, hold on. We're telling you how we're going to do things. We're going to control things that you do. Oh, by the way, you started a business. Now we're going to own that, and you owe us, and you owe everyone else. So it's not something where live and let live. It's something where live in, I'm going to take what you've done.
Why would you want to work? Why would anybody, if everybody's getting equal and it's all fair and well, why would anybody, and then you can say no because they want you for greater aspiration, but why would a doctor and a waiter,
if I remember correctly,
Guardian, that's an easy question to answer. Why would anyone be in favor of that? Because it's someone who is either very lazy and doesn't want to work for anything, or they're extremely weak and doesn't feel that they can get ahead in society without taking something from someone else.
Yeah. I agree. Now, wasn't it the guy like under that invented Tetris, that like created Tetris? Didn't he like lose Tetris under the USSR? Didn't they like get royalties for it?
Really?
I remember reading something along
Wow.
those lines.
You can look into that as well. Look
That's
into
crazy.
look into what happened to the creator of
As I'm
Tetris.
saying, don't take
Wow.
like 100% because I remember vaguely reading something along those lines. I don't
That's
quite
crazy.
but yeah.
Wait, CR showing us.
Yep. Okay.
Are you
On
sure?
that note, CR, I love paracord stuff to a certain degree, but
Oh, I just did that for fun.
hold on.
All
If I see anyone, a survivalist or anyone else doing paracord slings for their firearms, give your head a shake. Like, don't do that. Okay?
What's your
Because
reasoning
as soon
for
as
that?
you start to need that paracord, the sling for that firearm is gone.
Oh, it's just like a belt or something like that. I know
And-
some people don't like the belt thing just because then you don't have a belt.
Okay, a belt's fine because you can start walking and, pull up your pants and, that's the new style, right? You'll wear your pants down on your knees anyway. But I mean, if you have to do
Or said
anything
it, not me.
with two hands and now your firearm is not being able to be slung.
I see. Okay, I want to say hi to Tammy. Tammy's in the house with us.
Hey, by the way, Tammy, good to see you.
I always like to engage my side chat.
Tammy's a regular.
I always lose track of the side chat.
Yeah,
I'm like,
well, it happens to me.
I need to pay attention more to it and like.
Did you see what I typed in the chat? Just take notice. People take notice there. What I typed right there is very important. You see, it's good to see another member with another icon next to their badge. Not promoting Shadow's channel, but I'm saying it's nice if we had more members.
Nice.
No pressure on anybody. Let's get Shadow a couple more members, guys.
A little peer pressure there. Let's go. Come on.
Just leave a dead space afterwards. Not say anything. No, it's.
You'd like to see your name in green too. Let's do it. Let's go.
No, you want to see your name in green, whoever you are. So yeah, I think it's. I also think I think Auslander's also got a. That's also a membership, isn't it? The coffee one. I think that's a membership one there. I might be wrong. Wait, no, it's not, because it would have it on other ones as well. It's just a coffee emoticon. I'm being a complete idiot, Auslander. Excuse me.
Coffee.
Sorry.
I'm like, I actually thought there for a second that the coffee was a member. No, but you can be a blue and a member. Don't be like that.
See, and that's the thing. Going back to that last topic, we can harass each other like this because we love each other and we know each other and we're friends with each other. And, you can do that. Like, me and my closest buddies will insult each other like it's going out of style. And that's, just us guys razzing each other. But when it comes down to it, we love each other. So it's, everyone's able to take that joke and able to roll with it and just run with it. So,
and it's a joke.
Yeah.
Right? The tone of voice, it's not that serious.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I don't think I've mentioned it before, but my son is gay. So
doesn't matter to me.
No, it didn't matter to me
really
either.
Matter to me.
It was kind of like a shock to me when he first announced it. But then I was looking back on his past history growing up, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Makes sense.
when he met people and he said, I like rainbows and Bob the Builder, I was like, okay, now I see it. So, but
I like
and then again,
I like rainbows too.
but rainbows and Bob the Builder.
Well, builder is a maker,
That's
So-
that's
but I'm
Yeah.
comfortable in my own skin. So.
But yeah, and I've got a friend who was Marine Corps. He's out
Okay.
now. He's in the same industry as me, and he's gay. And it's just, I don't freaking care one way or another, because
that's yep.
Mhm.
everyone, again, it's that whole thing about do what you want to do. As long as you're not harming another innocent person, you can do what you want to do.
So it's not only just that. It's like it's that the content of somebody's character is not defined by things such as
No.
Love.
who
Oh
you
my God.
love, and that's how, like, so it comes down to just truly being some of the most incredible people like out there. Might have things that are different to you, whatever. The only thing that I'm against, okay, it's going to sound like people, honestly, people would understand this. Don't hurt kids, don't hurt women, right? Across the board, that's how it is. My grandfather raised me, and people disagree and say, yeah, you shouldn't say that because women can defend themselves, whatever, in the modern world. Okay, that's true. Women can defend themselves 100%. Absolutely, they can. But I'm just saying that my grandfather told me that, you respect your elders and you look after women and kids. You don't hurt women and kids. If somebody's like, as you know, that's my moral compass, basically. Like, as long as you are sticking within those confines, and then I don't give a damn. Like, if you choose to be interested, and they've actually done scientific like tests and stuff on people as well, where they've shown them images and they've shown that the parts of the brain that get stimuli, and they've shown that like through scientific experiments and medical exposure, they've shown that like it's who you are. It's not like, and that's just genuinely what it comes down to. It's not a choice or something. It's like it's
No, the fact that it happens in the animal kingdom is enough proof that it's a natural phenomenon.
Exactly.
That just happens. It's just one of those things.
It's normal. There's nothing.
That's why, for me, I like saying, as long as you're not harming another innocent person.
Yeah.
I agree.
If that person is evil and they've already done bad things, well, guess what?
Yeah.
I am kind of like at the point where I think that in the world, and it might sound very like, strange for me to say this as well, but it's like if somebody has, if there's been proof that somebody has hurt an innocent, then absolutely, like, they should be made an example of.
Game on.
Yeah, they should be made an example of, so that other people can see that if this type of behavior isn't acceptable in society, and that you will be dealt with in like, I'm not going to go through too much like of what I really believe about it, because I really think that bring on the most savage ideas that you possibly can.
No, come on, let's bring back the Colosseum.
Let's do Colosseum.
Hey, bring it.
Right.
I'm like,
that's
I'm just waiting for it in our country, because like, we've done everything else, but that's just it. It's like, do not harm another innocent person. If you've harmed another innocent person, then expect bad things to happen to you.
So that's also crosses into religion.
And I mean, it has to be, it has to be proportionate. So if you steal some carrots out of my garden, that's a little different than actually,
sorry for
something else. So again, proportionate, but once you start harming innocent people in a way that is evil, then it's game on.
You see, that's Oslander also brings up here. You know, I'm not going to read it out, but Oslander brought up a very good point there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's sidetracking.
That's a big,
I'll read it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very big problem that's occurring, and it really is. It's like
The funny thing is if you
kids should
look
be
back
kids.
at cartoons we grew up with, there were
Yeah.
so many innuendos in there. It's not even funny.
I
But we didn't notice it. Or at least I didn't. I was so naive. I'm like, you know, there's stuff I'm still learning, and I'm almost 50.
No, it's funny. It's hard to actually think that, like, you know, that cartoons back in the day, like I watched, you know, X-Men the animated series, and I watched that type of thing. Like it was very different. There wasn't a political message. It didn't feel like there was a political message being pushed all the time. That's the difference.
No, I don't think there was as much, but if I look back at most cartoons that I grew up with, man, the innuendos were crazy. Like I watch some of the cartoons now and it's like, wow, baby, this is kind of erotic. And it's like, you know, you're watching that as a kid and you're like, ah, la, 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 la. It's all good. So,
yeah,
for me nowadays, when I hear someone talking about a cartoon being suggestive or something, I don't know. I look back and I'm like, cartoons have always been. It's like they've always been animated and written by adults. So those innuendos have seemed to be always thrown in there.
Mhm.
But I think, yes, I do think it's being more in their face now, and stuff where, you know, like the boys here come home from school and they're talking about stuff that my kids who are older and went to school never talked to me about, and stuff that I never talked to my parents about, that never even crossed my mind. So yes, I believe there are more stuff. I don't know whether it's school or cartoons or what it is. I'm pretty sure it's school that's pushing more of this agenda. But yeah.
I don't know. It should just be like, when you're a kid, you should be able to be a kid.
Let kids be kids.
Like,
However,
exactly.
you know, again, we take a look back in history. It's only been recently that we've really come up with let kids be kids. I mean,
back in the day they used to get married off at like 13.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you know, they were married off at 12 in some places, 11, whatever. You know, there's kids that still work in mines. There's kids that, you know, it's crazy because this whole let kids be kids is kind of a modern thought, where at 12 years old, in a lot of places in the world, they were like, okay, you're ready to become adult. Let's get to it. Here's your initiation. So again, I understand the point of, you know, we need to protect them and let them grow up to be who they need to be. But if we look back at history or we look around the world, that hasn't always been the case. So,
but there are signs. There's science to back the fact that we as people, like, there's certain areas of the brain that develop at certain times as well.
Yeah.
I would never marry my daughter off now.
No. Oh no. Oh, like,
you know,
I'm totally in agreement with you on that. Like, even though things have been done in the past or things are done a certain way, it doesn't mean we should continue that. It doesn't mean it is it should be approved or anything like that. I'm with you on that. 100%. So, and there was another thing I was going to say, but this whole thing about how do I say this without getting, but gender, the whole, like, the stuff they're pushing nowadays in school. Come on. No. Like, seriously?
It's one of the reasons we actually decided to, well, specifically also, it's one of the reasons we decided to homeschool our daughter when things with COVID got really bad, because the schools were closed, then they were open, then they were closed. It was very irregular, and I felt
Be
like
careful with the C word.
No, I'm not saying anything bad.
It's just.
But because of it, unfortunately, the schooling routine was so we started homeschooling so she could get more into a routine that I felt like she was still getting, like, she wasn't falling behind, kind of. And now, so she had 52 kids in her class with one teacher.
Wow.
Yeah, no, our class.
Wow.
That's
I
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think
I
here
thought 32,
it's like
33 was a lot.
Yeah, 30. I think 30 is kind of the limit they've put on, like, the Canadian school system.
Yeah, as far as I know, when I was attending school, 30 was pretty big.
Yeah,
for a class for one teacher. Jeez, that's like 52 is almost twice as much. Wow.
Yeah, no. Well, unfortunately, so I know how you guys have, like, school districts. Well, I don't know if you guys do like the states. But if you live in an area, you have to go to a certain school.
kind of.
Unless you can afford to go to, like, one of the expensive private schools.
Yes and no. So we kind of have that system here. So you kind of have to go. I was able to go to a school outside my region because I said, basically, it was for drafting, mechanical drafting. So my school that I was going to didn't offer mechanical drafting, so I was allowed to go to the other school. And then also, again, if you have enough money, you can go to a private school, or here, most private schools are Catholic schools, so you can go to a Catholic school. Lot of religion, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because of that, we also took her out, and then, like, now I find that they're, like, changing the curriculum in the school to teach them, like, more, like, and you can't really choose, like, where they want to teach them. Like, I think it's important for kids to have, like, some level of at least sexual education, that they know, like, someone shouldn't touch them and stuff like that. But, like, the way they want to speak about it is so, like, it doesn't come from a place like they're speaking to a kid. It's like they're explaining something to an adult, which bugs me. It doesn't feel like a kid's going to understand what they're trying to convey.
Also, what happens is they just, like, it has such a bad ripple effect where you have, like, you know, and parents who are extremely young before they're even adults, so they don't know what they are doing in life yet. And then you put a kid into the mix, and then it's like, how the heck are you supposed to, like, when the person isn't even developed on what they want to, like, do with their lives, and then now it's a whole big extra responsibility, and then that kid gets, like, raised in a way that isn't in a home that they feel very, usually it's grandma and grandpa or something like that. I was raised by my grandparents. I know how this works. Like, it's just kind of like the whole system works like that. And then you wonder why society is becoming a little bit backwards in some ways. It's like, what happened to, I mean, I can't tell you how many friends I have that are male that have just had kids that are just not even in the kid's life anymore. Like, that have just decided to opt in.
That to me is one of the biggest factors in what is wrong with the world today.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Fatherless homes. It did a world of damage with myself. Like, I'm still kind of, like, you know, looking for guidance when it comes to older male figures and stuff like that in certain ways. Like,
and as a girl, not having a dad really messes you up in some ways.
Yeah, we live in a fatherless generation, and it's like, then you wonder why people do look up to things like Marvel and stuff, and why you search for like heroes and things, and you try and like.
Well, I do look up to Thor here. I mean the hero. I mean both. Yeah, never forget. I'll just leave.
No, but I say so because I'm such like a big Captain America fan.
Oh yeah, we saw.
Yeah.
You wore that shirt.
Yeah.
You wore that shirt. So now we got a Thor, a Captain America.
If you've seen any of my stuff anywhere, like it's all Captain. I have Captain America merged into my preps, like where I can. You know what I mean? Like if I can do something on one of my preps to like decorate, just like a little, like one of my solar bank chargers or something that's got a backspace to it, and I can put a Captain America card on it. That's awesome. Hell yes, I'm gonna do that. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I not? Like, when there's a space and I can merge it into my preps, I absolutely do that.
So now I know what group we can name ourselves now.
But this is so wrong. This is so wrong. But going back a step, and growing up without parents and that kind of thing, it's like, how many of us guys always look for women with daddy issues?
Speak for yourself. No,
no, it's a big joke between Jay and I because we watched How I Met Your Mother together, and Barney has this girls with daddy issues, and I happen to know that I definitely do have some of those issues.
They are the best.
Which is why I ended up playing significantly older than myself.
I have the best wife. You guys can say what you want. I have the best wife in the world.
You.
Oh.
Yes, it's a big joke, and the thing is,
it is, but it is still a huge issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to me,
that's not a huge issue to be happily married, though. Like,
don't even get me started on that. You know how many weddings I've been to? Like 4 out of the last 5 weddings I went to, they've ended in divorce for the people.
Well, that's tragic.
That may be true.
I'm about to go into my 3rd marriage, but this one I know I've got right. So
okay. No, what I'm saying is because you invest so much into a wedding party, celebration, and it's like not even a year later, right?
Yeah.
Then you add kids to the mix, then it's just like it complicates things over time because now, I don't get to see daddy all the time. I don't get to see mommy all the time, and the weekend visits and all this stuff.
The thing is like, if we take an honest look at human history, we've never been perfect. We've had these issues ever since the very beginning. So for us to try and think that we can actually solve them, thousands of generations have never solved them. So it doesn't mean we can't do better, but
it still exists.
It still exists. It's always going to exist. It always has existed. It's like the sun rotating the earth. It's always been there. It always will be there. It will always continue. So we can either accept that it's going to continue and we need to figure out a way to kind of help mediate it, or we can continue to ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
We should have the truth behind it, and I think that this is something we've.
Well, the reality.
There are values and there are ways in which people, if you look at the old, in my situation, I'm only speaking for myself. My elders that are within my life, there's a different class, almost like a self-respect that people that are older in my life have where it's missing within the youth. There's a certain way of having like decor, like a way where they carry themselves like it's. I mean, it's because
I find
things
it-
used to be more valuable. People
Yeah.
used to be more valuable, and life was slower.
Did they?
And life was more meaning. And now
Did
it's
they?
like it would seem
I don't
so.
think they did.
You wanted to
I
say that?
agree with Flora
No,
on
I
that one.
wanted to say that it's like stoicism is something that's become a thing in the past. Like it's something that I always saw in my grandfather, and he always used to be like, so like when he was quiet, he demanded more respect than anyone that's been shouting or being angry or whatever, you know. And I find like you don't get that anymore. Like people just feel the need to be bombastic and loud and make themselves heard, and it's so annoying. And I don't get how like that quiet anger is something that's not there anymore. It's so annoying.
You make such a good point on that. And there's an interesting, ironic point to it too, is, you know, they always talk about the person who's quiet and walks into a room and is quiet and takes in everything. The one who,
Sounds like Shadow right now.
yeah, exactly.
I know, yes, it does.
Exactly.
The
So
rest
that's
of us, we've been talking.
that's
for
kind of
last,
the point.
90
However,
minutes, 92 minutes, 2 hours. How many
Yeah.
words has Shadow said? I think he said, I agree, and that's it. An hour.
yeah, exactly. So the point is like, that is
That's
such
my
a
point.
true statement, is that, you know, the ones that are quiet, the ones you're, but then you go to YouTube and it's like, no, people expect you to talk. You have to talk. You can't go on a live and just sit there and listen to everyone talk.
I've seen people do it. There are people that. There are people that.
Yeah. There's a prime example on the corner right here. No, just kidding.
No, not like that. Not the same way.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, but it's an interesting analogy that, you know, it's so true that, you know, there are those who listen and don't speak as much. And then, but on YouTube, if you just sit there and listen and don't speak as much, besides someone, me, you know,
We
you
weren't
have a
naming names.
you have
But
a show to do. You can't
Without
go through. You can't go through YouTube without talking, or
That's
you
the
know,
thing. That's how people get.
unless
that's
you're,
how
you know,
these days. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
wouldn't.
Well, you could
we
hold
wouldn't-
up a sign.
We wouldn't have a
before-
platform to talk though. That's the thing. So like, if
Yeah.
I saw there with the evil cat Shadow sitting there.
yeah.
If only that was
see?
right.
I will say that because you are Shadow, you allow people to have an open platform where they can discuss and engage ideas and stuff like that. And I'm not
Yeah.
doing this on my channel at the moment, for example. You hear what I'm saying? Like,
So,
because
Mr. Bond,
right? That is how.
you think you have foiled my plan, but really, you
Shadow,
missed
just
what I was
come on.
really going for.
I feel like Blofeld.
Shadow's learning all of this stuff from us and just letting us expose all our weaknesses and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we're helping him get
Yes.
watch time here. Right,
Keep
right.
talking.
Yeah, we're helping him get watch time. I just, that 4,000, we probably helped him get 3,000 of that. Just me, DP, Uncle Al, for me,
Exactly.
just talking
Yep.
for hours and hours, and he's just like, "Thanks, guys, for the watch time."
Little did you know.
I've been getting the watch time from you guys.
Yeah.
Shadow, seeming that you're asking us what you can do for us in return, right?
And they
Because
really think my name is Shadow.
Or Scout.
I know. I love that I can refer to him as Shadow. That's
Good times.
have a lovely day, Jessica, and be safe on your side as well.
Take care, Jessica.
Good day.
Take care,
Yes.
Jessica.
Stay
Up
safe. Take
here
care.
on the top of the world,
God
we
bless.
kind of just.
I like how we
Yeah,
could be
she-
so serious for a bit, then we just like lay back on it.
But that's good.
That's good. I like that. It reminds you, sometimes it's good to be funny and enjoy life, but take life serious and be serious.
You can't take life too seriously. You're not going to get out of it alive.
Balance.
I love that quote.
And apparently Oslander's just stuck on this one thing.
Which?
On and on and on. It's like a fur ball. It just keeps existing. On and on and
Yeah.
on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should
So-
give my cat a diamond necklace, and I could play Blofeld.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Oh, awesome. Just awesome. I love talking to you guys. It's so much fun. It
Yeah, we always have fun here.
livens up my day and makes it so great.
Yes, it's Saturday evening. Like this is surprisingly, like just sitting and having a chat like this.
Yeah. And I've missed it. I've been like, I was away all of May for work and then trying to catch up on projects on the weekends. And it's like, I just,
And
it's
it rained
so
today
good.
for you, so you're here.
I know, it's great. I love it.
So if you've got some time, if you guys have some time as well, specifically, so this is really insane. So last weekend, I was like doing a hike and climbing, like doing an island hike, like doing a hike on, like it's ridiculous. And then the weekend before, I was climbing on top of like a mountain, like doing like this awesome mountain hike. And like at the top of the mountain, you can see like everywhere around me. So
Nice.
you don't have to spend time like watching the videos and the content, but like the last, I'd say 4 videos really that I popped up on my channel. I just did it at such a stupid time. I released them on like a Tuesday morning my time at 7 a.m. So the videos that I released them. I could not have chosen a worse time because none of the people that watch any of my content were awake when I released it, right? And then it's
yeah, and it gets buried in the subscription feed, right, where you have to go back.
I know, and then like it's
you should upload at this time, right? Whatever the time is for you, GP, right now, upload at this time because it's afternoon time here in North America. So that evening time, I mean,
it was 1 o'clock in the morning in North America when I uploaded on a Monday morning.
I've seen people premiere stuff at 1 o'clock in the morning.
What time is it there right now?
It's 12:30.
So
on a Sunday.
No, it's 12:30 on Sunday morning.
Saturday night.
Yeah. So for me right now it's 6:30.
Yeah, it's Father's Day right now in South Africa. So
yeah,
that's pretty cool. We've got the Father's Day holiday today.
The thing you have to remember is, you put out good stuff. It doesn't matter what time you upload it.
Okay, so if you get a chance, when you have a chance as well, just go through what I'm talking about and go through the channel and just skip through the videos. You don't need to watch the videos, it's fine. I also do want to celebrate just between us. Nobody else knows this out there. But I just got monetized, which is really cool. Like I finally monetized after 2 years
just
of working
between
hard.
us. What mean? This is live, GP. It's been recording.
Yeah,
it's
and
4
since
hours, 4
it's
hours
Father's Day
so.
there already, happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Father's Day, Guardian.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like I definitely did a silly mistake when it came to like the timing that I uploaded. But the reason why I'm mentioning those is just because of some of the most scenic views that I've ever recorded. Like, I finally, okay, so this is, I waited 7 years for me to save up so that I could get my Transalp, my Honda Transalp, my adventure bike, okay? And like, when I finally got it, it was about 1.5 years into me making content. And then when I finally got that, I was able to get like the GoPro and everything. So everything finally aligned for me to be able to do like a nice little trip with the adventure bike and do all of that. And then I go and upload the video at a silly time. And now it's like, I don't have any other real social media. So I don't like, you know, I don't really use, I use Instagram very lightly, whatever. I don't really use it to promote my YouTube content much. Like I use it almost like just a promotional thing for people to get motivated to be more healthy and whatever. But what I'm saying with all this ramble is just that like it's just sucks so much that everything came to the precipice of like me being able to make an awesome like video, and then I released it, and now it's like done worse than my other videos by far. Like the last 4 videos they've got like 20 views or something, or 20 or whatever views in the last 3 or 4 days, and usually my content gets like about, you know, at least about 100 views or whatever, so they don't do too badly. But it's just like the ones that I finally got to do like what I wanted to do for so long. Look at the spider.
I just saw it on the wall. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. But I just saw it on the wall. I just like, oh yeah, it's a daddy long legs. I think, yeah. Go figure. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Pretty
the
big.
good stuff is
Yeah,
hard
spiders
to
are
know.
good.
That's a pretty good spider.
I like spiders.
I guess the good stuff depends on your viewership, whether they look at you for entertainment or whether they look at you for information or whether they want to see something silly and original, or
And that
I
depends on
think
the
it's a
person
matter
too,
of
right?
taste.
it really is. So
We all have
again,
different viewers
yeah,
to a certain
it comes
degree.
down to your viewership and
Kind of
what
your
they
niche
like.
or community. Yeah.
The thing is, you don't get to control what works on your channel, right? So
It's so weird. It's true.
that's why, like, you can't, like, what I'm saying is, out of all the content that I've made, for me, like, the most, if I was a viewer, like, that's the, like, as a viewer, you know, that's what would be the most entertaining. Is I love seeing scenery, I love seeing people go on like trips and adventures and stuff like that. I also love learning.
That explains why you come by for those videos. Oh, okay.
It is,
I should do a shout out the next time I'm out. I'll be like, shout out for Guardian for Epic because he's watching this video because you like the scenery. I'll put a sign up like you give me a good idea. I'll put up a sign in the distance that says GP Brox and see if you see it.
Dude, you can put up outdoor videos. I watch everybody's outdoor videos all the time. Like all the time. Like if somebody puts out an outdoor video where they're walking or hiking or doing something like that, or camping or something, like I love those. Like that's because I enjoy seeing different scenery and different places in the world. Is that the stuff? I'm gonna.
Or your wife's gonna come in and be like, why is there all these signs? By the way.
I just did a print screen. I just did a very like novice print screen so I can paste it on Paint and use it in an image slide in one of my edits or something with Thor holding GP rocks.
Make it into a meme. It'll be the new meme.
I'm glad it's got a good suggestion there as well. Put a bit of lipstick on the next time you do that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've got to go make my wife some tea. She's been asking a little bit as well. So let me go do that. And then I'll be...
Oh, a little demanding there, eh, Kate?
I'm very pregnant, so I think I can be.
She can
I
be.
believe he has the right to be a little bit demanding.
At the moment.
Have
Only
you
for a
had
little
gone
bit
out
longer.
for pickles and ice cream?
Or
Pickles
banana
and ice cream. I don't know if that is.
Oh,
It's
sometimes
a good
the weirdest cravings.
Oh, the
banana,
weirdest
peanut
craving.
butter.
For me, I've been craving like spicy stuff, like a lot. Like I'm eating Tabasco on everything.
Oh, so you put that on everything?
Same.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'll make things that sound nice with Tabasco, like pasta with bacon and stuff like that. That just sounds like Tabasco's gonna go great on it. And then I'll make that for supper.
Great, she's making me
This
hungry.
is
Tabasco
such an
is
awesome lemon chicken
awesome.
or lemon salmon and dill. Yeah, throw some Tabasco on that.
See, now
Better
you're
half
making
a
me
bottle
hungry.
of Tabasco. That
Yeah.
would be
Yeah, exactly.
With my first daughter, though, it was watermelon, which was really hard because it was. And I'd like sit and I'd eat like a whole watermelon all by myself, and like with a spoon, I just cut it in half and eat it like out the skin like a bowl. It was quite savage on my part.
Well, that works.
Yeah, that works.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I should eat before the stream.
Go for
Again.
some past.
Didn't you eat anything, CR?
I did, but it didn't work. It wasn't enough.
Well, get something more to eat
Well,
then.
let's go for some Alfredo pasta with Tabasco.
Or you're not helping.
Good to see you, man.
It's delicious there, and we actually there's this new Tabasco that I found. It's the scorpion sauce. It's a hotter version of it.
What
Scorpion
sauce?
sauce.
Scorpion sauce, yeah.
That sounds like it would hurt coming out the other end.
I'm sure it would if you ate it. I'm sure. Apparently, it's like 50,000 Scovilles, but I've been watching like
50,000's like nah.
Yeah, it's not that bad, right?
No.
Compare it to like these like 2 million Scovilles.
Yeah, once you get above 1 million Schofield, then you're like, yeah.
But that's the thing. I don't know if I've eaten one that's that hot. So I have no preference for something that hot. So I'm like, this is pretty hot. So about 5 times this hot, I think I could handle that. You know, so I'm like mentally trying to imagine what it would be like.
I don't know. I think I'm personally at like 1 million Schofield. I'm like that hot.
In that case, you like ghost chili pepper.
That just
Ghost chili pepper is about somewhere between 850,000 and 1 million Scoville.
Ouchies.
I had I could buy sausages with ghost chili, veggie sausages.
What? No.
With ghost chili.
No.
Yeah.
Did you say veggie sausages?
Yeah.
No. No. I'm stopped listening. Stop talking. Nope. No. Change the subject.
I'm so hungry I could eat that right now too. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Actually, I like my veggies.
And I could eat
no, we're not listening.
Without
I'm waiting
problem.
for Ford to take off the headphones. He's
So
just gonna slam the
850,000
headphones.
really is not that much.
Change the subject. Someone change the subject.
Can we not talk about food for once? Come on, please, for once. I beg of you. I beg of you. I'll beg of you. I'll put up a sign. I'll put up a sign.
Gods.
Food
Have
industry.
you guys watched any of those food eating challenges? One came up and suddenly now I'm watching those people who do the food eating challenges, and it's like crazy. They're eating like 7 pounds of food and like
4
quadruple cheeseburgers with bacon and stuff.
4
and like
4.
I'm gonna send you guys a link.
No, don't send it to me. Make sure I don't send me the link, please.
I'm gonna send you guys the link to these guys who like
Oh
do
my
these
God.
food challenges. It's like crazy.
I don't know. Watching people eat that much just makes me feel gross. Like for them.
Oh, you guys speak
I don't know.
mukbang? You guys speak
No,
mukbang?
It's like a train wreck. You have to keep watching.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's
she.
like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot, like living in South Africa and being in the places I've been in this country. I've seen a lot of like poverty and hunger, you know, and I've been really broke, my mom and I. So I've been there, and then seeing people eat like that is just like so wasteful and disgusting. So I can't enjoy it for entertainment value. I can watch it for like shock value and be like, holy shit, how can you fit that much
I
food
could
in
never watch
food?
that. That would just make me hungry.
But oh, it's so gross. Like watching people like glutinous, like oh no, it's gross. It's like
And now she's describing it to me.
I just want to know how they do it because I go in and I order like a medium poutine or something like that, and I'm like, oh, and they're like, they'd finish that in like 10 seconds, and
They
they're
would
like,
inhale
okay,
it.
it's all
Did
good.
you even chew?
Yeah,
Do you know
It's
that
like
there's
gone before you even finish like half yours. It's like, did you even do that?
it's crazy.
Do you know that there's content where they just like eat like? Do you know about the
yes,
whole
that's what Thor was talking about.
the mukbang?
Yeah, I think so.
Those
It's a
food challenges where like you have
Yeah.
to eat this amount of food in this amount of time,
Oh, the
and you
food
get
eating
it
challenges.
free, and you get a
Oh,
T-shirt,
like
and you
stay
get your
in
name
the-
up on the wall of fame.
There's a restaurant not far away from us that has a challenge like that where it's this massive burger that they bake
Oh,
the
yeah,
buns
yeah.
themselves, and
And
then
you
they've
finish
got
it, it's
their
free.
own fries where it's basically potato wedges that they call like fries, and then they also have like this gourmet milkshake that's like
Man.
in like this big jar. And then they put like marshmallows and donuts and stuff in it. And then
Now
if you
she's
can
describing the
finish that
food more to
in a
us.
certain amount of time, you can get it for free,
Yeah,
or you can get a discount. But we still want to go there, but it's quite a ways away. So we have to make like a day of it if we want to go there. But that's also a lot of food. But the thing is,
it
if you
is.
don't,
It's
you can
crazy.
still take it home. So that's okay.
It's not really wasting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pig out like that. I can't.
I was watching one of the girls that do it, and she's like, she runs marathons and stuff like that.
I'm
But
sure
then
she'd
she's
have
like, she was like talking about how she does it and what she eats for breakfast. And it's like her breakfast. So she takes one of those bags of salad. So I don't know if you guys get it, but like in Canada here in the US, you can get like a bag filled with lettuce and stuff. So she takes one of those, cuts it open, drops it in the bowl. Then she takes like kidney beans, opens the can, drops it in, takes another thing of beans, drops it in, and then puts like some mustard on it as a dressing. And I'm like, mustard as a dressing? What the? And then
On top of the beans, yeah.
yeah. And then what else? She had some other stuff, but it was like, okay, like lettuce.
Protein overload.
Lettuce is like, 0
Nothing.
calories and
Yes.
that kind of stuff. You can eat that stuff going out of style. And then beans is all protein and all that. So I'm like, okay. So I'm kind of getting what you're laying down here. But it was like she finished that entire thing, and I'm like, wow. And that was her breakfast. And I'm like, that to me is crazy. That's the guy. That is one of the guys that I've been watching.
Oh, those things. Yeah, I've heard that people actually die from like those things, eh?
So there's a certain style how they do it too, because they grab the meat first. So they eat all the meat first, and then they go in. And so like if they do a breakfast thing, right? where they get sausage, bacon,
The struggle's
pancakes,
real.
potatoes. What they do is they'll eat the sausage first, and then they'll eat the bacon. So all the meat goes down first, and then they'll go to maybe the potatoes, finish that, and then they'll finish with like the pancakes, because that's the one that's going to fill you up the most. So it's like they have a little strategy, but still I don't know how. And they eat it really fast. So I think they eat so much so fast that by the time they're done, then their stomach goes, "Oh my God, what have you done to me?" Rather than, most of us kind of eat casually. And if you eat that much casually, halfway through or a quarter of the way through, your stomach goes, "Oh, geez, what have you done to me?"
Yes. It's
That's
also
what
if you
my
eat-
stomach feels like right now. What have you done to me, VR?
What
That's also
have
if you-
hear all
what
these
haven't
guys
you
talking
done
about
to me?
Food, you're looking at it now.
also taking a break. I find that if I'm eating
Oh,
something,
we're done. Take a break from talking about food. That'd be nice.
no, I'm speaking about taking a break when you are eating.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Like if you take a break, you get full. Like you're busy eating and you're eating quite a big meal. I take a break like halfway and I go do something else. I come back and instantly like the food's already settled at the bottom.
Like
So
your kid wants
Yeah.
a glass of
And
cool
it-
drink with something. And then it's like, oh.
Yeah. And it was funny too, Shadow, the video that you showed, I believe it's his girlfriend is the one I've been watching. So she did this one where it was the breakfast one, and she got finished and she was like burping nonstop, like burp, burp, burp. And she's like, "Oh, I wish I could have done that sooner. I could have fit more down and finished faster." It was like, wow.
Well, at least her priorities are in line with what she's doing, you know?
And it was
It's
funny because
not good for your body to eat that much.
I
No,
can't
absolutely
imagine how it would be.
No.
No.
And I think most of those people probably, maybe not immediately, but like there's no way you eat that much and you don't puke. I'm sorry. And it's gross, but that's probably a reality.
And
You know, and like meat like that coming up a second time is so gross.
that's
Because
just where
I'm
yeah.
sure everybody's been sick where you've like
and here I am judging other people on what they consume.
Screw it. I'm making a 5-course meal. Yeah.
The only thing is, this is genuine, right? So it just is such a waste when there are like
absolutely when there's so many hungry people.
when there
Like-
are. I don't mean to make the topic serious again for a second,
I
right?
know.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
but you're still talking about
A lot
food,
of those
GP.
hungry people, guys.
I'll kind of address that in the way that only I can address that. Maybe others can address it in the same way I do, but okay. So you have Americans doing these food challenges. Okay. Those food challenges, they eat a ton of food, but in a certain respect, there's others who look at it as food waste. However, that food has been produced. There's always an excess of food that is being produced. So with the amount of food that's produced in the US or Canada or other parts of the world, you can't take that and transfer it to other parts of the world.
Absolutely,
You
yeah.
can't.
No.
It
Feels
just
spoiled.
wouldn't make it there.
Yes.
Yes,
So-
like even
It'll
that
be
burger
cold.
could
So-
feed like the whole family, it's not going to.
Yeah.
Even if we say, oh man, he should have only eaten a quarter of that. We could have taken 3/4 of that and sent it to
Yeah.
you know,
South
wherever, where people.
Where we're from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Sudan.
You can tell the food
I
up
was
here
gonna
is like,
say that, but I didn't want to be, you know.
That's
So-
the
I mean,
benefit.
we're a third world country.
There are
But-
there are multiple benefits that come from being from where we're from. Trust me, that I can make jokes that you could never. So continue.
100%.
Go for it
So-
though, yeah.
So
You're saying?
for me, when we look at that kind of thing, it's like it's all going to be waste or consumed in the US or Canada or whatever. There isn't a feasible way to get that extra food to anyone who actually needs it around the world, because by the time it gets there, it's already going to be wasted. It's going to be rotten. It's going to be,
cold.
you know, so
That's a fair point, right? But I do, but hear me out.
Can't you send the
I
cow there?
totally get where you're going in the fact that, you know, where there are people who are eating anything they can get. They're drinking water that is not good for them. People are literally starving around the world. And there are people doing food challenges. I totally get the point too. But again, it's like, okay, if these people here stopped doing food challenges,
World's biggest pizza.
would that make it any better for anyone who's starving?
Mm.
No,
Would-
and I get that side of it, right?
Exactly. It's
but-
one of those where
in that city where they're eating that, there are people that are hungry, and at the
Yes.
end of the day, that restaurant's going to dump a whole lot of food in the trash instead
exactly.
of giving it to someone.
Yeah.
And that type of thing bugs me a lot.
No, you don't
You
need
know?
to send. You don't need to send that excess food to somewhere like South Africa over
No,
here, for
just-
example. You could just there's people that are hungry and that are starving.
There's-
Yeah, just right outside.
If you take a look around the world, in any Western culture, US, Canada,
Yeah.
I use those two because that's what I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
There are so many people that are hungry. There
Yep.
are so many people that can use that extra food. However, again, how do you translate that? How do you take how do you transfer that, like, without saying, okay, now we're getting into actual government regulations where no, you can't do that. You can't eat that amount of food. We're going to have to take that amount of food and transfer it to someone who, you know, can't afford that amount of food. It's
You see, that's where it comes down to, again, for me, when I think of the waste side, it comes down to having a portion that you know you can finish, that there is no waste.
the thing
You know what I
to me too is it waste?
Yeah. Especially now, right? Especially now with food
It-
prices going up. Wasting food is like, no.
Is excess food actually waste? So for me here on the homestead, if I produce too much food for myself,
Well, the family.
Oh well, for you,
Okay.
no. But
Hold on.
what I'm okay.
hold on. So I produce too much food here. I can give some to the rabbits. I can give some to the pigs. So what happens if I produce so much food that I can't consume it? The rabbits can't consume it. The pigs can't consume it. The cows can't consume it, and I can't sell it. It goes into compost.
Well, all that's better than landfill. All that's better than landfill.
Right. But again, if we're sending food to landfill, a lot of the time that will actually decompose and create again more earth.
No, it's in plastic bags.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
but usually when you throw plastic bags in the landfill, they have those big dozers that push stuff and run over stuff and move
Or
stuff,
the
and
seagulls
those
break it
plastic
open and the
bags
birds
break
break it open.
open.
Yeah, the birds will break
Oh,
it
that's
open too.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So this is something that is genuinely, like, this is a fact, is that, and I've mentioned this before because it's so important to me, that we absolutely do currently produce enough food right now to feed everybody on the planet. The
We
only
do.
problem we have,
Yeah.
the
It's
real
just to
only
spread
problem
it out.
we've got- yes,
Get
the
it to
logistical. The thing is, as
get it into
technology
their hands.
improves, we're getting closer to being able to resolve that, which is amazing. Imagine living in a world where nobody was hungry. Imagine living in a world where we were able to make sure that food wasn't used as a weapon, which it is
Yeah.
used as in the world right now. Like, people weaponize food. I mean, how
So it's not a
desperate
production
was-
thing, distribution
Sorry,
of it.
Sia?
I said it's not a production problem per se, but a distribution of it.
Yes, and they've also done so in a way that was more, cities are not sustainable. This is the point that people,
No.
yes,
And I
100%.
think most of
Not
us realize that the world is overpopulated.
That might also be a lie. I
No,
know that
we're
that's going to,
actually not. So we are headed for a population meltdown because if you look at the birth rates in the United States, in Canada, in most of the developed countries, the birth rates haven't been enough to replace the people, you know. And then if you look at, like, for example, unfortunately in the poorer countries, like the third world countries, there the birth rates have been, like, if you go look at Nigeria, like,
It's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And the thing is, those people need somewhere to go. And
if you look at, I think Canada and the US is like 0.5. Like 2 people produce half a kid in US and Canada. And you look at the Middle East and Africa, and suddenly now 2 people produce, I think it's like 5 kids. It's something.
Yeah.
The ratio between Western developed nations and third world countries is crazy.
But do you know what it is, though? Do you know what causes that? It's education.
I think not only it's education, but it's and everything combined with, in some parts of the world, your kids are the ones who look after you in old age. So the more kids, the better.
Yeah,
your kids are also the ones who look after the farm and are able to grow food. So more kids, the better. Whereas in Canada, the US Western culture, it's like kids now are a hassle. They cost money. So why have them? Whereas in other cultures, they're the ones who provide the money. They're the ones who provide for you when you get old. They're the ones who look after the crops when you can't. So again, it's
they did also do a study where they basically found that once girls start being educated, they're less likely to engage and in early sexual relationships where they would then have to marry.
They don't have those daddy issues.
They don't have those daddy issues, no. But that's the thing, because once they're educated, there's more opportunity for girls.
Yes.
You know, and then once there's more opportunity, they're less likely to want to settle down now already with a family, because they want to explore the opportunities, which is all great. That's wonderful. but it does lead, unfortunately, to that situation where the birth rates aren't enough to replace the people.
And it's not only that; it's
Which-
because when people have their
Which
education, when
personally,
they have
I don't think
jobs,
is a bad thing. I don't think, again, coming from my perspective, personally, I think the world is overpopulated. I think, the cities are places where I don't want to live. I'd rather have all of us living on huge tracts of land where we can grow our own food, we can work together, we can live in harmony and peace, and exchange stuff and trade with each other, rather than I'm in a 60-story apartment building where I can't grow anything, I can't do anything, and my carbon footprint is massive. So it may sound bad, but a little less reproductive right now might be a good thing for the planet.
No, the thing is that the impact that we have is the problem. It's not how many people we have. So like there is a large, and if you look into the counter argument, it's very strong regarding the fact that we are not facing like an overpopulation problem.
There's a lot of land. I can't remember, so I'm not even going to state a half a fact. But
CR, you're looking
Yo,
sexy.
you guys made me go bananas here. All the food talk. What the hell? Look at this.
Did you grill that
Osmander's gonna be
banana?
like, oh yeah,
or
yeah. He's gonna say something. He's like,
Yeah, he
I'm
peeled
waiting
it.
for him to say something.
what did you do with that banana? Did you grill it, or is
No,
that
no. It's
bruises?
because it's just right.
Yeah.
You see, I just wanted to say, Auslander,
it's not. You're being offensive.
where's Auslander being offensive?
Oh no, someone's being offensive. Run away.
Where?
It's not motherhood anymore, because there's nothing that makes a mother or a woman a woman. It's all.
No,
What-
you mean a birth person.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I am. That's my demographic.
Because you're not supposed to
It's
say mother,
cool.
you're
No,
supposed to say
it's-
birthing person.
It's very sad, and it's true. It is. It does, unfortunately, and like. Also, they've just, I'll be honest, like the way they make it look, like even in the new Matrix movie, like they make motherhood look like so shit, but it's really not.
Yeah, that's what Auslander was also saying there.
Great. Now there's spoilers for this movie.
Being a mom is great. Like I love being a mom. I love my kids, and they completely it's like they take all that cool stuff of being a parent away, all the fun stuff that come with being a parent, and it's just it's shitty nappies and like rude kids and this and that, and they just want to point out all this negative stuff. Yes, there's negative there, but do you know how much you love that thing? And then all of a sudden, all that love, all that nonsense that they do, it's just like, well, I love you. So, and they completely forget about that. It's like, you don't hate your dog if it like poops in your house, because you're like, well, I love it, and it's my responsibility. So, and then they make it like parents, being a parent is just terrible all the time, and it's not. It's great. I love being a mom.
I think Auslander, it's not everywhere in the world. I think Auslander, there are some benefits to being South African, where we are still in some ways behind the rest of the world in terms of, if you want to call the world progressive, we are behind being like, you know what I mean? Like in some ways we are fortunately not like bombarded by all of this political nonsense all the time, the way that the rest of the world is, which is great.
We have.
However, Kate.
Wait, Auslander still thinks. Wait, Auslander actually thinks when when Kay said that you were being offensive, she was making a joke at the fact that you said motherhood when it's actually called birth person, because in the modern world, you're not allowed to
I
say
was being
motherhood.
sarcastic, yes.
It was a sarcastic
No.
comment that came across. Ausland.
I loved
Sorry.
everything you said until you said, "Do you have any idea how much we love that thing?"
No, because sometimes.
When you said "thing," that was the clinch.
Yeah, no, your kid is sometimes a little
Hey,
monster.
I
That's
still love
the
all
truth.
4 of my little things.
Exactly.
And I love Bridget's 3 little things as well.
Yeah, can I just point out that Auslander, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where everybody.
You see, so much gets lost in translation.
We live in a
You're-
time,
Yeah.
right, where you've got to be
Yeah.
so careful. You being absolutely normal there and natural when you like are cautious to offend somebody when somebody says, "Oh, you offended them," because
Oh,
somebody will, and they'll hold you to it. They'll be like, "Oh, that's the guy who offended me."
are you that soft that you were offended by some words?
That's what happens. It happens,
I know,
right?
it's like, no, you know what's funny?
No.
Hey? So I actually read an article that on a global scale, South African teenagers are bullied to a much higher like standard than in most parts of the world, right? So our bullying is really bad. So I got bullied in high school. So
I got bullied hardcore.
I've got a pretty thick skin.
I was
when
bullied too.
I was bullied badly. I mean, I was squint because I hadn't had my LASIK surgery done that fixed my eyes. So I was teased because I was squint, and I was like really skinny. Like I looked like malnourished, even though I wasn't. I was just one of those kids. You know, you get those kids that are really skinny and stuff. And I was one of those kids. So I was teased for like a variety of reasons. And it's like some of these people were never bullied. And it really shows because they just like get so offended by like the most menial bullshit. It's annoying.
I think in Canada and probably the US, but you know, if you're a guy going through school, you were called gay. It was like that was just one of the things, and you know, beat up because you weren't as cool or as popular as some of the other kids. And like, and then you grow up and you're like, maybe I'm gay. And you're like, no, definitely not gay. Try again.
I like your hat, CR.
I know I'm going bananas because you guys keep talking about food.
Fish is bananas.
Yeah, he
It's
going
making a great
banana.
hat for me right now.
Yeah. Who is that? That's not Katy Perry. That's this is bananas.
Stefani.
What? Who is it?
Stefani.
Oh yeah, Gwen
Yeah.
Stefani.
That song was really big
It
when I was
bananas.
in primary school.
I know.
So,
In primary school, no, that was like
Oh,
a
now the
couple
chat's
years
going
ago.
bananas.
How old are
Yeah,
you
was
guys again?
well, I am 28.
Like I said, that was a couple years ago.
Yeah, indeed. It was a long time ago I were
Let's
in that
see.
age.
In school, I was listening to Motley Crue, Sabbath, Ozzy.
You see, you guys had such nice.
Yeah.
We didn't have Gwen Stefani or, you know.
No, see, that's the unfortunate thing. That's the music I
talking
had to
about
grow
this?
up with.
You
That's
talking about
why
something
I
that's food?
My mom's Alice Cooper, and
Is bananas.
I'm happy to have grown up without Facebook and without
Oh,
what
man.
smartphones. We had no smartphones, and we
Dude,
had no
I
no
hear
social
you
media.
on that. I am so thankful I went through all of my school without ever having internet.
Yes,
Yes.
I agree, 100%. Even, you know what we used to have to do, even though we had like the basic computers, like we'd still have to go to somebody else's house, for example, and we'd have to go and like share information and stuff, like share a movie, like
Yeah.
you got a movie, something like that, you know what I mean? Or like, okay.
No, my grandparents got the internet, and all the grandkids had to come to their house to do school projects and stuff because they had the phone line, and my mom wasn't going to get a phone line.
But the thing is, it made everybody want to be out. Everybody used to be outside. People used to be like, even in the neighborhoods, everybody used to be like at the park. And I've often said it, like nobody goes to the park anymore. And when we were young, everybody used to like know each other.
I grew up in a subdivision, and I want to say my town, my little town was like 1,500 people, maybe. So all of us kids knew each other, and we would run around the subdivision, and we would play guns, cowboys and Indians, the whole thing. Like, you know, we knew it was time to go home when the lights came on the streets.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Like, we would go fishing and, you know, ride our bikes, and we would jump through neighbors' backyards, and they would be like, hey, you know, how's it going? And no one cared. Everyone was so friendly, and it was all great, and we all got along. And that's what we did as kids, is we played outside nonstop all the time. And it was just so great because, you know, if we wanted to know where someone was, we'd go knock on their door, and their parents would be like, oh no, he's over at, you know, my best friend was Mika at the time. He was from Finland. And he'd be like, so I'd go down to Mika's place, and his older brother Petri would be like, no, he's over at Randy's. Randy's would be across the street, and like, oh yeah, there's his bike. Okay, so we go over to their place, Craig and Randy's, and like, it would be so awesome because all of us would get along and play together, and all. I don't think that happens anymore with kids. Is you don't get that sense of community, you don't get that sense of spirit. And
yeah, I agree with you for.
You
like,
don't
it's like
get,
now they meet on like Minecraft or something like that.
We used to
on a
run around
virtual
with our
environment.
pellet guns and stuff, playing cowboys and Indians. And you know, if kids ran around nowadays with the pellet guns and stuff, they get shot by police. It's crazy.
I also just wouldn't. I don't know. I think that they say that it's safer now, actually, but it's just more in your face because it's in every, like, if something happens, it's like in the newspaper, and we're more aware of it. But I would never.
Newspaper? What's this newspaper you speak of? I'm just kidding.
Print media.
Yeah, and we didn't have internet, Facebook, and anything, Instagram, where people could bully you online.
But
if someone wanted to bully you, it would be at school, and they'd be like,
yeah.
I wouldn't let my daughter go to someone's house without me knowing those people. Like, and my mom was like that as well. I think maybe I don't know, maybe it's different with girls. I don't know. I don't know. But I wasn't allowed to just go to people's houses without my mom, like, speaking to parents. And
until we were like 16, 17, 18, our parents knew where we were at all times. Like, you're not going to anyone's house. You're going to a party? Are their parents there? Are you sure?
Are they parents
my
there?
mom was
Give me their phone number, because we're going to call them and make sure they are there.
I want to meet their parents.
Oh, by the way,
first.
we're dropping you off, and we're going to meet their parents at the door to make sure they're there. It's
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was only when we were like older, then we could like kind of sneak out to those bush parties and that kind of stuff.
I understand that. It's just like, because also in our area, it's not like there are a lot of kids, like, especially my daughter's age. There's no kids my daughter's age in this area at all that I know of. Like, there's older kids and then there's younger kids, but none her age.
That's brutal.
Yeah, and that's not just that. It's also the whole like crime rate. Like that's such
Yeah,
a big
they
factor.
rob kids here.
And
They'll
I want to
They-
say about crime rates, like when we were kids, when we had bush parties, there were crime rates, and then there's crime rates. So, you know, when we did things that were kind of outside the law, I guess, no one got hurt. But then there's crime where people get hurt. So, for example, you know, we had like this one bush party where we actually burned down a watchtower for bird watching. Yeah, it was bad. But no one got hurt.
So, like, it was about 3 days ago, they robbed school kids, like right here by
like
us.
right
See,
outside the school.
That's bad. As soon as you're stealing from other people. But
Yep.
But then
It's
again,
terrible.
burning down a watchtower, I guess, is like stealing from the taxpayers, or I'm trying to justify it in my mind, okay?
That's okay, Thor. You have the right to do that.
Okay.
If you feel better.
I do feel better about myself for that. I mean, I did some things that were,
Well, the truth comes out now.
yeah. We survived, though. We survived our teenage. Oh, Space Invaders was the best. That was like the best video game ever.
Pew, pew.
I know. It is so funny because I was like, I want to say I was 12 when my parents took my younger sister and brother to Disney World. And I had already been, so I had to stay with my uncle, my dad's brother. So I had to stay with him for like a week when they took my sister and brother to Disney World. And he had just got Pong, Atari Pong. So yeah. So there I was for a week playing Pong with my uncle. It was like the coolest thing. I had so much fun.
Yeah, I have memories like that too. For too.
All right. You guys are going to have to carry this without me. I'm going to excuse myself. I'll be back in a second.
Why is he whispering?
I don't know.
Why are we whispering?
But
I have no idea.
I got to use the bathroom. I'll be back.
Ah, bathroom break.
We're using our indoor voices.
Indeed.
While Thor was gone quickly,
Why he's gone? Okay. So you couldn't say it while you were here. Okay. I'll tell him that.
No,
I'll be like,
no,
he
Thor-
wanted to say something, but he's waiting for you to leave first.
tell him that I said goodbye. We're gonna
No, he's
end
not
here
going.
as well. We've been on for I think about 4 hours now, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. But as I mentioned, if you guys have a bit of free time, just through the tomorrow, Sunday sometime, just check out those videos that I uploaded at a really silly time. But anyway, bye for now,
I never
everybody.
saw them. I knew I should just went straight to the
No,
channel.
it's 1:15 in the morning here. It's
See, this is why I remember the channels more than the channel name and the people, because I'm like, did they release anything? No, because sometimes your subscription fee it gets piled up, right? And you have to go back from time to time. So
Not just
that's
that,
why I go
there's
directly to the channel.
Yeah, there's also the whole there's more to it with the relevancy and stuff like that. There's relevancy and there's engagement and then that like boosts the thing up. And if it doesn't within the first while like have any sort of traction, obviously, then it shows almost as irrelevant. So you got to it's a whole thing. I'm actually gonna I don't think Thor's going to be too long, and it is going to be a little bit rude if I do leave, like while he is gone. So I think it's okay. There we go.
Never mind.
There we go. Okay, that's Thor. So I'm just saying goodbye.
Oh
Okay.
before we were just talking about you. We were just talking about you. All good stuff.
Every time I come on, everyone says, "Hey, we were just talking about you," but no one ever says what they were talking about.
Because they were talking about you, not to you.
She has a point there.
Touche.
So what I was actually saying, Thor, was that I was going to leave when you were gone, but then I thought it would be rude, so I was waiting for you to get back, and then I was going to say bye to you as well.
That would be.
It's quarter past.
I come back and you were gone. That's like, seriously? How could you do that to me, dude?
I can't.
No, you'd be like, it'd be okay. It's just him. Like, I could do that, no problem.
Auslander, I put up 2 videos a month, okay? That's all I do at the moment. I've always been very passive about it. I don't like put up a lot of YouTube content. I don't, but I do try and put up quality content.
Also, I'm not a bitch like that.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. That's what I said earlier, and I meant it when I said that I have the best wife, because it's just like we're best friends and we're like married. You know what I mean?
That's so awesome.
We've been together for 10 years, and I'm being serious. Like I wouldn't choose.
Well, I'm being serious too,
dude. I hear you on that. I finally found that too.
Nice.
It's such a good thing.
Right? Somebody that you can speak to, somebody that actually matches you intellectually, and like has like. I don't know. It's very important to have that.
You have no problem talking about anything. You can discuss anything. You can, share anything you feel, think. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just that bond is something where I don't, the thing is, unfortunately, and just before I go, I'll say that like I have been extremely disappointed in people, like when they.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I try my best.
I'm sorry. It's our fault. It's our fault. It's our fault. We know it's
No, when I say disappointed, I mean like just people can sometimes backstab you in a horrible way and stuff.
Seriously, Guardian, are we going there? Look what you're doing to me.
I'm sorry.
So yes, all I'm
how
saying
could you
is
do this to me?
it's nice to have a couple of good friends like you guys, and then it's also nice to have like a partner in life that I can chat to often and stuff.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah, we have left bets of today, so
friends come and go, but those who are your partners who stay with you are the ones who really matter.
Yeah, 100%. So, family is important.
It is.
Indeed, I agree with you.
Yeah.
About that.
These Saturday night streams are also very important to me, Shadow. I just want to say thank you before I leave.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Shadow agrees with you about family. Yes. Very important.
This is where we cue what Auslander would say to her about her. He'll say something. We all know. We know. I won't push it.
Bye,
GB.
Bye.
Bye. Take care. Yeah, that was that.
4 hours later.
It's Guardian is always fun to have on panel.
Yeah. Man, I love talking with you guys. It's such an amazing perspective to come from so many different areas. Even though Shadow doesn't talk or anything, he just like
What's the deal with that? We can let him talk right here, right?
We could.
Let him talk. Let's let him talk. For once, I want to hear your point of view. He's speechless. Oh my God.
that was awesome. I mean, that is like, Shadow in a nutshell right there. It's like that perspective is like mind blowing. Oh,
mind blowing.
I guess I have to read his mind.
Yep, we're gonna have to read his mind.
Since when did you get mind readers?
We need to
Today or last week?
what's that called? ESP. We need to use that now.
What I love is you always check in with us. Is like, you know,
Yeah, when you say good morning, I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's nighttime here.
there's always a good morning from you. I love that.
Yeah, I try to do that, but some days I forget. But I try to put.
Have you seen Shadow? I haven't heard a good morning from him all day. I can't go without that.
Like, I check in and then there's nothing, and I'm like, oh. But then I
Is my
check in
internet
a bit
working?
later, and there's a good morning or a good evening, and I do love that.
Yeah, I think that is a nice thing to do,
Yeah, it is.
so people know. Well, oh, he's still alive. Okay, no
It's not that
worries
you're
there.
still alive; it's that you're thinking of us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The
and I
truth comes
appreciate
out.
that.
The truth comes out.
I always want to know that people are thinking about me. I am very conceited, arrogant. So, you know, if people are thinking about me, bam.
I was thinking about you earlier, I'm like, oh,
Were
I wonder if
you?
it's getting rain.
How were
sunny
you
there?
thinking about me? Was it like
Okay, let's
bow
not go
chicka
there.
bow bow, or was it like, you know,
Let's not
other
go
stuff?
there. Let's not go there because Auslander might start putting in other letters and stuff.
At least you were thinking about me.
No, I was just
Exactly.
thinking if you're getting rain or snow. I mean,
Oh.
or sun.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst.
I was thinking, I'm like, how warm does that hot tub get? How warm does that jacuzzi get? How tall are his trees? How are the chickens?
Oh, the chickens were freaking out today. Our meat chickens. So we have this umbrella. You know, like the umbrella you can stick in like for a patio. You're having
Yeah,
guests
patio
over and you
umbrella.
stick the umbrella in and put the
Yeah.
umbrella up. So our so our
Parcel. Or parasol, I should say. A parasol, yeah. Maybe you should just say that.
our umbrella broke. So it snapped off at the base. So we were using it for other stuff. And then finally we're like, okay, so it's not going to work the way we want it to. So we put it in with the chickens. And because it's a little lower now, it works fine for the meat chickens because the meat chickens still get shade. So I was driving the tractor back from the back and we were doing some stuff. I'm like, oh, that looks weird. Because you know when you go around your property or you go into your place or something, you go into an environment where something doesn't look right and you're like, oh, something's off. Something's not the way it should be.
Yeah.
So I was driving the tractor back and I'm like, whoa, that looks weird. And instead of the umbrella being upright and covering for the sun and the wind and the rain, apparently the wind had blown it over. So the umbrella had blown over and was now blocking the door for the meat chickens to come out of their little enclosure. So we had one meat chicken that was out in the middle of our little field where we have them. And this meat chicken is like freaking crippled. And that's the thing with meat chickens is meat chickens are horrible for like leg issues and other issues. Like you scare them and they have a heart attack and they drop over dead. But if you ever have meat chickens, you'll realize how dumb and stupid and inept and stuff they are. So we had this one little young meat chicken where, you know, I don't know whether he tried to climb over the feeder or do something, but he can't work his legs. So I go out there because I see the umbrella is leaning over and it's in the wrong place. And all I see is one meat chicken still out in this pasture. And he's right by the fence. He's like, can't work his legs. He's up against the fence. It's like it's been raining all day. And this meat chicken's up against the fence. Cold, wet, tired. I'm like, seriously? All the other meat chickens are in their thing. So I go out, I lift the umbrella, I close the umbrella so it's not going to get blown over again by the wind. And I grab this little poor middle meat chicken and I throw him in with all the others, and they're all in there. And he's like, and he's like trying to move around, but he moves around by flapping his wings and kicking his feet that he can't actually move. And it's so sad because it's like, okay, no, you need to get better so you can get bigger so we can eat you. We can't eat you if you're just going to be a little cripple invalid. So it's like, it's such a sad situation. There's my meat chicken story.
But it happens.
Yeah, it's like, meat chickens are notorious for being stupid. They are. Meat chickens are horrible. You need
And I'm notorious for being hungry.
Dual purpose chickens are where it's at. So you can like raise them, have some eggs, and then eat them. But the meat chickens are just like, yeah, because it's like their legs are, so yeah, you have a good picture right here as me, as a meat chicken. Their legs are like this big and they're like flapping around and they're like, their legs don't actually work. So they can't actually stand on their legs, but their legs still push them around. So they're like, and then they go right through the mud and the poop and everything else. And like, we've got it set up so there's like some grass and stuff where they can eat, but where they continue to poop and the rain falls, there's this little mud puddle. I tell you, damn meat chickens.
And how is it going for your rabbits then?
The rabbits are awesome. So they're in the little colony and they're so cute. Between the rabbits and the cows, it is hard to harvest both of them. If you're raising chickens, it's really easy to harvest them at the end of the season because you're like, dude, I'm gonna put you out of your misery and just it's you're done. Like, come on, it's time for me to eat you. Whereas the cows and the rabbits, it's like the rabbits aren't too bad because we don't name them, so it's a little easier to harvest them. But they have such a great time out in the colony and they're running around and playing with each other. And, we grab some clover and other branches and trees and stuff, and we feed them all the time. And they hide in their little tunnels. But then if you call them and you're like, hey guys, what's going on? Are you guys hungry? What are you guys up to? And suddenly they start coming out of the tunnels and they come over and they see you and you feed them. And to me, it's amazing in the point that our animals have the best life in the world that we can give them. They aren't in a crappy situation where, they're not having fun or they're in a cage or something like that. Both the rabbits, the pigs, the chickens, the cows, we give them the best possible life we can give them. And I know they're having an amazing time up until that last day. So for me, it is hard on that last day because I love them. They're so great, but it's like, I know what they're here for. I know why we raised them. So what was the question again?
I have no idea.
I know the question. I know what the question was. I know for sure now.
What was the question?
Why are you guys making CR hungry? That was the question.
Because
we can.
Everyone loves talking about food.
Yeah, every time I'm around.
It's funny because I was just watching. We were watching Iron Chef last night.
Oh, here we go. Still talking.
The first time we watched Iron Chef. So we don't get to watch too much TV because we're usually doing chores and stuff. But last night we were like, oh, we got some free time. It's been pouring rain. Let's watch a little TV. So we watched Iron Chef, and that was pretty cool. They did these like medieval meal, and then they brought in these surprise ingredients, and I was like, oh, pretty wild. So
is that a competition or something?
Yeah, so I'd have to go back and look at it to tell you more about it, but from what I understand is they have
a secret ingredient that you have to add in, and there's like a theme.
It seems like it's different chefs competing for an ultimate prize of some sort.
The title of Iron Chef.
Yeah, I guess that. And the one we watched was like this medieval thing. So it was like they brought in 4 out of 5 of, I guess, these chefs that are in the running for the title.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, okay, so the first ingredient's going to be wild bird. So they had like squab, which is really pigeon. They had goose, they had duck, they had chicken, they had other stuff. So the chefs could pick that. And then like a third of the way through, they said, okay, so the next ingredient you can use is mushrooms. So they had to make another meal with mushrooms. And then 2/3 of the way through, they said, okay, the next one you can use is grapes. So the next meal they had to make had to feature grapes. So it's pretty neat to watch that. So excuse me.
Anytime. Yeah, that's Jack in a nutshell.
What kind of chicken fetish? Like the costume thing?
What? Spandex?
Yeah.
Spandex chicken?
Spandex with the big feet? Like, yeah. I don't know. I think I've seen those costumes. I don't know. I think maybe, if I was a little drunk and inebriated, I could go in for those kind of Furby costume things. Like, you want to be a panda and roll around with me eating bamboo? Yeah, sure. Let's see where that goes.
I take a break from the stream for a moment and I come back and you guys are talking about this now.
What do you mean you're taking a break from the Furby conversation?
I went to go move the solar lights that I have.
What? What?
I had to move some plants.
No, you didn't. You just don't want to talk about the Furby conversation.
No, I just come back and I just hear it.
I'm pretty sure you know all about that, don't you?
I said I wore pink. I didn't say I wore fur. Maybe this is my cue to exit stage right.
Oh no, you gotta stick around. Stick around for this.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
I know. If we both leave, then Shadow will be like, I get to talk again.
Yeah. Chickens are one thing, but I mean, if I had sheep, meh, I would be like,
That'd be fun.
yeah. Homesteads, where the men are men and the sheep are scared.
And the chickens are chicken. Oh, and the cows are moving.
And the cows are watching like,
And horses
Exactly.
are nay.
"Mwah. Mwah." Oh man. What else have we got for a conversation or topic?
Do you have any plans to get another kind of animals than cows and chicken or rabbits?
I swear we've been talking about food. You guys been talking about food for last night.
What about
90
ducks?
minutes.
Ducks.
Maybe-
I don't want ducks on my homestead because they're too noisy. But then we're like, okay, so we're starting to get ticks up here. So we're like, okay, maybe we need guinea fowl. The problem is guinea fowl are worse than ducks. So it's like, no. Exactly. That was my thoughts exactly.
Yeah. It's really hot in here.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm sweating. I'm
Are you
sweating
guys
like
having a
an
heat
Niagara
wave?
Falls.
Or is it just like Ciara's with his
Hot and humid.
crimson lipstick is like, wow, heating stuff up.
Oh, now he has to bring that back up.
Rawr. You need to open a window or something there, Shadow.
Well, I don't have any window here. It's on the other side of the bookshelves.
Ah.
And if I open the balcony door, the cats will go out on the balcony.
Ah, those little.
And it's
So,
a four-story.
I gotta ask, behind you, what kind of is that? A camouflage behind you on the wall?
Yeah, it is.
I want to say that looks like Cad Pat. What kind of camo is that?
Well, I have no idea really what they call it, but it's cool.
It looks like Cat Bat to me. So the Canadian.
You're probably correct.
It's so funny because to me, here the Cat Pat is pretty good, but for me, I like the what is it? The I want to say M82 or M20, M82, I think it is. Like the old Swedish pattern, the splinter.
Yeah.
To me, that is like the coolest camo ever.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's the M82 Swedish pattern.
We call it M90.
M90?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me open Google here.
M90 camouflage.
M90 camo. Yes, that's the one. I was mistaken. So to me, that is like the coolest camouflage pattern ever. And that would work here in our environment as well.
Really?
Yeah. Which is always gets me because it's like, you know, our government is always like, oh, you know, let's see what, you know, maybe the Americans are doing or someone else is doing. I'm like, no, we need to look at what Sweden, Finland, Norway is doing because they work in the same Arctic environments as we do. So like, hello, come on. Like they operate in the same, you know, the tundra, the same waters as we do. So to me, it's like, why don't we pull some of that inspiration into our own military? So, yeah. So, Shadow, if you can send me an M90 jacket and pants, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be really happy.
The interesting with the M90 jacket and pants is that goes on your length and weight.
Okay.
So you need to find, you can check that or Google that. I can Google it if I can find it. M90 size.
Yeah. So I need a fat, out of shape reservist size. I'm gonna have to get some.
Corded.
That's just such a cool pattern to me anyway for the area that we are in. I think it would do so well here.
It might be you and Canada and Sweden has similar
Oh, by the way, I'll
environment.
be right back. I gotta get some more coffee.
What? Coffee? It's way past coffee time. It's like rum time.
Don't offend my coffee.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'll be right back though.
I hope. I can. It says here for it's this is another type. This is not original.
Yeah, that looks more rounded than the actual M90.
Yeah, because this is in small, medium, large, XL, double XL, triple XL, 4XL, 5XL, 6XL, 7XL.
Wow.
And this is a windbreaker front zip M90 camo. Let's see if we can find. On the. Yeah, here it is. Small, medium, large, extra large,
Okay.
XX large. On these Nordic Army Ranger soft shell
Nice.
M90 camo. There were another one too. This one. Small, medium, large, extra large, XX large.
Nice.
And the price for those is 899 crowns. That's 900 almost.
Cool.
But it's nice. They look like this.
Nice. Okay.
And you have a zipper there. And these cargo pockets are really deep.
Sweet.
So it depends on what you like.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
And this pair is 100 below the other one. So
And it's
they
so
look
crazy for me to look at some of the sizes. So if I go to like Grimfrost
yeah.
for sizing, I don't understand it at all. Because I try and measure my size and I'm like, I'm way beyond anything that they offer for sizes.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, God damn it. I got to figure out how their sizes work.
Yeah. I prefer when it is in small, medium, when it's measured in small, medium, large, extra large, double X, and triple X. I prefer that. It's easier.
I like that. However, so for example, like I just jumped onto Grimfrost's website for one of the jackets I want.
Yeah.
And I go to their extra large.
Yeah.
And it goes to width. And the width is in centimeters. And it's measured from armpit to armpit.
Okay.
And so I measure that. And if I remember correctly, I was like way above what they had listed. So usually I take XL in most things. And then it was like suddenly, I don't fit into anything they're offering based on centimeters. So I was like, that's weird.
The jacket costs 699.
Kroners. What's kroners to you at? To Canadian? Let's see.
I have to check that actually.
Oh, I just saw it. Kroners Canadian. So how much was it? 600?
Let's see. The jacket is 699, yes.
So 700 kroners.
Yeah.
So it'd be $91 Canadian. Oh man. Yes, please.
Is that expensive for you, or is it
No.
cheap?
It's pretty inexpensive. For a windbreaker, it's pretty inexpensive.
Yeah, and then you have 900 for Nordic Army Elite soft shell pants and Nordic Army Ranger soft shell.
Yeah, which would
It's
be
100.
like,
It's 100 less. So
yeah, so 900 kroners would be about 117 Canadian dollars. So not too bad at all for clothing.
and they have another Nordic Army soft shell defender. This one cost 1,000. Oh, you can. It's easier to count on 1,000 on this one.
So 1,000 would be 130 Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a good price for in Canada?
Well, if it depends on what it is, how it's built, how it's made, what the features are. So if you're looking for good quality stuff in Canada, I usually judge it by what our Arc'teryx goes for. So if you're looking for a good quality jacket, windproof, waterproof, breathable, you're looking at anywhere from $250 up to $1,000. So
Whoa.
130 Canadian dollars is like nothing for kind of a soft shell. So like Arc'teryx beta jacket, I think is going for, I want to say $400 Canadian. So spending 130 for a soft shell. Again, it depends if it meets the same parameters. So, but you don't know.
Yeah, and this one, Nordic Army soft shell defender jacket, it is in from extra small to up to 3XL.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Can I share? Yeah, I can share, right?
Yeah, you can share. I'm gonna stop sharing this. So
Okay, can you see that or no?
yeah, I can.
Okay, so I'm looking at this and I go choose size and I go extra large. Okay, out of stock. But I go to size guide and here's the sizes in inches.
Yeah.
XL, maximum width is 27.6 inches. So that measures from basically the middle of the armpit to middle of the armpit. And I can't remember if that was what I was, but I'm pretty sure I was like more than that. So for me, it was like suddenly I'm up into XXL, 3XL, and I've never taken double XL or triple XL in anything. So it's like to me, it freaks me out to try and order one of these without figuring out my actual size.
Yeah.
And it's for my wedding too. So yeah.
It's pretty difficult when it says XL and it says another thing in inches.
Yeah.
It get confusing because I prefer it if it is in XL. I want it in centimeters.
For me, I gotta have it in inches because I don't understand centimeters. Even
2.54 centimeters for 1 inch.
Even though like CR for yourself, centimeters is probably the standard. When I grew
actually,
up,
because I know American people and people, I've gone to learn the conversion.
Yeah,
it just makes
for
it easier.
Myself,
that way I'm more diverse.
I took architecture all through high school.
Yeah, inches,
so it was
yards.
all imperial. Everything I've ever learned is imperial. So now switching to metric for stuff is like
it's 3.28 feet per meter.
What?
Yeah,
No.
I know this stuff.
Yeah, but no. That means I have to math, and I don't math.
It doesn't add up.
So, like, I'm 5'10" in feet. What does that equal to centimeters? I don't know.
I think 5 feet is like what, 150 centimeters, give or take.
So, what would 5'10" be?
I know. Add 10 inches.
How do you know it's 10 inches?
I don't know anything right now. Okay, whatever. Put me on the spot here, boy.
Look at these, Thor. This backpack.
No, I'm not interested in the backpacks because
it has that. It has the same camo.
I know the pattern is cool, but to me, backpacks are like, it depends on the purpose. So I find that most military built packs are way too heavy or way too inconvenient or way too overbuilt. So
uncomfortable.
Sometimes, yes.
Not enough.
What do you think about this one?
Is that a waist thing or what's that?
I wouldn't buy that at all.
That looks like a duffel type.
Yeah, normal duffel bag. But again, why would I buy a duffel bag in a camo pattern? If anyone's going to see my duffel bag, they're going to see it when they're loading it on.
Ooh, I like that.
No.
Okay, whatever.
No.
Whatever.
That hat looks like something out of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
Here is what I mean by weight, length, and weight.
Okay. So how much is like?
If you're 180 and weigh 105 kilo.
I don't know how much I weigh in kilos.
Or if you weigh 95 kilo and is 180 in your height, you need to have that size. So
God damn it. How much do I weigh in kilograms? Let me find out. Pounds to kilograms.
Remember, it's 2.2 pounds per 1 kilogram.
All right. Now I'm just guessing at what I weigh in kilograms.
Remember,
No.
conversion has CR in it, so that's why I know
Let's
this
say-
stuff now.
Let's say I'm 230. I don't think I'm 230, but I think I'm heavier than that. But like, let's say 105 kilograms.
Yeah, it depends on your length.
I'm 5'10".
Oh, that
Oh,
is
feet. Oh, fuck. Now you need. God, now I'm swearing. Sorry. YouTube, ignore that. I didn't swear. Feet to centimeters. $5.10. 155 centimeters.
Well, the minimum is 160 height and
What?
55 kilo.
All right, let's say 6 feet. So 6 feet is 182. Why would 5? I don't think it understood 5'10".
Yeah, I'm 183 centimeters.
Okay.
So
Let's say 180 centimeters to 105 kilograms.
yeah,
Yeah, that doesn't exist, does it? Let's go short, fat man.
Maybe that'll help.
Let's go reservist. Reservist size. There's got to be a reservist size.
here we have
All right. So what did I say I was? I think I'm around 180 centimeters to 104. It doesn't exist. You damn Nordic people are all tall and skinny.
It don't work for me.
this is a kit for 1,000. M90 pants, M90
Damn
jacket,
it.
plus a hat and a smog.
I don't need the schmuck. Or the hat. Maybe I need the hat. Might as well get a hat, right? No, not that hat. That hat is like so bad. Like I need a. Oh, now I got the hiccups.
Yeah, I noticed.
I needed like a boonie hat, not like that.
Like a wide brim.
Yes, we saw that. CR.
Boonie hat.
Yeah, we need
course
like
I
a
still
boonie
have it.
hat.
Like a
Do you
wide
guys
brim.
have that?
I got a
in,
wide brim hat.
Nordic? The boonie hat? Ah, there we go. Oh, you do. You do have a boonie hat. Awesome.
Wait, go
Yeah.
back up. That almost
Oh,
looks like the
look at
same
that
camel
right
style I
there.
have.
The red and black one. You have the lumberjack hat too.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Nice. You've gone all Canadian on us.
Enough said.
Look at that.
Yeah, that cost 189.
Oh man, you signed me up for one of those, and the rest in the M90 pattern. We're good to go.
Let's see what they have more here. There we have the desert pattern.
No,
Boonie hat.
no. For hats now, we're stuck on the lumberjack pattern.
There you have it.
Look at that. Do we even get the Velcro flag?
Or is that
I
sold
don't
separately?
know actually.
I'm pretty sure it's sold
Uh,
separately, right?
Well, that flag comes with it.
F&A. For those
So,
Canadians in the house.
I like those wide brim hats.
I know.
It's nice for gardening and stuff like that. When it's really sunny.
Exactly.
So this hat is in small, medium, large, extra large.
Nice.
And that hat is in stock. So size medium 58 centimeters, large 59 centimeters, extra large 60 centimeters.
I take an extra large. I have a big head. I mean,
My
yeah.
I think the measuring tape is upstairs.
What? Seriously, you don't every day carry one?
What?
I'm just kidding.
But there you have it anyway. So
All right, we're gonna have to talk offline about some M90 pattern gear for myself.
yeah,
Not that I could really rock it, but you know.
Yeah, I
it's
like those style hats.
it's a different type of camel
I just love
compared
that
to
camel.
others compared to other countries.
I want my I want to do up one of my rifles with that pattern. It'd be like, yeah.
You'd be like matching.
What?
I said you'd be matching.
Matching, yeah.
Oh, you gotta coordinate, right?
You do.
You do,
First
right?
rule of anything is looking cool, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Check out my bling.
Oh, hoodies.
Yeah. This is M90 dark camo.
M90 dark camo. That's like dark multicam. Oh, I think I just drooled on myself.
Nordic Army Defender hoodie M90 675.
No, go back to the M90 dark. Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, I just drooled.
It's
on
a windbreaker. It's a branded winter windbreaker.
Hello. I need
And
you in
let's
my
see.
life.
They have it up from small to 4XL.
I need that in my life. Okay. Shadow, you need to send me the link to this one.
To this one.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, I definitely need this in my life.
I send them in the private chat.
Yeah.
There you go. And I'm gonna find that.
I'll get that, and I'll get the Canadian.
And I'll send you the link to the boonie hat too.
Oh yeah. Man. Okay.
Where were you now?
Oh, scroll back up. Those
Yeah.
berets. That's the worst. That's the worst freaking beret I've ever seen in my life.
That
I
one.
hate watching movies and Hollywood. All these guys are wearing these berets and they're like fucking poofy and stuff. And I'm like, are you serious? That's your beret? Like, I'm gonna smack it right out of you. Like,
Smack the hat off you.
yeah, like seriously. It was funny because I think when I got my beret for when we went armored, they were like, no, you need to get like 3 times smaller than they actually recommend. It was like 3 or 4 times smaller than they recommend. And you get it, and then you stretch out the leather. And once you stretch out the leather, and then it fits perfectly and folds over nicely. But if you go with what they actually recommend, then it's one of those big, poofy, stupid looking, Israeli berets. And you're like, what the hell am I wearing?
There you get the lumberjack hat,
Yeah.
winter hat.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. So, well, boys, I'm off. I'm going to go spend some time with my woman. But
Oh, okay.
I am
Have
so
fun,
happy
have fun,
to
have
be
fun.
able to hook up with you guys today and chat with you because it's been too long. And
We
I
miss you
love
too,
actually
boy.
chatting with you guys.
Yeah, it's nice to
It's
share
always
time
nice
with
to chat with you too,
you.
Thor.
Share some time with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah,
all
you'll
right.
hear from us.
So, what's that?
I said we'll hear from you.
Oh, you will. You will obviously hear from me. So,
Yeah, probably like 5 minutes later. Oh, guess what I found? I saw this. By the way,
Yeah.
here's the link.
I'll tee up with you in a few minutes. So,
All right,
All
later
right.
for.
I love you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Stay safe.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
And then, oh, guess what? I told you. See, real book.
Ah.
Real book. Oh, here.
Yeah.
It's actually a backpacking. I thought it was hiking or camping. Wait,
I never seen that. I never seen those.
I know.
books
I've never.
before.
These are old. These are from the 70s.
Yeah.
They're old. They're 50 years old, right? I mean, like this one right here has like black and white drawings, diagrams, and stuff like that. I haven't read this all the way, but I got it for free, right? Oops. Yeah, I got it for free. So I didn't argue about that one. I was just like, it was in a free pile. I was just like, oh yeah, this I could make use of that. That's right up my alley. Because that information should still be relevant. Like tongue and groove type of things and stuff like that. So I don't know about that lightweight backpacking, but there might be some information still relevant and stuff like that. Oh,
yeah.
Guess what I've also been working on? Let's see here. The lights out kit. Or I've shown this before, actually. I'm still working on it. I gotta rework it. This one right here. I'm updating it as I go along now. Just checking on stuff. Yeah. Like the lighters and stuff like that. I'll put in a new candle in there for now. Did I tell you, Shadow? I don't think I've even said it on my own channel yet. You there?
I'm not sure.
Oh no! I thought you froze or something because it's like you didn't move for a second. I'm like, he's not talking.
No, I didn't froze.
Did I lose him?
It's
No,
me.
I
Just
actually,
can.
I have another version of this which I haven't said yet. So sneak peek, but no, it's it contains more of the candles because I can't fit all the candles in this. This is like something I would go to first. Because usually if I'm using candles, it's usually either supplement or, heat or, well, a little bit of heat or, because there's no sunlight out to charge solar lights. Because I've been using solar lights for a while now. Smaller solar lights, but I've been using them for quite a while now. It does help. It does help. Because even last year, when during the heat wave here, when we had a power outage for a brief amount of time, that's the first thing I used was I didn't have to dig out flashlights or the lights out. I already had the solar lights first. That was my first thing. That's always my first option. Because usually I let them charge during the day and stuff like that. Then I rely on this other stuff if I had to.
Yeah.
I went to go take a shower. I went using a solar light in the shower because this shower doesn't have
works.
a window. Yeah, so because I actually purposely keep a resealable bag, like a Ziploc bag, in the shower by the door, so I can put a light in there and hang it in the shower if I need to. Like I keep a flashlight nearby too. So, well, because I've said this before. If you're in the shower or something like that without a window and it can get dark if there's no light, if the power goes out, then you're in the dark with shampoo and conditioner in your hair still. You still have to rinse that out. You still have to change. You still have to get dry. Because you can't just put on wet clothes when you're still wet. You know what I mean? Like pants and stuff like that. Because it's difficult. There's Bob. Hey, Bob, where are you? We were up late last night, right, Bob? We were talking about gardening at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. This is like, what's our new trend, gardening at night?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen Verna today.
I haven't seen Verna too. I know Ivy came in. Yeah, we already know about that. Bob, you told me about this like last night. About 12, 13 hours ago. I still remember that. I almost thought Bob was blushing when he said it too. Man, it was for the lighting. But yeah. I'm working on a new one recently now.
I know Verna, she's always popping up.
Maybe she's busy today.
Probably.
I imagine she's probably just busy today. Sometimes I'm not always around on Saturday. Ford was in. I know GP. Bob was away last week. It's all good. It's all good. Come by when you can.
Yeah.
Well, it's always nice to see the people come by and stuff like that whenever possible.
Exactly.
See? Batteries, tea lights.
Yeah.
So. This is the secondary option for me.
Yeah, Bob, it's okay. You get a nice little kit, CR.
Oh, I've shown this lights out kit before. I'm working on a version 2 of it, I'm trying to update it. And this is spare stuff, right? This is outside what I can use for camping and or day-to-day if I had to. Like the solar lights I have, day-to-day. Some of these headlamps or whatever I would use them. Because I go biking too at night, so I have reasons for having that kind of stuff. And I have my own kind of lights and stuff like that too, so that's all backup stuff. I can dip into it right away. You know, let's just say I have more people around or something like that, I can give extra lights out if necessary. Key lights and stuff like that. I thought I had I think this is beeswax. I'm not sure. There's no label on it anymore. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, at least for me.
Yeah.
Just gotta make sure my phone charge back up my phone. Maybe I need to walk around with battery banks again. Yeah, you know what? Why not? It'll give me an excuse to charge up that battery bank anyways. Give me an excuse. That way it's ready to go anyways. So. No, I got this air battery bank that I have too. See, this is even independent from the battery banks. I don't have a dedicated battery bank for it yet. It's because eventually I might have to charge up the battery bank or top it off. So that's why I don't leave it in there. I leave the battery banks on because I'm more likely to need them anyways. You know, let's say vacation, I'm going on a long road trip or something like that. I'll probably want to have one. So hence I don't leave a dedicated battery bank in there. I don't have a dedicated one for that stuff. So that's what I use.
Well, as long as it works. So.
Oh, you should see. You know what? Maybe I will show you.
As long as
Maybe
it
you
works
guys are
for
getting
you
a sneak
and
peek here.
it fits your needs.
Sneak peek here. Let me get down here. Hopefully. What's wrong with my plate? Maybe it's a good idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe it was a good idea that I came down here because apparently I'm having issues with these lights. What? Good thing you check on stuff, right? Right? Yeah. Because apparently I thought these lights were working over here. They should be. Because now I gotta bring it into the light. It's too dark down here.
Yeah.
So I gotta bring it into another room here. See what? Let me open it up before I start showing it. Oh yeah. See, one of these things that I did was I reused a old toolbox. Yeah, see something right here. See? Candles. This would be my air fire type of options, lighter, candles, some extra wax. I don't usually like these type of candles, but I got them anyway. What is this? Yeah. 3-inch by 4-inch pillar candle.
Yeah.
I got one of these. So
yeah, that's a nice size on that candle.
Yeah, I got some pillar candles, so I'm good on the lighting part of it. I think I have this orange one, which I'm less worried about the scented. I want to get like beeswax because I keep hearing that they last longer. So hopefully in time I get something like that. See, I'm showing you guys a sneak peek right there. I didn't even show my own audience. What the hell? Yeah, because this used to be an old case for like some tools or something like that, but the tools are not there anymore. So I figure I'd reuse it because I can carry it if I had to, or bring it somewhere else, or you know what I mean. So it's a spare thing. I wouldn't necessarily go to it right away because I would use up these other ones that I have first, like the tea lights, because those ones will last longer than the other ones I have, right? Because they're bigger. So let's say the power outage goes longer than 6 hours. Well, then those tea lights would only go for 2 to 4. So if I burn down the tea light candles down where they go out, then I'll know, okay, 4 hours went by. Should I be considering something else? If that makes any sense.
I'm gonna go for a bathroom break. I'll be back in a sec or two.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Jack. Yeah. And then see, those things are just things I picked up at the yard sale. I managed to get like 2 pounds worth of wax for like mere $1, so cheaper than the dollar store. And these were pillar type candles too, so maybe 20-30 hour time. So I would use those would be more for me in a greater longer term power outage for example, if I needed that for night use or something like that. You were doing that, Nicole? Cool. Did I miss anything else in here? No. He'll probably be back before I even finish. Let's see how much charge I can get off this battery bank. It's a really small. I think this is only like, yeah, it's only 2,200 milliamps, so it's not that much. That'll give me a little bit of charge, and he'll probably be back any second now. Right now, yeah, he's back already. And he's back, and he can hear me, and he's smiling.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. See, I was saying that I got some of those for like mere dollars, right? At a yard or grad or first. No, it wasn't a first store. It was at a house, but I was just like thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, okay. They're not beeswax, okay, but in time I'll upgrade to that. But this for mere bucks, this will give me some light and some heat if I needed that, and I can use, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because candles per se don't expire, so I mean, I can keep them around until needed. Or if I had to give one to someone or whatever, I wouldn't feel so bad because it wasn't that expensive, and I can spare it if I deemed it necessary or wanted to do something like that. But the tea lights would be my first option first.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's not always these. For me, the power outages tend to be less than a day, so mere hours of inconvenience. But that's why I would use the solar lights and the tea lights first.
Yeah.
Like I said, those tea lights, all those tea lights in that container, I got that for like maybe $1 or $2 at most. Cheaper than I can get at a dollar store, no tax, and I got more. So
yeah,
so I have some that are beeswax or soy based, but yeah, not many. Most of them are paraffin. So that's something I've been working on. Yeah.
tea lights, sheep. And
they're stable too, right? They're stable.
Pack.
They're not gonna give you a lot of light or heat, but they're stable on the surface.
Yeah.
See those thinner or tapered candles. I'm not a big fan of those as much because you need a holder for that for sure. Never mind about wax melting over the place. I don't want the candle to tip over. Oh, let's see. I'm using the washroom in our room. I left the candle on, and it just tipped over for some reason. And I'm in the washroom for the next 5 minutes. It's come back out like, oh my gosh! All right, so I don't like using those generally. Well, at least for indoor use, indoor a place or a shelter or whatever. I don't mind them using outside, but I don't like using them inside. But they were part of the deal I got, so I was like, okay, I can always melt them down into more candles. Okay, they were less expensive. Okay, I'll use that. Less expensive. I'll say that. Less expensive. They were less expensive.
Okay, less expensive.
I can go half full, half empty on a cup too. Less expensive. And remember, this is back a while ago, so I was like, okay, yeah, I think I'll take this up. I'll add it to the gear, the preparedness items. Work it in and stuff like that. I'm actually trying to work on this, both the lights out kit and this additional battery type of stuff. I'm trying to how do I say, bring it to the next level
Yeah,
somehow
exactly.
in terms of organization and deployment, and maybe even the container I have it in. Because sometimes you have something that'll get you by for a little bit, or I'll use this container in the meantime, right? Because I need to put it somewhere. But I'm trying to, do I got something newer now, or something that I can use that's better now, or those lighters that you saw, those were just spare lighters.
Yeah,
For
I
home
always
use.
had.
Yeah,
I
just
always
for a
carry
spare
a
use.
lighter on me.
Oh yeah, I don't have my matches for sheltering place purposes, because generally you're gonna be out of the wind. Generally speaking, and stuff like that. I'm not as concerned about having like long matches, because there's this hack that you could just light a piece of spaghetti, do the same thing. So, but it's the match head that's more important to me, to be able to get that instant flame to use. You know what I mean? I'll just use normal matches.
Yeah,
like
I
piece of
understand
spaghetti,
what you
then
mean.
I'll use that to light a deep wick that's in a container or something like that. Because I know in the US there's those white pillar candles that come in a glass, stuff like that.
Yeah,
A lot of people like using that. So instead of buying specialty matches that just to light something deep like a candle like that has deep wick inside, I'll just use a piece of spaghetti, because it just takes one piece of spaghetti. I can use that a couple times and just use normal size matches, or later to light it up, then transfer the flame to that candle, stuff like that. Because those longer matches, I'm like, well, as soon as I'll light up this candle, then what? Then it feels like I'm wasting it a little bit. That's just me.
okay, I didn't. Apparently, some trolls spammed Alaska Preppers videos comments. Envious, petty little people who refuse to listen to preppers, economists, and political analysts who are angry that they are now stuck.
Mm. Yeah.
That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks that yeah, be careful with that. The trolls, they got blocked.
Hey,
Bob.
what's up, Bob? It's nice to see you,
Hello,
man.
everybody.
I had fun with you last night. That was fun.
Yep.
That was fun. I don't know if you saw what I was showing, Bob. I'm showing stuff I haven't even shown on the channel yet, because no one's seen that other kid yet, unless I've told you about it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, do I have to go get it again? I thought you were listening or watching. Well, anyways, I showed this error to supplement my Lightel kit. It tends to have more of the bigger candles and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see
Because
it.
I would use
haven't
the
seen
tea
it.
lights first. I would use the tea lights first, because if it's longer duration, then I'll dip into those pillar candles that last 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
If I have to. Because it's not, for me here, most of the power outages are within mere hours, maybe a quarter, half a day at most, right?
Yeah.
Where I don't need to dip in those big pillar candles yet. I could get by with tea lights and solar lights, especially in the summer. I'm not worried about, right? And food, even in a fridge or a freezer, can get by for 6 hours, 12 hours. But after that amount of time, then I have to start considering other options for me here.
Yeah. Excuse me for a moment. I'll gather a couple of things and I'll show you how I handle my tea lights and stuff.
Show and tell. Show and tell.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Be right back, guys.
Yep.
Let me mute that.
See how I got Bob's now then go, oh, show and tell time.
Well,
Don't tell
Bob
them.
has a lot of stuff here.
Well, there's stuff I haven't even shown. Yeah. Some things I've shared with you personally or with other people more personally that I haven't even shown yet, as you're aware. I know I've shown you before. Sneak peeks on stuff. Every so often. It's because I'm either still working on it or I haven't finalized a version 1 of it yet. I might show this other one eventually in time. Like I said. So you guys got a sneak peek on that, kid. That's just a spare one, like I said. So I'm good on the lighting part. I'm trying to go towards the next kind of intermediate or more advanced things. Or more long-term things, right? So I'm not worried about the lighting. I'll be able to see. I have both chemical lighting and electrical, so I'm good on that. I'm starting. I drink the battery away. A little too clean. That just means you just keep it organized.
And sometimes it's better to keep your workshop clean.
Well, you need space to work with stuff, right? Or else you don't have too many projects. Oh yeah, I can see Bob. Is that a hurricane land? Some sort of land or something like that, I think. And welcome back, Bob. We know we can hear you. I mean, you can hear us.
I got. I'm sending 2 more of these overseas. These are 100 counts of tea lights, and they had them on sale for $5 and change. So I picked up 2 of them and send in 1 in each box. But how I handle my tea lights on the stairwells, to the 2nd floor, these are secondhand lanterns that I got at thrift stores, and I made brackets.
I get a few of these.
I made brackets that I can hang these up on the wall, just above my head level, so that as soon as the lights go out, guys, I've got everything already positioned. All I got to do is pick up one of these, just tick, 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 and the stairwell's lighted, the bathroom's lighted, all that. I have everything pre-positioned so that power goes
what
on.
I want to add is, and I mentioned this before, and I mentioned this a lot of the times, is actually figuring it out beforehand, right? That way, it's just like the deployment, or it's instantly like you're on that next part of it, of doing it already. You're not thinking, oh, where should I put it? And where do I have to find it? Are there batteries in the flashlight or whatever, right? Just have it together. Just think about it ahead in advance, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, I've told this before to people. In your homes, there are places that you can hang lights.
Certainly.
You just gotta. There is. It just depends on the place. Some places, these corners have steel reinforced corners. You can hang a magnet off of it, hang a solar light, and now you got something you can. Almost like it's like a overhead lamp, right? Or you got those tall lamps. I would use that to hang your flashlight or a light source, because, or off a chandelier or something like that, because you're mimicking what you already have. And what I say is that aim your light source down, because you want to see the ground. I don't need to see the ceiling. I need to see the ground, right? Because I don't want to trip over something like that. That's why I'm not a big fan of sticking like a flashlight straight up. I know it works and all, but I rather see it down. I need to see the floor more, so I don't step on anything or stuff like that. Right? There's no one to stub a toe or something like that.
Yeah, that's why
staircases, right?
You usually put this above my head.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to be able to see the ground, so you don't trip and stuff like that. Stub a toe.
Yeah.
You're climbing stairs or down the stairs or whatever. You want to be able to see. Now's not the time to stub your toe or slip out, or it's like, right.
Yeah. I'd recommend you just start off with your tea lights and turn all the lights off in your house and start from there. And like if you put a tea light in your bathroom, go in there and take a pee. Okay, that's not exactly the right place. Should I found if I put a tea light on the sink in the bathroom, it's adequate. It lights up a room enough to where I could just go in there and take a leak and wash my hands and yeah.
Well,
I've
see,
got it.
one thing I also been thinking too is most people have a washroom with a curtain or a shower curtain. Hang your solar light or whatever flush right off of that, right?
Yeah.
It's already it's already above your head. You'll be able to see the bottom, everything on the a lot
Certainly.
better.
Yeah.
And stuff like mirrors, if you got access to that in front of a mirror or something like that, if you want, reflect more of the light around, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like a solar light in front of your mirror or something like that. That'll probably give you enough light to see most things in there.
I had made a Coleman lantern hanger. Those shepherd hooks that people put in their gardens to hang potted plants from? I cut one of those down and I made a frame to slide that into and hung it way up above my head, and so I can hang a Coleman lantern on there. It worked great. I could rotate it to where it was kind of more or less in the corner of a room, and I could rotate it out or in. I've unbolted that from the wall, and I'm sending that overseas for our new house. But it worked well for a few years. But any of you guys who are married and like my daughter, she's now over 20, 21, I think, and we've lost power a number of times. And remember that the ladies get scared. They won't admit it, but example is that we had lost power for several days during the riots 2 years ago.
Okay.
And my daughter, I have a battery powered little lantern for her bedroom. As soon as the power goes out, I grab a little fireplace lighter, light the candles on the way upstairs. In my other hand, I got a little battery powered lantern for her. And just knock on her door, hand her a lantern. And I knew that she was scared because the riots were going on, and she came down to get a drink of water about every 20 minutes while I was sitting at the kitchen table making fire starters.
Yeah, you're being productive and just like, I might as well try to do something. Pass by the time.
And she was checking to make sure that she's not alone. And I'd look at her, and here she is. She's so cute, though. She'd sit there with a glass of water. I go, "You okay, honey?" She'd,
"I'm okay, Daddy."
Not spoken a word, but I could tell by the look on her face that she was upset because this is like going into day 2 of this stuff, and I just sit there and wrap up fire starters and string and cardboard and all that, and
you were being proactive and keeping busy, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Might as well take advantage of it. Certainly, yeah. And
trying to improve your situation the
best
you can.
At the same time, find something to do. Yep.
Yeah.
And I remember day 2 somewhere in there. I was always strapped with a revolver, and I just pointed. I said, "Yeah, I've got my shotgun here, honey. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere."
Well, it gives reassurance, right?
Exactly.
And then that's what I was. Options.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. If a wife, a girlfriend, mom, the women won't admit it, but it does upset them. And just be present. I'm still here. Yeah. Everything's cool. I'm watching the doors and the windows.
We're still good. We're still good here.
Mm-hmm.
Because then, because then your morale stays up. It's not dwindling. Because of this or that, right?
No matter how many,
I was gonna
no matter how many political things happen, the women still look to the man of the house. You're strong and independent, but you know what? Inside, they're going, "I'm glad I got a guy around. I'm glad I got a man here." They won't admit it, or some of them won't.
In general, right? It's much harder if you're on your own, right? Then
it is.
Or let's say you're a single person or whatever with one pet, right? Well, you're still alone, right? Yep. You can't watch all the time. You have to eventually sleep. you know, it's
I'm
difficult.
gonna probably make a video of this, but a couple years ago, during all the riots, or I think maybe shortly before or after, maybe during, I'm not sure, but I told my daughter, I'm making a big strong box for all of our food, and if you like, I would like you to go over and get some of your favorite food that you like, and put it in the box. And this is one of the ones that she selected, just pineapple chunks, something sweet. So this can is over 2 years old, and I think I might make a video out of it, of opening the can and just doing a taste test.
You know, it'd be funny, Bob, if you put a stand on your head and be like, "Look, it's pineapple upside down now."
Upside down.
I don't know. I was just kidding. I mean, that'd be kind of funny. Kind of funny and serious at the same time.
Oh, scared? No. At times, yeah, when there were more fires erupting around my place, and yeah, I would say I wouldn't say I was scared, but I was certainly on my toes.
Yeah, you were
Alert,
concerned enough.
very
Yeah.
alert. Yeah.
All right. Especially if things escalated more downwards.
Yeah.
Or as time goes on, right?
Yeah. If you remember those riots and stuff in Seattle 2 years ago, well, that's where I was, I still am. And they used chainsaws and they cut the power poles down and cut the power all over the area. And then they started lighting forest fires and brush fires and different things around all over the place, all over everywhere, Yeah, lovely people,
You see, there's one thing to always keep in mind is that power outages happen at any time of year, virtually.
Yes, they do.
And you don't. It doesn't always happen when you're at home. Sometimes you're at work, your friend's place, relatives, or whatever. So, hence, having something on you and these places to have something gives you something, so you're not just caught with your pants down.
Yeah,
figuratively speaking, right?
Yeah, everyone.
Because like what? Because I mean, I remember one time I used to work at a place. Now this happened when I wasn't working that one night shift, but the power went out, and then it's because the thing is about usually if it's at night, it's pitch black right away. Like literally, it's just unless it's just localized or your own home or business, there might be street lamps or whatever. But if it's the whole area, it's pitch black at night.
Yeah,
it's pitch black right away. You can't see. Hence, I'm a big proponent of having something on you, a lighter or flashlight or your phone in your pocket, so you can actually start seeing right away, and then go to that next tier of stuff like and their headlamps, some tea lights, whatever. Because if you like right now, if you close your eyes and you're in the dark right now, you'd be like stumbling, right? Because you'd be like, oh, even though you know your place or whatever, but let's say it's a work site or your friend's place, you don't know where everything is. And I don't want to trip over a bucket of water that's on the ground or something like that. The next thing is, oh, great, now my feet are wet. Now I just slid. Oh, because you can't see. You're less effective when you can't see, unfortunately. You just are, right? If you can't see or blinded or can't see, you're less effective.
Yeah, that's why I've got all those kinds of things in one central location. The entire family knows where they're all at. They're on one set of shelving.
I keep the lights out near like a fridge or something like that. A common area.
It's like we bought in a secondhand store some shelves that are about 4 feet long, this wooden cheap stuff, and there's flashlights and batteries. And annually I change the flashlight batteries, need it or not. I change them. And then there's tea lights, pillar candles, first aid.
I make sure the power is still going on them. All right. I'll check on them, making sure it still lights up. Well, because no one wants to be caught in the washroom at that time. That's the worst time, right? You're in the shower or on the can, right? Because you still have to finish what you're doing. Probably you're not just gonna run out with a robe on. Probably not. You know,
Yeah,
because you still have to get dressed.
Auslander. I usually will handle a situation and then react later. But
No, yeah.
yeah, I scared. No, if I get scared of something, that's a whole different emotion than being alert. You know, it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
there's a difference between scared and concerned.
yeah. I just had to stay calm, and while I was calm, the wife and daughter were calm too, and you know.
You reassure yourself and your loved ones and family,
Yeah.
or friends,
Mhm.
or whoever is with your coworkers
Yeah.
that you know, we don't know when this will come back on, but we got something in the meantime, so you got options, so your morale
Mhm.
stays up, right?
Yeah, well, I got several ways
Well,
of
because when
cooking
you
too.
don't have options, then it's like then your morale's gonna go down, because then it's like, I'm down to the last. I only have one tea light candle and a
Yeah.
handful of matches.
Mhm.
You know, and something like a lighter or something like that, relatively easy to obtain. And both matches and candles you can keep around for a longer period of time. They don't, as long as they're dry, they're good. And you keep them inside, because for a lights out, blackout, brownout, or some rolling brownout,
Yeah.
still good.
Mhm. Yeah,
Because I've been hearing about this more and more now. People are more thinking this will occur now. Don't know where or whatever. Some sort of rolling brownouts, blackouts, and right. Because I've already seen this happening here in Canada, and now it's happening in the U.S. now. And remember, it's only the third week of June. We still have July and August until September, right? There's those storms that could be coming our way, your way, my way, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing about storms, right? Most places can get lightning and thunder showers. To a certain
Forest
degree, right?
fires.
Well, yeah. Well,
That's
or
what
things
affects us.
No, yeah. For example, or flooding, or the tornadoes, hurricanes, right? So there's a lot of reason why the power can go out. So I'm a big proponent of having something like that. Or something. Well, like look what happened to you. That was a natural disaster that caused the power outage. It was man-made, so it could be as simple as someone hitting the pole and you gotta wait a couple hours. And this happened at 10 o'clock at night when it's starting to get dark and you don't get power back, right? Just so to reassure yourself, okay, I could still see what happens. Someone sneaks up, or I could still at least see it coming. But just twirling my thumbs in the dark.
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't even realize Bob took off. I don't look at the screen when I don't have the video on. Or I don't have my camera on. Because sometimes I'm just talking like on a phone or whatever, right? Like on a mic. Oh, there he is. Oh, I guess Bob was probably putting that stuff away. Well, yeah, I gotta put the preps away, right? I know. You should, but you gotta put it back now.
Yeah, we'll hear in just a minute. It's really, I usually pretty good about that. I'll take something down, then I'm as soon as I can get it back. Especially the prepping stuff. I want that right back.
Yeah, because there's no point in having it in our room where it's like, Bob, I thought you had this here. Oh yeah, I used it in the video. It's out in the garage. What? No, I gotta walk outside in the rain and get it. Oh, thanks, Bob. I thought you put it back. Because then you're assuming, right? Assuming isn't always a good thing. Because that's uncertainty.
Yeah, I've got several ways to be able to cook too when the power's down.
Yeah. I mean, I got access to propane, maybe some solid fuel tablets, camping stoves, and stuff like that. Those things will buy you some time. Right. Well, in the short term, kind of intermediate term, you're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm
not saying I'm gonna be able to handle weeks and weeks of it. That's a totally different ball game.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
power off for weeks and weeks. That's bad for business.
That's not gonna
happen.
Yeah. To me, anything longer, intermediate to long term, would be longer than 7 days.
Yeah.
because it's beyond that 72-hour window. So, you know, if you didn't have the generator or whatever, your fridge is already room temperature. Your freezer is already melting already by that time, within the 3 days. So eventually you need something, all right? And this is, you know, you probably have like I got solar options and stuff like that. Well, let's say it's been cloudy for a while and you're not really getting a lot of power out of it with lights or whatever, right? And you're using some of the tea lights, and you know, okay, I just used up another 3 tea lights last night. I'm down to 2 or whatever. Propane's down to like quarter of the tank or something like that, and you're just like, you know, because it's hard to restock during a power outage of stuff. Because everyone's the demand of it's gonna be so high, right? Everyone wants.
There's
no
a lot
one's
of
gonna give it
times
up.
people will have a run on the market and they'll go and grab every flashlight and battery they can find.
Well,
candles.
Doesn't that happen during hurricane season? I hear about
Yes, it does.
southeast a lot, right? You know,
yeah.
The generator.
I understand.
It's all sold out. It's those first things that get sold out already, right away. It's like the batteries have just gone, which also makes me wonder. So, do people actually keep these or use them or lose them? That's
Probably
why they have to always get more and more all the time.
Yeah, because most people are pretty undisciplined and disorganized and just live a helter-skelter come what may life, you know. That's what I believe. I've seen it myself. They're just like, get hit.
Well, sometimes I like to see these air videos and air news articles that are a little bit more people sharing a story or something like that, their experience of it, because I'm like, oh, okay. Because, you know, when you're prepared, you're like, oh, yeah, what about other people? Or, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember since I've got stuff set up during all the power outages, it was smooth sailing for us.
Yeah, you're smoothing it. This kind of big, this hurdle that comes in front of everyone. You're just kind of, you know, I can still manage. Still good. Slight inconvenience, right? Slight inconvenience. I gotta light the candles for all. I gotta put the solar lights out during the day all the time now. But
and
compared to, you know, I have to use this candle sparingly because I only have one left.
Yeah, my son, he went out and he bought a generator. We got a generator sitting right over there. It's brand new. I assembled it for him and all that, and I spoke with him about that, and I said, you know, if you're using the generator or me, we'll put it out on the side of the house where it's out of sight, more or less, and use it for the refrigerator only. At nighttime, I want the lights to be either candlelight or lantern only. I don't want to light
just enough to see the ground where you're doing.
Yeah, right. Use the generator to keep the food intact, you know.
Or if you want to see more or like read a book, you just go into the room that doesn't have any windows. Then you can turn up the light as bright as you want. It won't matter so much. But it's those windows that are down let the light out. If you don't black out the currents and all this other stuff.
This is a rental house, so I can't hook it up to the junction box. The J box is behind me on that wall right back there. I'm not going to hook anything up to that because it's not my house, you know. So that's why I said, you know, I talk to my son, just use it for the refrigerator. We'll run a power cord into the house, you know, charge up the refrigerator for an hour or two or whatever, then turn it off, bring it back into the building and lock it up, you know. But
go ahead.
But before we got the generator, the only thing that my daughter and I had to do was like, he's medical, he has to be at work. Same with Mrs. Medical, they have to be at work, and it was my daughter and I here alone. And she came down and she got the car keys, and I said, "Are you going somewhere?" She goes, "No, I just want to charge my phone." So she sat in the car right there, and I took a lawn chair and set the lawn chair within her in front of the car so she could see me. You know, I'm strapped, you know, and just sat there and waited for that.
Just watching her six, right, and stuff like that. You know,
exactly what I'm doing. Yeah,
doing it as a team, right? Team effort on it, right? Because you're in it together already.
I wanted to stay within her sight so she knows that she's not sitting in the car or all alone, you know.
Yeah. All right. because it's hard. Usually the softer targets, they're easier targets. Is just like
Dude,
isolated single person, right?
Dude, yeah.
Because if it's two, then you get, then you get numbers back on your side at least.
Yeah,
Someone to watch your back, right?
She's tiny Filipina. I mean, she's tiny, dude. She's extra small, petite, and I'm not going to let her sit alone somewhere like that. That's just not. I'm not going to do that. I'm just the old generation that
Mm-hmm.
Going to guard the women. That's my mentality. And
Well, I mean, if you had like grandparents or seniors or something staying at your place or whatever, I do the same thing anyways. Be like,
yeah,
out of respect.
Yeah,
it's just like offering them water when it's hot out first, right? It's like, would you like some water?
Exactly.
That's out of kindness and respect. Right?
Yeah. I've done that for my mom years ago, back when we had a large power out during winter storms. So I drove down to her house and I picked her up, and we had a fireplace, and I brought her up to my house. We threw pillows and stuff down on the living room floor, and we all just sacked out on the living room floor. I wouldn't leave her sitting in her house alone. I won't allow that, And she's old generation. Oh, you don't need to go to the trouble. Yeah.
No. It's so I don't have the trouble of worrying. Their stuff, right? Because without the lines of communication, it's not like I could just call you right away. No, it's probably not like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, how could I live with myself when my mom was left alone?
Yeah, right. If you knew that you could have did something, could have did something, but you decided, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's like just checking up on people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because unfortunately, during the heat wave here last year, unfortunately, people didn't make it because of heat wave, whatever, because of this or that. But I mean, sometimes it just helps to check up on people and be like, "Still good, right?"
Especially the elderly.
Yeah. Because you don't, because I know I can live with myself if I knew that it's just like a couple doors down or whatever, and it's like I could just walk down there. I'm fit. I'm a more fit person, right? I could walk down there and maybe, I don't. It would be one of those things. So I want to be able to do what I can. No, even if something does happen, then I at least try to do something, not just stand back and do nothing because. I could never.
Yeah,
do that.
I couldn't live with myself,
Yeah, because the pain, it would just hang over you for the rest of your life and stuff. Yeah, you'd be like,
Hello, Falia channel. Hello.
Hi.
Falia channel. Are you a male or a female, or who are you?
Yeah. Doesn't matter, but we'll say hi anyways.
Hello.
Yes.
Is that a Norwegian word or something? Or?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me too.
This is why Bob. Hold on a second.
Norwegian or Swede word? I don't know what the. Oh man, one of our more distant relatives in the Philippines just posted up on her YouTube channel that she's sitting at the beach. Nice sunny weather at the beach, white sand beaches, having lunch with her girlfriends. It's like, oh man, tropical beach, beautiful, man. You're up in BC, aren't you, CR? If he's still there. Okay.
I guess it would help if I unmute.
Okay.
Because I'm outside and it's like so bright out I can't even see my display or what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just plugging my phone back in. I was gonna say, no, actually, I live in a mountain time zone. I'll just say that.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, what I was gonna say was, you never know when this stuff will happen, right? And and it could be caused by a lot of things. It's just one of those things, right? And usually when you don't have power, things start going downhill.
Yeah.
Can go downhill real fast, right? Because you would start losing the ability to do stuff. What's to say? It's not just, first couple hours you can't see or whatever. Then, no power to your fridge, refrigerator, electric stove. Then a couple days later, all their generator down, the treatment plant's going down. Then you don't have running water and all this stuff, and starts to go downhill. So. Now, hopefully, it'll come back before then, but this is why I have this little stuff, so it'll buffer it. So, generally speaking, more often I'll be able to manage it or be able to get by until something can come back. Whatever, right? So.
Yeah, you know how it is. Most of the time, we have power failures for just a few hours at a time.
Yeah. Usually, that's a very common thing. That's why I'm just like, I'm not even concerned about those anymore.
Yeah.
Because I know what I can do, and I have things telling me out. So, because it'll bring up my morale. I'll just be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm still good. I just checked this stuff like last week. I get candles. They don't expire. I get a lighter or matches. Because I feel, here last month during this power outage out east, which is actually in Ontario. Well, it was the eastern part. Near places like Toronto, Ottawa, the nation's capital, around there. Some people were down for like a week. This is because of a storm, right? A major storm. For that time of year, it is a major storm because these high winds. This is very, very sudden. It was very, very sudden too, where it's just like out of nowhere, people are just like scrambling at the last second, and I'm like, that's not the time. Right. Have it beforehand. So when that happens, you're already thinking of the next step. You don't have to do that first step. You're thinking of you're 2 steps ahead already.
That's what prepping's all about. Make it smooth and comfortable. Relax.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I'm not saying it's gonna be stress free, but maybe
right.
It'll be a little less stressful. Your morale will still be good.
There is an element of the society will take advantage of that, So that's why I sat there quietly armed and
Yeah. Well, because I was watching this one video. It was actually a news article here in Canada. It was reported, but I'm like, now obviously I can't see what else they had, but it seemed like they only had one candle. I don't know. Maybe they were just conserving it, but I was just like,
yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah,
you may want just a little bit more than just one candle.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of news clips about Texas. That's when I actually tuned into the news. Normally I only watch one channel, which is local, but I was watching some of that, and I hope that a lot of people learned a good lesson there. Have this stuff on hand. The candles and propane and things like that. I think there's quite a few people learned a hard lesson because they showed.
Well, especially if you know people, right? When that happened in Texas, I was like,
yes.
I'm not saying I wasn't concerned enough or worried enough for like second star survival, right? But I knew he does prepping. I know he has some skills and some knowledge and some experience to back it up. So I was like less concerned. But concerned enough, right? But I knew, he knew enough to get by. Right. He was saying to me melting snow and something like that. Yeah, that's knowledge, right? Where people that never done that be like, I can melt snow? What? Why are you melting snow? For water? Oh.
Yeah.
Because it's not coming out of the tap now or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I noticed
because it's just like, thinking to myself living here in Canada, I'm like, I would instantly know, oh yeah, I can put if it's wintertime, I'm not concerned about the fridge or a freezer. Because I know there's snow out here. But people in Texas at the time was like, I would hear on the news people were doing that, and I'm like, yeah, I would hope people would consider that because that'd be the first thing I'm thinking of right away.
I noticed what the old Swede up here did. He got a smart guy. He got multiple gallons of fresh water stored away.
Oh yeah, this guy to my side here, to my
smart,
left here.
Smart, very smart.
You guy, you.
Especially if you live in an apartment, you need to store away a lot of water as much
At
as you
least for-
can.
Yes,
anyway.
sir. Yes, sir.
It'll buy you some time, right? It'll buffer in until, well, because let's just say you can't get any for a little bit. At least then you can start making plans to acquire a little bit more if it's going
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah.
You know,
Smart.
so you actually have some to start with. See, this is why I'm a big proponent. I know some people don't like to have water. Some people, not all people, like to have a lot or some water in their some whatever go back, whatever emergency kit. I like to have some water because I'd rather start off with some. Because you're assuming too much if you don't have it at all in there. Even like a bottle or a liter.
Yeah.
You don't know the situation that's caused you to actually have to use it. It might not just be for drinking purposes. It might be just because stuff's in your eye. You gotta wash it out.
Yeah, I started off with bottles of water, some cases of it, and then I moved up to these convenient. They're like 3-gallon blue containers for water. They're blue, and filled up a bunch of those and stacked them up. They're nice because they stack up easily. That's where I progressed to. I still have got like at least one full case of water up on the second floor in bottles. The rest of it's stored in bulk.
Like for me now, the water that I keep in the bags, I decided to go away from the bottled water and I'll just use a metal canteen type of bottle instead. And I just rotate that in and out.
Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
that way I know it's as fresh as it can be. And I don't mind doing that either because I stick the bottle on the outside for the most part, or really easy to access. I'll pick it up, pour it out in like use it like rainwater to water something, fill it back up with clean water right now, and it's good for another X amount of time, whatever, 3-6 months, whatever. And I just keep as a routine now. And besides, it keeps me the inventory of it because I'm checking the bag at the same time while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'd be like, something like that. And I don't have to worry about it. Is this BPA free or whatever? I'm like, okay, I don't even have to worry about that kind of thing. That's why
that's really smart of you, Swede. You said you live up on a upstairs apartment, and something happens, all you got to do is go down to where you store your stuff, grab one of the containers, quick and quiet, go back up to your apartment.
And just
your family can
low-key.
cook and make coffee or whatever else you might need to do.
Yeah, even that coffee would be a morale booster, right? When you can
it
have
is,
it, right?
it is. Yeah, that's why I keep instant coffee around.
I keep the instants in the bags, but I keep normal coffee, but because it'll just that sense of normal thing that you would do, right? Then you'd be like, oh yeah, right. Having a brew, as they say, or tea or coffee, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That way, it's like a sense of still good. I'm still good.
Smooth transition. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. During those 3 days of the riots 2 years ago, I didn't get much sleep. I just stayed awake, stay alert, because what shut the power off was that the radicals took chainsaws and they cut the power poles down, and that's what took so long to get this stuff fixed.
Well, yeah, Bob. See, what happened in Ontario, in Nation's capital, in Toronto. Well, I think it's Toronto. There was other places in Ottawa, Ontario. Is because the poles are down. They're pulled right out of the ground, right? So it's not like one. It's like hundreds. So if you're lucky, you'd be the first one to get power back, but you could be unlucky and be the last one.
Yeah.
You need that little bit of buffer zone to buy you time until things can come back, so they can get the infrastructure back on, right? That way you're not sitting in the dark and like being burden to the system, right? Burden to other people, right? Having to ask or whatever, right? You're good, right?
Yeah, but one important part about that is that none of my neighbors know how smooth we had it. You know what I mean? Example, there's a gay couple that lives in an apartment next to us, and after this was all over, then I went over to the fence and talked to them a little bit, and the one fella, he says, I noticed that you guys use candle lights, and he was observant. He said, I noticed you guys use candle lights and a lantern. He could tell the difference. And went, yeah, I dug that out of my camping gear and got it. I didn't say I had it already in position.
No, you're just making it just kind of sound like it's like
Yeah.
it's just
Mhm.
I just I had some camping gear. Sometimes I relate stuff into camping or biking, right? Like
Yeah.
where they see me with headlamp, I'm like, oh yeah, because I go biking, I already had this, right? It just
Mhm.
happens that I can use it in this power outage
Yep.
situation if need be.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
be careful how you talk. You know.
Yeah, like depending how well you know them, right? Sometimes I've known some people for a long time, so I can trust them to a certain degree, but I don't totally say everything. Or I related to them just enough so they can get the point, right? Stuff like
What's
that.
this? Who's this? Nicole Ruiz? I'm still here. I already changed
Hi,
my
Nicole.
clothes, and I'm
She
not.
was at
I'm not-
baseball and stuff like that. She's been hanging around. It's nice
Oh,
to meet
okay.
you, by the way. She's been here for a while.
Okay.
Actually. Did he even say anything? I just noticed I'm just looking at the screen, just talking to Bob like casually, like Shadow's not even in the room, and now he's coming back. See?
Yeah.
Did he? Did he even? He didn't even say anything. He just got up. It's like, oh, they're just talking. I'll just come back. I'll just come
Well,
back. They won't even know I'm gone.
he's chilling. He's chilling.
Yeah,
Got
he's just
himself
chilling.
a snack, and he's got a smile on
He's
his face now.
he's probably like, oh, okay, guys, I can just take a break.
Right on,
Bob and
sweet.
CR, I'll just
Mhm.
talk for 3 hours. I'll be see. I was saying, you, me, garden prepping, preparedness veteran, and
Thor.
and Forehaven and such,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
Uncle Al. We help you probably get that 90% of that watch time because we're the ones here with you, or else you'd be talking the whole time for 6 hours. Because I've never seen you do a live stream alone without anyone. It's always us coming in to help you, and of course Verna and Ivy and other people are in too. But
Oh yeah. Now I don't take my eyes off that Verna. She's.
oh, here we go. Oh,
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
That's another reason to have the light spray.
You say
so
that,
you guys
Verna,
can
you get
see.
my attention. Oh boy. See, I made a mistake. I told her I was married. Dang it. I just, oh man.
You spoke too soon. Watch. She's like watching the replay later in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, there was Bob. Oh.
Yeah.
Next week you'll be like, I heard you, Bob, last week. Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my friend from Myanmar is on right now. Say hello to her. I got a chatty friend here, a lady from Myanmar, Burma, and
Okay.
they say Myanmar. That's how they pronounce the name of their country, and she's a architect.
Okay.
And it's pretty risky to be there. I've been talking to her for about a year off and on, and she was telling me the other day that some anti-government forces placed a bomb and killed some either soldiers or police, and then I guess firefight erupted, and she could hear it all from her house. So it's like, you guys just count your lucky stars, man, that you're not in the middle of that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I hear these are my little stories every so often, and I'm like,
Yeah,
no reason to prepare the best you can, and be aware of things. Yeah, okay. Can I say something more serious in this, because it reminds me of something I saw.
Please go
And
ahead.
it may be disturbing to some viewers, though. I'm just saying beforehand, because it is quite disturbing. Here in Canada, I think it was here in Canada. I heard the story, and it was mere days ago, right? Unfortunately, let's just say gasoline, a lighter, a person. I'll just name it at that. But
Mhm.
but this happened in a public area.
I see.
Now, some good people try to help, but I mean, like, unless you got unless you're EDCing a fire extinguisher with you, I don't know, or something, you know. I mean, I think that they got those little smaller ones now, don't they? They got these little smaller ones I've been seeing
Oh,
seeing
sure.
on some of the channels. I was
All
always
different
thinking, I'm
sizes.
like,
Mhm.
but let's just say this person, they made it, but they're, well, let's just say serious damage. So that's why I said
Oh.
discretion in all this stuff, because I'm
Oh.
not gonna describe it, but it's that serious, right? Let's just say second, third, we'll just say that. So
what happened?
that's serious, and this was in a public area.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's 1 in 1 million of people that use said train, bus, whatever. But the thing is, we need to be aware of that. This is not just a 0% chance, or in a different country, it can happen, even here in Canada, too.
Well,
So
that stuff's already happened here in Seattle, my friend.
yeah, right. It's not just in the U.S. that happens.
Yeah.
It's happening here in Canada too, right?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I know in I think it's like other places like New York or whatever, the train accidents, people getting pushed or whatever, this kind of subway thing. And I'm like, I've heard about this stuff like that. This is why, they say, or they have intercoms that say, please stand back from the platform because there's a moving train that's coming through. You know what I mean? Don't stand so close. Well, because if you're standing so close to the edge, you're just making yourself an easy target. If someone wants to be nefarious to you and just randomly just do it just because they can or want to, right? Because if you're like 10 feet away, it's much, much harder to try to push someone that far without them just sliding on the ground and stopping.
Well, did you see my video I put out? What was it, yesterday?
Okay, I'm told we don't watch it. I haven't. I'm sorry. I'll be honest.
I put it out about 2 or 3 minutes after the event happened. Is talking about nefarious people. There's a lot. They're there. And last summer I had 9 or 10 people try to get through that garage door while I'm in here, and it happened again just yesterday. During the daytime, I'm pretty much alone in this complex. Everybody else is at work. I saw a 4-door silver-colored sedan pull this way. I'll show you where I'm talking about. It went that direction and went straight down that road. And they went real slow, and they stopped right there, just outside my door. Before they stopped, the passenger, there was two young men. The passenger was pointed into my garage, and that's when I was going like this, hey, I'm in here. I'm here.
By the way, there is someone in here, by the way. You're not.
Yeah, exactly. So
this
they
is
pulled.
Not to be an easy target for you.
They pulled down the block and they went around the block. So I stood in the doorway out there because I felt it, and I recognized the look on that guy's face. They're going to come in. I know they are. And
yeah, they're scouting beforehand.
They are. They went around the block, and they stopped at that corner down there, and they were looking this direction. And I stepped outside so they could see me, and all they see is one old man by himself. There's nobody else around, dude. Nobody. So they're looking at me just right down there. And then they start coming this direction again. And I came in and got my revolver, and I'm standing inside the building right about where that white container is at. I'm standing inside the building, and they're coming back.
you're making your presence known that this is not to be easy for you.
But
guys
I'm,
want to, you know,
I'm,
do something
I'm,
nefarious here.
I am inside my house. I'm well within my rights because I had a handgun, you know. And by this time, the passenger who was still looking in the building, he pulled up a face mask, covered his face, and they stopped right outside there, and they're looking at me, and I had my handgun down at my side, and I don't think they've seen it yet because it's kind of hard to see. So I was wearing a black shirt, and I put that stainless pistol against my chest, and
Then
that's
that
when
changed.
that's when they were pulling away, and I could see the driver. He's looking in his rearview mirror at me, and they're going really slow. They're still thinking, should we try it? And then they could see the handgun. It's like, no, not worth the risk because I'm in the house.
Well, because a lot of the time it's that opportunity. The soft targets seem to be the easiest. You know, pay the risk versus reward, right? Because usually people that want to steal don't want to get hurt.
What is it? Risk versus the reward?
Yeah, right. They're just like, yeah, we could get a lot, but
yeah, but he's already armed and he's inside the building.
Yeah, and we don't know what else he has, right? It's that other thing, right? Because if I always look at it like on both sides, right? If I was that person, I'd be like, oh, we don't know what else he's got, though. You know, you might have more things to help him out, and we don't know, right? And it could be very dicey for us.
Yeah. For me, if I saw the guy retreat back in the building and he's standing there with a revolver, it ain't worth it. He knows his rights. He can fight. He can shoot me while he's in. You know, go find someplace else to go. Let's just go. You know, but
yeah, because you're just making yourself a hard target, so people will go to an easier target. Right?
That happened just yesterday.
Yeah, that's all. And stuff like that happens, right? If you make yourself an easy target, people are not may take advantage of that.
That goes back to being prepared. I always got a firearm next to me all the time.
You know, I'm like, when I'm trying to take out money from a bank, you know, have large amounts of cash or something. Let's just say I have to for whatever reason. Let's say $50, $100, whatever, enough that it would be enough that I would feel, you know, maybe I should be more precautious and not just wave my money around or whatever, right? You know, especially if after, let's say, you're in a drive-through alone or it's dark out, right? I'm way more iffy about that. I'm checking, like, I'll actually take a loop around the bank beforehand just to see, is there anyone hiding around trying to scope me out or scalp me out before I even do this, right? Before I even take out a card or, you know, go to the ATM, right? Then while I'm doing it, doing it fast, while the money's coming out, I'm checking my back. See, do I see anyone at all? Especially when you're alone. When you have people, like if I was going with someone and they were doing this, and I would be watching their back, right? I'd be walking around, just checking and making sure. Right? I'll watch your back. You know, I'll stand in the parking lot. I'll just look out. I'll be your eyes and ears kind of deal, right? You know, where, you know, if I see someone, then I'll start walking closer to you because they know who I am, right? They're not scared of me. They know I'm not any threat, right? But when you start seeing someone else you don't know. Unfortunately, I don't want to judge beforehand, but I don't know who this is. Maybe they're nice. I don't know. But I'm not just treat this as this could be one of those rare chances that this is not happen, right? And I mean, like, you know, that's not being paranoid. That's being careful.
What I was driving at is being prepared. Is that I keep my revolver in the same place every day. I know exactly where it is. I don't have to guess. It's right there, and it never moves. You know. So the only thing I did to change my situation was I've got my wife's 357 on my hip.
Okay.
And the 45 is on the table and the shotgun's still in the same place. I keep the revolver in the same place. I keep the shotgun in the same place. That's part of being prepared. You know, because I know exactly where it is, and I know that they're both loaded. You know, without a doubt
Yeah, they're
or a
ready to
question,
go. They're
they're
locked and
ready
loaded,
to
ready to
go.
go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Well,
like,
that's another thing about preparedness. It's actually ready to go.
Mhm.
Because you don't get a lot of lead time for a lot of things, or none at
no,
all.
you
So
don't, dude. You don't.
I don't. You don't
You
want to
don't
be
get
like,
any.
you don't want to be like, oh, I gotta put the batteries into my flashlight. I gotta put the
Mhm.
chamber that's up, blah blah blah, and all this other stuff, right? That's
Yeah,
valuable time.
it's
That
not as if those two home invaders who are like 35, 40 years younger than me, stood outside the door and said, we're going to invade your home and possibly kill you in about 10 minutes. We'll be back very shortly. They
oh
don't
yeah,
do
because
that
you're
shit,
not getting
dude.
that kind of lead
No,
time.
they're there. They're on you right now,
Yeah, well, because it's an ambush, right? Obviously,
Mhm.
the idea is if you're gonna do that, you ambush so they don't have time, because you want to make sure it's because I'm always looking at it like, if I was to do that, I'm not saying I would or condemn anyone doing it, but if I was going to do it, it's going to be quick, in and out right away. That ambush,
Mhm.
that
That's
kind
more
of
of
thing.
an
All right.
assault. It's more of an assault, not so much an ambush. I
But-
didn't
but-
walk into their trap, but they're ready to assault me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
but that's part of prepping is like, you know where everything is at. Keep it there. Don't touch it. Don't play with it. Don't mess around with it. Put it there and leave it there.
Check on it. Do check on it. Make sure it's good to go. But routinely just be like, oh yeah, it's ready to go. It's ready to go. It's ready to go.
Mhm.
So that one time that you need it the most, you're gonna be fairly certain it's gonna be working for you. You're not gonna have some jam or it shorted out or something like that. I just checked it yesterday. I should be good. Should be good. Should be good. Something like that.
Yeah.
Because
No,
that's the thing, right? Because and this goes back to anyone going on vacation. And I know some people are going on vacation or whatever. Because you're in a different area, and stuff like that, right? Things it just may be that one time where I went on vacation. Now it's gonna hit this area that I'm in. I know that happens.
But for me,
that happens.
For me, I taught my sons the same way. Get a bag packed, put it where you can get to it quickly, and leave it alone. Don't take stuff out and play with it. Put it
check
in
on things, make sure it's ready to go. But it's just
No,
that kind of
I generally don't check on things. I put it away. I can get to it quickly and leave it alone. Because if you check on something, somebody interrupts you. You set down your water filter over there or whatever. That's just what happens to me.
Something that maybe could expire or go bad or something like that. Maybe something like that.
Oh, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah.
Generally, let's just say if there's a cutting tool, I'm generally pretty sure it's still good. I'm talking about like medication pills, painkillers, maybe batteries that you probably need to check on just to make sure they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Generally, the tools I'm good with not checking.
Yeah,
but they just happen to be in the bag, so I just check anyway.
I generally won't touch my bags and stuff like that or the supplies until I have something to add, and then I'll get it and I'll take it out. But yeah, that's just how I operate that, because I learned that in the Air Force. You have your mobility bag packed and
I try to
leave
have
it alone.
So dedicated. It's dedicated. If I'm pulling this knife out, I'm replacing it with something better or lighter or something like that, or fixed blade or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But it's always gonna be in there. It's dedicated to this bag now.
Yeah.
If I pull it out, it's because I just want to show it on video. But I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back.
Yeah, Huga Homestead.
Hey,
Huga
Huga.
Homestead.
Hey, CB.
Hello, Huga.
It's nice to see you, by the way. Nice to see you again. CB was in with me yesterday, actually. Geesh. I can't believe it was that long. I mean, that soon. That's why. Because that way it's always ready to go as best as you can, right? That's because the number one the number one resource when it comes to prepping is time. Sometimes you don't have time.
Yeah.
You need that split. You need that extra split second, that extra few seconds, that extra 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Stuff like
Then
that. It buys you time. That's the idea, right?
yeah, we're within the
just like,
blast. We're within the blast zone of Mount Rainier, and my cart that I made for Mount Rainier
Okay.
is ready at all times. I don't mess around with the gear. I just leave it. And you're the guy. My theory is, I mean, we'd have to run to a hillside to get out of the valley where we live in, or otherwise we're going to get wiped out by the mud flows. And chances are, if I have family here, I'll put the family in the car and tell them go like hell, go that way. They know which way to go, and I'll meet you because I'm going to be pushing or towing that cart. I'll be sitting in the back of the car with that cart in hand and towing it because traffic's going to come to a stop because somebody's going to come to a stop and go, I can't remember if I went pee this morning or not.
Well,
the traffic will come to a stop.
It could be, they block the intersection or something like that because some accident, people just hit each other, get T-boned or whatever. And next thing you know, you can't get past it. So you got to go back on foot because you can't go around. There is like nothing there to go around.
Yeah.
Unless you feel like going through a house trying to go escape. But I don't know, maybe, people have done worse things. I mean, crazy things like that.
I kind of equate most people to like a flock of chickens. They've never been in any kind of an emergency situation. They've never done anything hazardous in their life. And if something hazardous does arrive, they're going to be like a chicken and scream and run in circles. That's what most people will do.
Unfortunately, hopefully it never happens, but unfortunately you can't say it will never happen to you. One way or another, there's something that may happen. Sometimes it's small, but sometimes it's intermediate or major. It's just the way it is. Whatever it is. Where you're fleeing from fire because your town's burning down. And this has happened twice in the last 6 it's now 6 years here in Canada. There's 2 places here out west that towns have burned down. So that's because of forest fire.
Yeah, that happens here too.
Yeah. Right. The flooding, right?
Yeah.
The fantasy. Out here out west here in BC, then there's been there was other places in central Canada, in Manitoba there was flooding too, and then it's just like and the thing is, it's hard to shelter in place with that, with floodwaters and fire. Right? That's not unfortunately you can't. You can put fire breaks and barriers and dams, but you want that option to escape because if it surrounds you, then
then you're stranded.
You don't have many options left.
But I
then
agree.
that bugging out or that retreating away, that option becomes not there anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you. Said you've got to be ready right now. Be fast. The first one out, the first one in, the first one out is the one who's going to make it.
Yeah, you'll be on the road first, kind of deal.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously use your best judgment on it, right? But some things you don't need to per se leave, but other things I'd be like, maybe now would be consider a good time to consider to leave, or at least bring it up to that level where it's like, if something else happens, we're leaving. Like, where that scale, where what's the word? I can't remember the word.
Yeah, the key is being organized, really, and good communication, because we all have a rally point where the whole family will meet.
Or a muster point.
Yeah.
I've been learning that word now, muster point, because actually it doesn't have an E in it. I know now it doesn't have an E in it. Muster point.
We all know where to go. We all know where to meet.
Right? Know these rally points where it be a commercial area wherever it is, right?
Yeah.
It all depends where you live, right? You know, like maybe it's a school, maybe it's this other places, a secondary location, like a friend's place, relative's place. Because bugging out doesn't always, or evacuating doesn't always mean that you're, you know, sometimes it's a hotel or having that money in the bank so you can go to a hotel till things cool down.
Me and my family, no matter what happens, we're staying here, unless it's Mount Rainier or a forest fire, and then
that's not be pushing you out.
Yeah, we're leaving. We're leaving now.
The danger of that those shelter in place options would just be like, no, it's not be able to handle that. But other things, you'd be like, yeah, we're staying. Yeah. Yep. This is why I'm trying. Because you know what I've been hearing more and more lately? People are more and more glad that they're preparing. I keep hearing this every so often. Now I see some, well, not only new channels, but people that actually have said they're new to it and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, we all start from somewhere. We all start from the bottom of it. I shouldn't say the chain, but the bottom of the pyramid or whatever, you know, or the bottom of the bridge or the bottom of the staircase. Right?
Yeah.
And people make progress and climb up it.
Yep.
And hopefully not fall. And I literally mean that and metaphorically mean that. Stuff like that. So, dang, Bob, I gotta have you on my channel, on one of my panels one of these days.
Well, if you like, just
I'll shoot you an email.
Well,
start the lines of conversation. You know,
if I show up, just shoot the link on the side chat, and I'll click on that and come up.
Well, I usually will send it privately.
Okay.
Just the way I am.
Well, normally I don't share my I don't share my email out with, you know.
Yeah.
I have to maybe 3 people.
Let's just say when Gil sent you an email, I got that because of the way that he sent it out. All the email addresses are there for everyone else to see. So because it's mass sent out, so you can see everyone else's email that's part of the message.
Yeah.
Because everyone gets sent the same message. Hence why I know I'm like I emailed Uncle Al last night because he was too busy, but it's all cool. Have you two on my panel for once, and maybe this guy that's standing right beside me, but it's hard because I was here on Saturday and he's busy during the evening time. Well, for us, right? Because I would only be able to get him in the morning to come in for a panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, the one that's quiet right now.
Yeah, if you want me up on your panel, just send me an email. You know.
Konnichiwa.
Ohio.
See?
Mushy mushy. Mushy mushy.
Mushy mushy
is
this kind of when you speak in the phone.
Yeah. That's what my daughter always does. Mushy mushy. You're not Japanese. You're Filipino. What are you doing?
Well, you know what? Sometimes it's not such a bad idea to learn some other things in other languages, just so, just in case it's that one time. It's just like the one time that one person can help you, or you can help someone. You can actually communicate things enough.
Yeah, I remember somebody asked me. You know, I don't put flashlights on my firearms.
Okay,
I'm against it. For me, okay. Well, what happens? What happens if somebody's in your house and blah 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 blah? I said we speak more than one language. I can speak to them in Filipino, and they understand that. Okay, that's somebody. That's Dad. Then Dad is there, even if it's dark. Dad is over there. Or if my wife or kids say something in Filipino, I know it's them. You know.
Yeah, generally speaking, the odds of that not being true would be very low, but most of the time you're gonna be good.
Well, yeah, especially these guys. They don't speak Tagalog at home. They speak another language at home. So it's like, you know, Only a few million people on the planet speak that language, so we can
Yeah, the chance
converse
of
with
that
each
is going
other.
to be very, very big.
Very slim. We could yell instructions to each other, and nobody else is going to be able to understand.
They
Even
wouldn't understand it. They just know that you're around. They hear it, but they would have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to do something.
Even many other Filipinos could hear that language, and they wouldn't know what we're saying. So that's kind of a good thing.
Because I know that sometimes that's not talked about much in the preparedness community is like the communication part. Now, it's like all the physical things, like a CB radio, ham, and all those walkie-talkies, blah, blah, blah. But your voice and what you can say, right? The words themselves, the language itself, right? Stuff like that. It's just like sign language or something like that. It's just like some of these things that you may see in movies where it's just like, why is that guy holding his fist up at a right angle? It means stop. Oh, okay. Right? Those kind of things, right? So communication, right? It comes back to communication, and communication is important.
It's so empty. It's surprising that so many people are working today. This street is almost completely empty of people now. It's weird.
Well, at least it got us, right? Bob's like, well, at least these two are helping me pass my time. Oh, well, I am anyways. I'm doing all the talking here. Shadow.
Yeah.
Oh, he just says, yeah, or I agree every 20, 30 minutes or so. So people know that he's not frozen or anything like that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he's still here, guys. He didn't fall asleep or anything like that. He's still with us. He's just talking in the side chat, right? He's doing the side chat thing. Actually, you are doing the side chat thing. Yeah, you are. I keep seeing your name pop back out on the side chat now.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm so glad it rained. It rained last night, a little bit this morning, and now it's like sunny most of the day here.
We had rain today.
We've had nothing but rain. It's still only 57 degrees here.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure it got almost to 70.
Yeah, I was on a panel with Blue Farm the other day, and she says so many people on YouTube don't believe what she's saying, that it's still too cold to plant a garden here in Washington. And she said, I'm glad you said that, Bob, because she caught some flack from other gardeners in the U.S. You're kidding me. It's time to plant your garden. Well, you can't. If you put the seeds in the soil here, they're going to rot because it's not even 60 degrees to germinate. The seeds are going to rot in the soil, and it hasn't. Dude, we're into June, and it's still in the 50s.
Well, I mean, elevation too, right?
No, I'm right around sea level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she's on the other side of the peninsula from me, or Puget Sound, and I gotta go,
like
guys.
I said, I would understand for sure elevation change or something like that. Yeah, I know for sure there's definitely a temperature change.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense, because if it's just hovering around in the lower 50s, it's not that warm yet. It's not that warm yet, at least for plants. Because even tomatoes might get above 50, even at night. They can tolerate that 45 range, at 5 Celsius range, but they tend to be less effective, whatever, a word like that. But what happened to Bob? I just turned back around. He's gone. What happened to Bob? I'm just like, oh, I didn't hear from Bob. I'm like, I just look at the screen. I'm like, what happened to Bob?
I thought he said, I got to go. And the second after he disappeared.
I didn't. Maybe something. Okay, that's cool. It's cool.
It might
I always understand.
happen something.
Yeah, it's one of those pros. It's cool. I understand.
Probably some bad guys again.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions, but so yeah, I mean, Shadow, like, this is why I'm enjoying I've been listening to Uncle Al, obviously. Well, obviously, been listening to Uncle Al, Die Bullfrog 79, for everyone that doesn't know him, and stuff like that. So, listening to him, taking things serious enough, right? Serious enough, doing what I can. I guess I know you've been doing things too a little bit more seriously, to a certain, with the food and water and such and such.
Yeah.
For me, it's gardening and stuff like that. Getting another rain barrel for me here. Oh, and Bob's back.
Yeah.
I thought it was something I said.
Oh, yeah.
Lever.
I was just still hearing from my friend in Myanmar. She says everything's okay, but they have rolling blackouts over there.
Where?
Myanmar, or it used to be called Burma. Yeah.
Okay.
They have rolling blackouts over there. She called me real quick, like, "Okay, guys, I gotta go and see what she's up to." And nothing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Major.
I understand.
She was the one I was telling you about how she heard an explosion and a bunch of gunfire a couple days ago, and it's like, yeah, rolling blackouts, man.
Because that's another thing. Then it's like you get power back, then you don't know when it's gonna be off again, right? Or how long it does stay on for. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I think during some rolling blackouts or whatever, people were like, "Oh, the power's back." Quickly,
Much
they're like,
appreciated, Oliva.
they're plugging in a phone to get some power back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Doing what they can. I think I've
Exactly.
heard some people turning on the stove right away. It's just like, and just heating up some water, at least starting a process of getting something, right? While it's still there, while it's available, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's how she and her family's had to live for years.
Yeah, I guess when you're not used to that, it's just like oh, I guess that's what you would do. Right? If it's a rolling brown or a blackout, when it comes back, you're taking advantage of it while it's still available. So you can use that whatever hot water or powering your phone to do it when you don't have it again. Stuff like that. Or water or something like that.
Yeah. They say the second most isolated country on the earth. The first most isolated is North Korea.
So, Bob, I don't know if you heard me. I was about to say it. I mentioned it. I can't believe I'm mentioning it here before and to people before my own channel. Again, I mentioned stuff, Shadow. I seem to mention a lot of stuff here that I don't mention on my own channel for like ever.
Yeah.
It's like somehow I'm so comfortable with sharing so much more here.
Yeah.
I don't know. It must be your personality, Shadow. It must be your.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well, of course, now I can't say it because now Bob's okay. He's answering. So, well, we're waiting for that. I'll tell him when he comes back.
Yeah.
I like his. I know that's not a selfie stick, but it reminds me of. It reminds me of
a tripod.
Or whatever, right? I know it's not a selfie stick, but it's a way to hold the phone for whatever reason. Yeah.
See, what I don't understand is at work we have camera. We have cameras in the store.
Okay.
to prevent thefts and prevent people stealing. And you know what? There were a couple, a woman and a man. They stole meat. And you know what? They did it once. No, they did it twice. Maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, 6 times. And we have cameras in the store. And they
Cameras
come
only
back and
deter people
steal.
so much, right?
And then they come back and steal. How stupid can you be?
There are instances of stuff like this where it's just like they've been busted before too and refund because
and we have nice pictures on them.
You get that at liquor stores and places that sell liquor and that stuff too, right? I used to work at a liquor store, so we had our wall of shame, let's just say. But it's because they don't fear it, right? The consequences doesn't matter to them, or they
Well, if you
desperately,
see
in
a
this case, need the meat.
sign with a camera, this store has cameras. If you see a sign with that camera on, you are not so stupid, so you go in and steal things. You don't. But I don't
but
get
that
it.
doesn't affect everyone. Some people it doesn't affect them. They'll still do it regardless. Now, depending, some people have to do it for survival, but some people are doing it to make it fun. You don't know. I can understand doing it for survival type purposes. You're really that hungry. I get that. But if you're doing it to resell to make a profit, that's way different. In my book. I mean, obviously the law will still treat it the same, but yeah. Yeah, they get more bold, TV. So, you know what? I keep hearing about this, and I've been mentioning this, and I know Uncle Al's been talking about this, and some other people have been talking about this rolling blankets this summer. Well, think about how hot it is down south right now, right? People are using more AC fans and stuff like that. Now, the heat hasn't really come here in Canada yet, but I'm expecting to see it next month somehow. And stuff like that. Probably maybe not like last year at this time, but if it's happened once, it can happen again. Okay, kind of deal. And get more bold.
Probably.
Real of it, as they say,
Yeah, as far as stealing and knowing they're on camera, never underestimate the abilities of an idiot.
What Bob said was less words.
I heard that years ago, like 35, 40 years ago. I was taking diesel engine repair classes. That's what the instructor said. You can screw these engines up really bad, and somebody in the class asked, well, what if, and da-da-da, and the instructor said, never underestimate the abilities of an idiot.
Yep.
Oh, I'm on camera. I'm going to steal stuff. How come I got caught? That cop doesn't like me. I arrested you because you're a moron and you should not spread your seeds across the earth. Now get in the jail cell. I worked with a woman. She was just, she was one of those, like my brother was. It's that cop. It's that one cop's fault. No, it's because you're a thief. You're a thief. It's your fault. No, it's that cop.
And you're trying to do it for money.
No.
Per se, you're trying to do it for money purposes. Or to save money. It's not, you're trying to steal electronics and something high value. It's not like you're just stealing like a can of beans. But I guess if we keep seeing people steal meats or something like that, I don't know, maybe it'd be a thing. But then again, they could be trying to sell that meat. You don't know either. So
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if let's say a steak was $10 or whatever, right? Oh, here I can get it for free. I can sell for $9 now and make $9
Mm-hmm.
because it's cheaper than retail, right? Anything cheaper than retail or it's cheaper, people are gonna gravitate to it, right? But if you didn't spend money on it to get it, then you're making a profit. So. Because it's not always price gouging. They're just trying to get that hot commodity or whatever away right away. So they're making that profit right away. It's not always price gouging.
Okay.
And stuff like that. During the great TP thing of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I remember looking that stuff up on online on eBay. I'm like, wow. I am so glad I prepared beforehand.
Yeah.
That I don't have to. I was worried about the next things already. Well, see, it comes back to the having more lead time or having more time to think about stuff, right? I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about the food, right? The water, and starting the seeds and stuff like that, and trying to go from there, right? I was less worried about TV. But some of your friends then are less prepared. Or I would hear messages, see things, messages. Oh, I found TV over here, or has anyone seen it over here? I'm like, that kind of thing, all right? Because then you're scrambling at that last second again, and you're falling behind the 8 ball, as they say.
Yeah, that whole toilet paper thing. I've never seen anything. I've been in countries where they don't use toilet paper. They use a bucket of water and soap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it.
Well, it's because some of these videos I've seen, and I think I saw one here in Canada, and I mentioned this to friends, right? It's just like, it's not just like one pack or how 12, 24, whatever. It's just like, it's stacking even higher than that.
Yeah, idiots.
I'm like, where's the food to back that up? Literally back up that crap. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Pun intended, but where's the food to back that up, right? Like, I understand that people use TV for reasons or whatever. I get that. Lots of people do that, but I just and I get them. Females have to use it more often or more of it if they use it, but how much can you go through in a certain amount of time? Like, let's say a year, right? Because one of the things I already instantly thought of is this, okay, let's say you're a single male or whatever, how much do you really need to get by if you're using it, right?
Yeah,
Are you using one per day? One roll per day?
I'll be over here listening, guys. I got something to do right over here, but I'll be listening.
Okay, because I was telling people, I'm like, how much do you use a day? It's like, do you use a roll per day? It's like, no, see, I don't use a roll per day. I would never do that. Okay, half a roll. Okay, no, quarter roll, right? Maybe. Well, that if you can get a 30-pack, because I'm using that because it's easier number. Quarter roll a day, 30-pack. That should last you 4 months at least for one person. If you're using a quarter roll per day, but see, I don't use a quarter roll per day. Okay. That means this may last you 5 months. But that's how I, in terms of that, right? If you have more family members or women in your, females, I should say, yeah, I understand you may need a little bit more. I get that. Because, the funny thing is, there's that whole, I'm not going to say which country, but there's one major video that came out during that 2020. This fight heavily broke out. They got banned or kicked out from the store from the manager. And they actually had to face court fines. Was that worth it? Was that worth, just for this little thing like TP? I'm not saying it's not important or whatever, but is that worth more than this $50,000 or whatever, $10,000 fine? Maybe jail, I don't know, because of assault or or whatever, is that worth it, right? So I was just looking at certain little things like that, or people price gouging, all right, getting busted for it and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Facing heavy fines, right?
Yeah,
Right?
really
These were the
heavy
people that
fines.
were made an example of, right? And just like, yeah, where maybe a little preparedness would have helped you. You know, people always say, "Oh, preparedness is gonna always spend a lot of money." Well, it might save you some too, right? Because you know you're not fighting over the last thing and then getting sued or whatever, and it's not just about before getting it while it's still less expensive. See, I'm listening to you, Hosminder. I said less expensive, right? Because that was my kind of understanding about the situation. Is just like as time went on, right? Because I trust me, I had someone I knew that's like, oh, you know, they were running low. They managed to get a pack of TV. Okay, you know, they're like, hey, Seeger, should I get another pack? Well, it's still less expensive. I'm like, dude, you got like what? I think it was like 60 rolls for a male.
Yeah.
That's gonna last you a whole year, probably, or up to a whole year. Are you, you know, I'm all about, you know, being ready, but priorities, right? You know, that's an extra. At that time, I think they said, let's just round that up to $20 for an easy number, right? Yeah, you know, that $20 you're spending because you want to get more of it, you could be getting food that you need, so you will then that you need, so you will be needing that TP, right? Just thinking like that, right? It's just one of those things. I think my friend's gotten a little bit better at that kind of stuff, but yeah, prior planning prevents stupidity. Or
yeah, that's a point.
Everything's as they say, right?
That's a good point.
Oh, I see. Awesome. Jack's back. Yeah.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, I know CB, right? People fighting over TV. Well, because it's not like it's the only option out there. I think in the preparedness community, we were already thinking it's like, okay, yeah, bidet, water, ranks, if absolutely necessary, right? I knew those were always absolutely necessary, right? You know, and you know, the price gouging that at that time, if you want online for it because you can't find it locally, right? There's $60 for a 30 pack or whatever. It's just like, I can go to like a thrift store and get all these shirts. It'll still be single use. I can't flush it, but you know, $60 paying someone all this extra money for something, or I could just be smart about it and think of our solutions at that time, right? But,
indeed.
Yeah, and how things have come back around to this now, to where we are now. Yeah. I like that grin on Bob's face.
Yeah.
That says it all. It's like you either heard us or read the comments.
No, Mrs. just brought me a cheeseburger, but I said, "Hon, Verna Cordon has not been online for a while now." She goes like this.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm gonna head out, fellas.
All right, take care, Bob. It was nice to see you again.
Okay, take care.
Oh, Bob, expect an email from me to start the line of communication.
Do what?
Expect an email from me to start the line of communication, so you know.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Later, guys. I'm gonna go now. Later. To take a siesta with my little missus. You know, have a dinner and then little siesta. Yep. All right. Okay. Peace. Later, guys.
Later.
Parents need to teach their kids responsibility and budgeting. Parents do everything for kids and then they can't fend for themselves when necessary.
Well, it's not always like that, but yeah, I know what you mean. The spoiling. Oh, did you see what Jack wrote down? The next brawls will be over torches, flashlights, camping lights, and batteries. Well, you know what? If these rolling brownouts or blackouts happen and over a greater area or more frequently, yeah. And the thing about batteries is, per se, they are heavy, right? For what they do. So, and they don't, there's only so much of them, so, yeah. Oh, that's good. You're feeling better, Nicole. That's good to hear. Yeah, I know, CB. It's good to see Bob smile. Yeah, it's good to see your guys' morales are up, right? Well, because when other people are doing well, that means I don't have to worry about it so much or be concerned about it, because I know they're doing the best they can, and their morale's still relatively high. If that makes any sense, so. Well, because I know some people know other people, right? So, you know, hopefully it doesn't directly affect said person, but, you know. Because, you know, we all have relatives, family, and friends and co-workers and such, right? People know each other, so.
Yeah.
Maybe not directly affected, but indirectly, so. Say a few things, check up on people and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
You know. Because you never know, right? And some people don't say things right away. You know, so I respect all of them. Just check in, all right? I'll just check in. Just, you know, I heard what happened. You know, this happened, blah, blah, blah. You know, I didn't know if you knew anyone personally. Just you know, just checking in. Because I care with a CR in it. All right? Doing it because I care.
Exactly.
All right? Like, you know, it's nice to other people when they check in on you, right? So it's just like, I like that feeling, so I'll spread that kind of feeling to other people. So, well, because it shows that people are not alone, right? You know, when it's like, if you move to a new place, you feel alone because you don't know many people at the moment. But, you know, oh, hey, someone's inviting you in their circle or again, checking up on you or whatever. It's like, oh, okay. You know, you don't feel so isolated or alone. And such.
If something happened, I would think
of you.
Yeah. That's
CB,
nice.
CB, we would think of you too.
We all do.
Just think of me when it's snowing here. Just kidding.
Hey, Big Sense Lawn
Hello,
Care.
Big Sense.
Good to see you.
Welcome in. Jeez, apparently I really like Shadow today. Apparently I do.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been here longer than anyone else.
Well, you have been in here for a while now.
Yeah. Oh, it's because I'm showing that I care. I'm even showing stuff I haven't even shown on my own channel. But what's with that? See how special this guy is? Like, I'm sharing stuff that I haven't even shown on my own channel yet. I'm showing stuff that I haven't even shown. We'll talk about on my own channel. But you guys, his viewers, the viewers right here, the people watching the replay are saying, what? Since when did CR have that? Since I showed it on ShadowScoutSwede channel. You never told me. Well, I never told anyone on my channel. He just came over here and saw it over here. That's why I don't mind. That's why I can tell who's pays attention. So when they say, "Oh yeah, I saw it on ShadowScoutSwede's channel when you showed it," I'm like, "Yeah, oh, I see you paid attention. See, you paid attention to that 5 minutes when I showed it. Yeah, sneak peek randomly.
Yeah, exactly. Sneak peek.
Right. Sneak peek, just to show, you know, I'm not just talking out of my ass half the time. There's something to back this up. to a certain degree.
To a certain degree, yeah.
Well, what do you think I do on my other spare time when I'm not doing video or streaming or watching a stream or on panel?
You're
Or
working
doing
on
things I have to
your
do, right? Like chores or work. Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm preparing stuff, right? Whatever it is, gardening or whatever, right? Actually, speak of gardening, I'm not sure. I might have to water this evening here. It's actually getting late. Well, I shouldn't say late, but it is starting to get later evening time. Where 4 is right now, it's probably getting dark out. So sun's setting out west here already now. Starting to go down. I have to check. Oh, that's good to hear, Nicole, that you're doing well. Yeah, but someone ate before they came in. Like me. I know, seriously, I don't talk about food usually.
No.
I'll self-induce hunger pains if I do. I know I will. I'm not saying it's not important, but I don't want to self-induce hunger pains.
No. That is not a good idea.
Did you manage to get any more cans to help you out there? Or buffer? Or is it more or less the same like the last time that last update?
Well, I'm gonna buy more next.
Is that a rotating type of pantry, or is that more for storage?
In the basement, storage at the moment. So,
But you will rotate it in.
Yeah, I rotated.
Yeah, like 3 months from now, you'd be rotating something in and out. 6 months and such. Yeah, you'd be rotating.
Yeah, you need to.
I'm getting into this rotation now more and more. Well, I think I said this. When did I? Well, I said this in the stream. I think I might have said this to you guys on Instagram. I'm pretty sure I said this to Matt City. I know I said it to her, and this other stream. But I've been working on this kind of checking how long it could go for an extended period of time. I'm trying to work up that 6 months to 1 year cycle of being able to cycle it, or being able to sustain that long. You know.
Yeah, if
and
you
I'm
can
basing it on
yourself
2,000
for
calories
6
per day.
months, it's good.
I'm basing it on that six months, at least 2,000 calories per day. Right. You know?
Yeah.
Because I've done the math on that. 2,000 times 365 days is almost 750,000. This is a caloric intake. Nutrients and all that stuff is, well, you know, it'll vary and stuff like that. And sometimes you may need more energy or calories because you're more energy. You're burning off more, or you're doing more strenuous things that require it. I went on the high end, like 2,000. I didn't want to lowball it too much and stuff like that. Because 2,000 would at least, I wouldn't lose too much weight or get too fatigued. Because, you know, 800 or 1,000 is a little too low for me. You know what I mean? It's a little too low for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm just like thinking to myself. Well, that's why I posted that poll on YouTube here. I'm kind of glad no one actually said anything in the comment section, really. Because you guys can keep that all kind of operational security or whatever by. I just wanted to hear what people put as their number from the answers I gave, right? And I'm like, okay. I might post a link not a link to it, but a screenshot of that later, based on what I've seen.
Yeah.
Well,
can
I'll
do
say that's just a very small pool of it, proportion of all the people out there. But well, I'm glad that people have more than 3 days, because I'm pretty sure that's at zero still. Well, because I went from like 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 months, to kind of a year or more. So stuff like that. And I was talking about actual food you have, not food that's not ready to go or growing in the ground still, because that's not ready to go yet. You know what I mean. And something
Yeah.
like flour or something like that, you actually have to put it together with somebody to eat it. You don't eat flour alone. The vegetables or whatever, well, I got tomatoes. Yeah, but you don't actually have the fruit yet, so it doesn't count for this. It's only food that you consume right now. You're cooking out of the can, add water, boil some water, that kind of stuff, right? I don't consider that with flour yet, or something like that, or making a bread, because you haven't made a biscuit or bread or hardtack yet, so it doesn't count until you do that process of it. Then you can consume it. Until then, it's just flour. It's just flour, right? I'm not eating a spoonful of flour. Probably not, right?
Probably not.
But if you're making hardtack or something extreme like that, or bread, then you can start consuming it. Then I would start considering it as food or caloric intake, because you can actually eat it or consume it. If it's in a can already, something you can consume right away. If you have a fish, dehydrating it or whatever, it's not ready yet. It's not ready to go. Something you can eat right away. And this other thing is, I made sure personally when I was doing this to independently separate it from any backpack. The backpack items are different. They're dedicated for that, right? You know what I mean? If I cycle in something new to the backpack, it's because, let's just say it's July. It's almost the end of June here. Let's say it's best before is July. Then I would cycle that in from the working pantry items, if, for example, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Because I'm trying to separate that out. So it's a separate thing. Because those are meant to be in that bag. If need be, I'm cycling it out, but the bag quantity stays the same. I just cycle it out from something else I bring in. Then I consume it that day, let's say, whatever it is. Let's say if it's a can of beans or whatever, for example. If I had a can of beans in the bag, I'm cycling it out with this newer one that I have and this older one I'm going to eat today. And keep that inventory going and cycling it. Keeping the food or water as fresh as possible. So it gives me a reason to doing it then. So the food doesn't go to waste. All right. Or
Exactly.
I try not to put the food to waste as much as possible, right? Because if you're not doing inventory on it, then you're really not checking on it either. Like, I can understand Bob not checking on certain things or whatever, but I mean, to me, in my opinion, let's say things that, let's say painkillers, they technically need to be consumed for a certain amount of time, so they're optimized for this time period, whatever it is, food and stuff like that. I'll consume it. That way it doesn't per se go to waste, right? Like even this food ration, right? I was kind of glad that I had the chance to try it out, because now I know how it is. I know when you say the dryness of it, or it tastes like a sugar cookie or strawberry or whatever. I'll be like, oh yeah, I kind of get what they mean, but I also realize it's kind of hard to chew. You don't chew on it. It's hard as rock. I wouldn't say hard as rock, but You know what I mean? It's very stiff. You know, you're gonna bite into it or break it, right?
Yeah,
So now
I
I
agree.
know that how that is now, right? So I've experienced it now. So now I know. Okay, I don't want to have to live off of that in a bag overly long. I'll try to avoid that. There's other options, anyways, right? I think it's because some of those bars are only like $5 or whatever, right? So they're relatively inexpensive. They last for up to 5 years or so, right?
Yeah.
Depending when you purchase it, right? Because sometimes you got to look at the date and it's like, yeah, you bought this in 2022, but this was manufactured in 2020. It's already 2 years in already. So you're only getting another 3 years of optimized kind of time. Yeah, see, Hugo, I'm the same way, CB. I mean, like, I try not to. I mean, it's one thing to, you drop one pea on the ground. Okay. But if you start wasting like half the plate, that's quite a bit. In my opinion, anyways, right? Because I actually have a story about something else, so, and I think I mentioned this before, for people that say, "Oh, I'm hungry," then don't finish half the plate. Well, you're not that hungry, right? You're not that hungry. If you were that hungry, you would have finished it, or at least a good, substantial amount of it, right? You know what I mean? This is why, like, usually certain things or whatever, I grab smaller plates and just grab a seconds later, right? As they say, a second helping of it later. Oh, you're just eating that much? That's not much, Sierra. No, I'm just pacing myself, right? I can get seconds. I don't want to waste the food if I grab like a really big plate. Hold on. Shadow.
Yeah.
You could cut your stream anytime, right? Just because you don't have to keep going just because Sierra's here. It's like,
Well,
this
late
is you're
now.
the host. You're the host.
Yeah, I think
This
I'm
is your
gonna
channel.
wrap things up. Because it's 4:26 a.m. in the morning and I need to get some sleep.
Okay. I have a few things to say to you afterwards for like 5 minutes.
I figured.
Don't worry, I won't. I actually have to do stuff. I actually have to water this evening.
Yeah.
I think it's been sunny out all day, so I think the ground's finally dried out enough. I didn't water this morning because it rained last night, but I think I might have to water this evening anyway. And besides, I need to eat. He needs to sleep. I need to eat. Hey, thanks, Hugo, for keeping us company, CB. Nicole, Big Sons, Second Star was in here. Yeah. I didn't see
Thanks,
Preparedness
guys,
Veteran.
for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Ivy, For Haven. Don't forget about me randomly. Shameless plug-in. Hopefully, and of course Bob and some other people that came by. Nice of you all to keep us company. Hopefully, you guys all stay proactive out there, prepared, ready to go, right? Not scared,
ready to go,
but prepared, right? Not paranoid, but concerned. And do what you can. Do what you can, right? Do what you can. Be ready.
Do what you can.
You have any final words? I just gave like a whole bunch of final words right there.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless. Stay prepared. And I'll see you next week in the next one. And we are out.